Essex to host Warwickshire in their first home game of the season in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. I am Toby Reynolds and I'll be joined throughout the day with a multitude of guests to follow what should be a cracking game in a brilliant sunlight that we have at the moment. Quickly run through the teams, you guys. Grace Scrivens leads the Essex team out to the field. She should be opening the batting with Joe Gardner, Cordelia Griffiths, Jodie Grucock, Flo Miller in the middle order. Lissy McLeod, Sophia Smale, Amara Carr takes the gloves, and then bowling attack, Eva Gray, Kate Kopak and Esme McGregor. Opening the bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end is Eva Gray. We'll have a little bit of right arm seam to kick off the day. And then the Warwickshire side quickly. Stair Callis, Abby Freeborn, Davina Perrin, Katie George, Nat Wraith, Chloe Brewer, M. Arlott, Izzy Wong, who comes in for her first game, Charis Pavley, Georgia Davis and Hannah Baker. In comes Gray now. Oh, and jacks back a little bit that first one. Keeps fraction low. Fired in back over the top of the stumps for the first runs of the day for a bye. Just nipped back a fraction, did that one from Eva Gray. Just beat between the bat and pad of Stair Callis, who is on loan from Yorkshire in that Tier 2 side. We'll probably move back to them next year as they get promoted into Tier 1 and will join Warwickshire and Essex in next season's competitions. Gray in again now. And finds the edge, but safely down to third man for a single. First runs off the bat today come for Abby Freeborn. Exciting start here for Eva Gray. First one beating the inside edge, that one catching the outside edge a fraction. Lively start here for the Essex women. Full and straight this time, and Stair Callis does well to get down to that. And just about keeps it out. And fielded nicely there from Joe Gardner at short mid-wicket. Field we have one slip in there catching, you can see on the screen. So a third man out on the boundary and a deep square leg. And then regulation otherwise. Backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket and short fine leg. Oh, and that one, yet again, between the bat and pad of Callis. Just angled back in. It's been a very good start so far for Eva Gray. Neither of the batters have looked completely comfortable at the moment. It's a very green pitch, you can see from up here. That one's just fraction down the leg side and it's going to be given as a wide. 3-0 now. The Bears move on to. Looking to just target back in again was Eva Gray that time. Perhaps noticing a flaw in technique of Stair Callis. Looking to exploit. That one straight again, but it nips away a fraction that time. Dot ball on the 5th ball of the over. One to come. It's been a very good line of length so far from Eva Gray. Very impressive first over. Couple half chances, but nothing concrete as of yet. Shorter and wider that time, but left alone from Callis. And that is 3-0 after the first over. I think Eva Gray and the Essex team will be happy with that first over. Not too much from it, but also definitely a few moments that will spark their interest as they look to try and take a few early wickets and bounce back from a tricky first result up at Durham just a few days ago, where they lost by 9 wickets. They made 177. Top scoring was Sophia Smale with 40, before Durham made pretty easy taking of the chase. Susie Bates made 93 alongside their skipper Holly Armitage. Chased it down in 32.4 overs. Warwickshire, on the other hand, the end of an absolute thriller. Tied game to start their season off. Both sides made 208. They took on Hampshire at home in Birmingham. Kate Kopak in now. Attacking the stump straight away and just drops into the leg side from Abby Freeborn. You can see there Lissy McLeod in the slip region, alongside Amara Carr, who takes the gloves for Essex today. Oh, that's struck on the pad, but nothing in the end there. Just heading down the leg sides. It's a good start from Kopak so far. Looking to go straight and attack the pads of Abby Freeborn. As we see a pretty similar field for Kopak. Regulation ring fields. A slip, a third man. Straight this time and tucked into the leg side. I think for a leg by, the umpire will signal here. Does indeed. Another run to the tally for Warwickshire. Sorry, yeah, and the rest of the field, yeah, fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. I cannot confirm 100% that there is a third man. We've got slight blockage down here at the Sir Alistair Cook end. Kopak now. Just falling straight again, hit on the pad, it's going to be close and it's gone! First wicket of the day. Kate Kopak strikes, she's targeted the stumps there brilliantly for the first 2 deliveries and gets a wicket. Brilliant there from Kopak. And Stair Callis goes without scoring, 0 off 5 she makes. And brilliant, looks really, really tight there, perhaps drifting, but Stair Callis is sent to the pavilion with a lovely delivery. You saw the plan that Essex seemed to have to try and, particularly that over with Kopak, attack the stumps full and straight. And it's paid off with an early breakthrough. 4 for 1 now. Warwickshire find themselves and less than 2 overs gone. Davina Perrin will now join Abby Freeborn at the crease. And a brilliant, brilliant start here for Essex. You could see the plan slowly being built up. Eva Gray in that first over beat the inside edge of the bat a few times. Looking to go full and straight often. And Kopak in this over. All 4 deliveries have just been full and straight. And she gets the breakthrough with her 4th. It's her 2nd of the season. Having taken 1 for 44 up at Durham. In now for Perrin to face. Solid defence first up. And no run off it. 1 delivery remaining in the over. You can see that an early wicket has really given a lift to the already buoyant Essex fielders. And they'll look to try and squeeze Warwickshire now. Full and straight again, but lovely shot there from Perrin. Off the outside half of the bat, and they're going to come back for 2. Looking for 3, but don't attempt it in the end. And that's Perrin's first runs of the day.
Just a reminder that in this first power play, Essex are only allowed to have 2 fielders outside the fielding restriction area in the first 10 overs.
6 for 1 now, Warwickshire. 2 overs gone. Eva Gray to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. With a identical field to before. Targets the stumps that time a little bit, but well played from Freeborn. Another dot ball. They're really stringing them together so far, are Essex. Not allowing Warwickshire any freebies at the moment. And if they can keep it like that, it's going to be a tricky day for Warwickshire with the bat on what looks to be a pretty nippy pitch. Full and straight, but played round the corner there from Freeborn for a single. Just out to the fielder at square leg on the boundary. Cordelia Griffith, I think that is out there. Perrin to take her first ball against Eva Gray now. Oh, and attacking stumps yet again, but played solidly, nicely from Perrin. And continually just angled back in again from Gray. She loves to attack the stumps. We've seen so much of it so far in this power play. First 10 overs, just a reminder, only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard ring. Bit wider this time, there's an edge. Oh, and an absolute brilliant take. What a grab from behind the stumps there from Amara Carr. A thick edge and diving to her right. Takes a stunning catch. And that's Eva Gray's first wicket of the match and of the season as well. 1 for 3 from her. She's been probing away. Fraction wider this time. And Perrin looks to latch onto it, but can only find the edge. And what a brilliant tumbling catch here from Gray. Could have even been too wide for first slip. Lissy McLeod in there, also diving to her right, but doesn't have a chance to get to her. And 7 for 2. Essex in brilliant form right now. Definitely on top. I think it's a good toss for them to have won. They elected to bowl, make the use of a very green pitch, and they've done just that so far. Katie George now at the crease alongside Abby Freeborn, who's still there. As I say, it's been a tricky start for Warwickshire. The ball has been seaming this way and that. And there was another big wicket. The dangerous Davina Perrin is gone. Straight again this time from Gray. Just drifts away this time though and played out into the offside from George. No run from it though. It's a brilliant display of bowling so far from Eva Gray. She's out on the Lions Tour of Australia recently. That was just down the leg side, a fraction, and it will be signalled as a wide. Commentator's curse there, isn't it? Gray in again now. 2 wide this time and overcorrection. And another wide outside off. Incredibly tight over those first 5 deliveries. Just let it slip a fraction there, but not going to take away from the brilliant first 2 overs Eva Gray will have bowled. That one's good on. That's gone. It's another one. Takes the top of off with a brilliant delivery from Gray. Katie George goes without scoring. But a lovely ball, just angled back in and just takes the top of off. Brilliant from Gray. I think just nips back a fraction, that one. And there's not much Katie George can do about it. And that's 9 for 3 now after 3 overs. Warwickshire in a lot of trouble right now. And yeah, just between bat and pad, a beauty from Eva Gray. Her second of the day in her second over.
New backer for Warwickshire women, number 73, Nat Wraith.
Nat Wraith now comes to the crease. Formerly a Western Storm player. Made the move up to the Midlands in the off-season. There was a lot of movement between the teams with the professional contracts coming into play. The counties taking over from what was a regional structure before. And it's been a really exciting start to the season in the competition. Looks like it will continue. Kate Kopak now from the Graham Gooch end. Got a wicket in her first over. She continues now. Oh, and it's tight again at the stumps. Just sliding in, attacking the pads again. She did it so well in the first over. But Abby Freeborn defends nicely. Short and wide this time and signalled as a wide by the umpire. Just dragged that one down a fraction. Abby Freeborn looked to try and connect and caught that one through the offside, but too wide even for her. Oh, and attacking the stumps again, but defended solidly from Freeborn. Just out to Jodie Grucock in the covers. Oh, that one's on the pad. It's going to be close. Oh, turned down by the umpire. Big shout there from the Essex team. It looked really, really close, but I think just sliding down the leg side, perhaps. You can see on the replay here. Oh, very, very tight. Perhaps just did a fraction too much off the surface. Beat the inside edge there of Freeborn. Yeah, again attacking the stumps here from Kopak. Wide this time though, and put away for the first boundary of the day. Lovely shot there from Freeborn. Just rocks onto the front foot. Uses the pace to guide that one behind backward point off the front foot. And a lovely, lovely shot there from Freeborn. Lovely use of the wrists. Keeps that one behind square. Beats the fielder at point. So it's like change of field now. Cordelia Griffiths in at gully. That one straight. Almost pulled around the corner onto her own stumps there from Freeborn, but evades everything in the end. Just off the glove, I think that was. Yeah, Essex still have a fielder down at third man, but Griffiths come from a... I think she was in extra cover, or yeah, cover even. They've all shuffled around to try and fill that gap that Freeborn exploited. That was wide again, but no run. Picks out the fielder, Jodie Grucock at backward point. Good over now from Warwickshire, looking to rebuild. 14 for 3, 5 from that over. 4 overs gone now. Still in that first power play. You can see the Warwickshire batters deep in discussion, trying to stop the flow of wickets that have been so far. Nat Wraith will be facing up to her first delivery, and Eva Gray will continue. Her third over now from the Alistair Cook ends. Full and wide and driven. Lovely shot from Wraith to get off the mark. Not going to quite reach the boundary. Think about 3, but just stick to a double in the end. And those are Wraith's first runs of the day off her first delivery. Just a fraction full, that one from Gray. And Wraith pounces to hit through the offsides. Oh, and it's up in the air. Edged, and that's gone. Second ball, Wraith. Eva Gray with her third. A brilliant delivery. Just caught the leading edge from Wraith. And a pretty simple catch for Lissy McLeod in the slip cordon, who takes it with a second chance. And that's 4 wickets now. Just look to work that one into the leg side, but only finds the edge. And you can see there, second chance for Lissy McLeod. And 4 down now at Warwickshire, 16 for 4. It's getting really, really tricky. You can see the ball nipping around off the surface. It's not easy conditions by any means for Warwickshire with the bat. And Essex are making full use of their chance with the ball, with the new ball. It's been working so well. Chloe Brewer now at the crease, joining Abby Freeborn, her 5th partner now. She's looked pretty strong so far as Freeborn. No real opportunities. Can Brewer stay with her? In comes Gray again. Short and wide and put away. Lovely shot there. Just off the back foot. Runs all the way across the square. Out for 4. That's short and wide from Gray. Just easy runs for Brewer, but she does well to dispatch that. Times that one really, really nicely and just perfectly bisects the 2 fielders on the ring on the offsides to get off the mark. Fourth delivery now for Graham. Down the leg side. Well down from Amara Carr behind the stumps, and that will be a wide. Up in the air. Oh, spilled. That would have been an absolutely brilliant take from Flo Miller there. Diving to her left. It was an aerial there from Brewer, looking to attack that same gap as the ball before. Didn't quite get to the pitch as it was last time. And a brilliant, brilliant effort from Miller. Couldn't quite keep grasp of it though. That could have been Gray's fourth. But for now, she sticks with 3. And attacking the stumps again there. Straighter line. With the penultimate delivery of the over. Gray will look to close out this over here now. And attacks the stumps yet again. Same delivery, same result. Another dot ball. 21 for 4 off the first 5 overs here. It's been a thrilling start at the Ambassador Cruise Line grounds. As I'm now joined by James Patient.
Morning, Toby.
How are you?
Wow, what an exciting start that's been. Possibly caught a few people by surprise after a really tough day out for Essex women on Wednesday against Durham. But I mean, the bowlers Kopak and Gray, what a fantastic opening spell this has been.
Yeah, if you've rocked up a few minutes late to the ground here at Chelmsford, you've missed a hell of a lot.
Absolutely. Now, really, it's just about can they keep this pressure. I mean, that was a tough chance we saw there. I think just as she landed, her elbow sort of pushed the ball out of her hands. But 5th wicket now for Essex, and they can wrap things up quickly.
Kopak in again now. And beats the outside edge. Big waft from Freeborn. And just nips away. Does almost too much, I think.
That's what's been really impressive about these two this morning. They've just pitched it up. Possibly a criticism you could have had in the Durham match was they were just too short. But now on this green surface, as you've been saying this morning, it's doing a bit. Yeah,
that one hooped round the corner there from Kopak. Lovely delivery. And yeah, they've gone, you can almost say not too full, but I think it's almost that's a criticism. They're going way more on the full side than the short side, which is great to see. That one's a bit straighter and just tucked into the leg side for a quick single. Freeborn makes it home safe though.
As the batting side here, if you're a Warwickshire player, what are you thinking now? What's the game plan? Because your original plan's probably gone out the window at this point.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. I think just bat, it's got to keep it simple. They've got 45, almost 45 overs to go still. It's a long, long time. I think they've just got to try and take as much time out of the game, put on as big a score as they can, and you assume it'll still be pretty helpful to them when they get the new ball in their innings in a couple hours' time. Kopak again now. Straighten. Defended nicely from Brewer.
It's quite a lot of responsibility now on the shoulders of Abby Freeborn. Got runs during the week on Wednesday, 70. So she is in form, but her responsibility now is to anchor this innings and really ideally back through for Warwickshire.
Yeah, you'd think so. I think these two probably have to put on quite a large stand. There's not a bad tail to come in below. I think these two are the last recognised batters. Left alone there from Brewer.
Yeah, there were heroics from the Warwickshire tail against Hampshire as saving the day. I mean, what a dramatic game that was. Did you manage to watch some of it, Toby?
Caught a little bit at the end. It was crazy finish. There were some brilliant finishes in all of the matches on Wednesday. The Somerset Surrey game as well.
Oh, no, that took a few people by surprise, didn't it?
It was mental. I mean, Surrey have 6 of their top 7, I think, are England players, or at least contracted. Kopak in again now. full and straight again. And Brewer does well to flick that one out to mid-on.
You had Lancashire beating the Blaze. The Blaze tipped as one of the favourites
Very much.
with Surrey, weren't they? So, yeah, it's been a fascinating opening week.
Yeah, as you say, Abby Freeborn, 70 off 96 she made. And then, yeah, the tail just did enough to get them almost over the line. And they weren't quite there with the run out of the last delivery. Another one attacking the stumps there from Kopak.
It's really disciplined bowling from these two. Just everything is at the stumps or just nipping away from. So the fielders are constantly going to feel like they're in the game, especially that first slip. Argument could be made that you put another slip in.
It's very possible. There's not been many thick edges. None have really flown past the slip cordon. But it's been a brilliant start, as you say. And I'd love to know what percentage of deliveries are kind of hitting the stumps at the moment, because it's been brilliant from, Kopak in particular, and Graves, who's perhaps used the width a little bit more, so maybe targeted fourth stump, fifth stump, and had success there.
Absolutely, and I think a few people might have been surprised to see Essex choose to field. So Eva Gray's coming in to bowl, start her fourth over. Oh, and she's bowled her! She's got the big wicket of Abby Freeborn just nipping back through the gate. It's 4 wickets for Eva Gray. A fantastic start for Essex. Warwickshire, 22 for 5 now.
That is unbelievable. Another brilliant use of the seam there from Eva Gray. Just angled it back in and nips in even more. You can see here. Brilliant. Nips back a foot at least, and just between bat and pad of Freeborn.
That's done a lot, hasn't it? Oh, wow, that's just hit the seam and just come back in. Abby Freeborn can't believe it. Eva Gray stunned her.
Yeah, just reaches at that one a fraction. I think it was just done too much, and there's not really much you can put blame on the batter there with a delivery like that from Eva Gray. All 4 of our wickets have been absolute stunners so far.
Absolutely fantastic delivery again. I guess the only slight criticism watching that back again on the replay is there is a gap that she's left the gate open there, Abby Freeborn, slightly, but it's excellent work from Eva Gray. Really skillful bowling.
Yeah, another brilliant one there. Emma Arlott now comes to the crease. She'd also moved, I think, she was at Sparks last year. What am I talking about?
Yeah, she comes to the crease with a hell of a lot of pressure. Her team in all sorts of problems now. 22 for 5. What sort of score are Warwickshire aiming for at this point?
Triple digits, I think, has got to be, a hope as much as anything else, and anything more is a bonus, really. I think these two got to put on a bit of a partnership as Gray comes in.
And that's straight again, just tucked into the leg side, mid-wicket field. And yeah, no, she's not she's not giving the batters any options here for run scoring. They're chasing after the odd wide one and squirting it away. We've seen a couple go to the fence, but Essex won't mind that because that brings the fielders into play, as we've already seen.
Yeah, very much so. One catch in the slips, another brilliant take from Amara Carr behind the stumps.
Eva Gray again bowling. That's left alone just outside off stump.
And yeah, we also saw the almost spectacular catch from Flo Miller diving to her left, and it would have been probably one of the catches of the season. We're only 2 games in.
Yeah, absolutely. Crikey, could have had them 6 down. Brilliant start for Essex. This is exactly what Andy Tennant and Danny Warren would have asked for their players after the Durham defeat. As Eva Gray comes in again, bowling. That's outside off stump. Almost identical delivery to the one before, and left alone by Arlott. No run.
Yeah, it's a proper bounce back performance so far from Essex.
And I think you can put the first game of the season down to a lot of things. It's a big trip away to Durham. There's going to be the nerves. The first game as a professional side, you've got to be nervous. The conditions, it was tough, it was cold. The ball was moving about a bit as Eva Gray's in again, and that is wide. It's signalled wide by the umpire. She's bowled a few of them this morning. Have you been hypercritical, but we can't knock her too much. She has got 4 for 12 in her 4th over, so we can probably allow her the odd wide.
I think as well with that one, it just started swinging and kept going away as well. So she's obviously mixing up between a bit of swing and seam, which is a brilliant skill to have.
Oh, and she's got that one to go the other way. She's been nipping it back in, and that one's just swung away. So worrying times for the batters as she sprays that one down the leg side. That would be another wide. Well stopped behind the stumps though.
Yeah, Marakar's been really tidy so far. Brilliant catch as well, that one. And you can't really say there's been much going wrong with this Essex team in the field with the ball. Much to be fair. It was interesting you mentioned the long trip up to Durham. I'd be interested to see how well they perform at home in particular this season, being so far away.
Is Eva Gray again, and that is just outside off stump, played on the back foot by Arlott into the covers, fielded by Schmel, and there'll be no run. 1 ball left of this Eva Gray over Warwickshire, 24 for 5.
Brilliant performance so far from the two openers. You can see on the screens there, Eva Gray 4 for 14, Kate Kopak 1 for 8. It's been a phenomenal display from the two of them. They might keep going, who knows how long they'll bowl for.
Eva Gray approaching the crease once more. Oh, and I thought that Arlott had played at that, but I think she just pulled her bat away at the last moment, lets that one go through. I think that's a sensible approach now. You've just got to drop your anchor if you're a Warwickshire batter and settle in for the long haul.
Yeah, 24 for 5 after 7 overs. If you're just joining us, it's been a brilliant start for Essex, as you can see from the scorecard alone. Eva Gray's taken 4, 1 for Kate Kopak, and it's been brilliant watching for the fans here at the ground, fans on the stream, for us too, here in the commentary box as well, James.
Absolutely, best seat in the house for all this morning's action, and yeah, it's great to see such a nice crowd in here at Chelmsford for this first day. You know, supporting the women. The members area there is pretty packed out.
Kopak in now, wide this time, and a lovely stop there from Miller and in at cover, and no run from it in the end. Lovely shot though, timed that one really nicely, did Brewer, but couldn't quite find the gap and just picked out diving Flo Miller with another acrobatic effort.
Yeah, it's an excellent piece of fielding, and just keeping it tight in the field, doing the basics, that adds even more pressure on already pressurised batters.
And a dot there. Simple one. Full and straight again from Kopak.
I mean, yeah, as we talking about the Durham game just there, I mean, complete contrast in terms of conditions. It was freezing cold, overcast, and now can't quite believe that we're still in April with all this sunshine.
No, indeed. It's classic England though, isn't it? Full and straight again, and tickled that one down the leg side. Looks like it might run all the way to the boundary. Doesn't quite have enough pace on it. And well fielded there from Joe Gardner. Charging round from quite a wide fine leg. Almost a sort of deep backward square where she is. And it was tickled fine in the end. And gives 2 to Chloe Brewer.
Yeah, good piece of fielding there. Again, Essex have started this match really well. The fielders backing up their bowlers. Kopak's not allowing any scoring options for the batters here, really.
Well, that one's down the leg side. They're going to go through for a couple wide as well. Look for 2. Could be close. No, home comfortably in the end. Very well run there from Brewer. Keeps the strike. And yeah, just
put the mockers on her there, didn't I? She's just thrown it completely down the leg side.
Curse of the commentator. You can see her shaking her head on the screen, disappointed with that one. I think that is, as you say, I think you mentioned in the last over, the one criticism, there have been maybe a fraction too many wides, extras, no balls. Well, not no balls, but that one's straight in. Outside half of the bat there.
Well, I'd say extras have probably been the leading run scorer.
Yeah, they probably are. I don't think anyone's made double digits yet.
Just streaming next, try and see the scoreboard. See if I can work out how many there has been. No, but I'd say there's been at least 10, 15 runs in extras, and Warwickshire 29 for 5. So
yeah, I think Abby Freeborn top scoring so far with 7. She looked solid until she was dismissed last over. Now cut away, lovely, brilliantly timed, but a strong hand could stop that one. It does from going all the way. Just one in the end there. That's a lovely shot. Luckily a strong hand from Jodie Grucock stops it on flying away to the fence. And third man manages to loop round and pick it up.
Bit of teamwork there.
Yeah, it's good to see. From Essex. Emma on strike now. As Kopak will come in for what should be her last delivery of the over. Full straight and flicked away. Just going to be a single with Joe Gardner out there and the deep square leg boundary fielding nicely. And that brings the 8th over to a close. 31 for 5. Warwickshire are. Eva Gray, pick of the bowlers. 4 for 14. Will continue, it looks like, again now.
Oh, you do well to surprise the ball out of her hands the way she's been going this morning. But credit to Brewer and Arlott there, because they just weathered the storm the last couple of overs, just dug in there. The ball's still moving about, and they just got to keep that going. You'd say just take it an over at a time. Eke out the odd runs when they come. As we say, Essex are giving away a few extras. Can they get up to 50 should be the next milestone, and then just look to build from there, because the conditions are going to be the same when Essex come out to bat.
You'd assume so. And as you say, they do just have to take it step by step. We've got 42 overs still to bat out if they can. Be a brilliant feat if they manage that. And if so, it'll be the Warwickshire tail perhaps bailing them out 2 games in a row.
2 games in a row, absolutely. And they will know that Essex's batters are low on confidence. I mean, no one really got a score of any note in the Durham match. I think Jodie Grucock with 31 and Sophia Schmel with 40, the only significant scores there. So,
slight change of field. Short fine legs come into the covers.
Eva Gray in bowling. That's outside of stump. Oh, but that has tailed back in at the last moment. Samara Carr's had to take that down the leg side, left alone outside off stump. She's still swinging it, is Eva Gray.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant to see. You can see why she went on that Lions tour over the winter. She had a brilliant breakthrough, I guess you could describe it, last year in the hundreds for the London Spirit. And now for Essex, she's looking to add some wickets.
She's in again, bowling again, outside off stump. Slightly back of a length, left alone again by Arlott.
She seems to be almost finds a bit of pace off the surface, the way she presents the seam, you assume.
It is skidding, isn't it?
Skips on.
And that'll be that little bit of grass coverage just on the top. Well, we did see a low-scoring game here when Essex men's played the last county championship game against Worcestershire. So Eva Gray in again, bowling. That's slightly short, and that's pulled away, and that'll go all the way for 4. Really nice shot from Arlott. Too short from Eva Gray, and punished down to the boundary at deep square leg. 4 runs for Arlott, moving the score up to 35 for 5. And yeah, Worcester and Essex both struggling with the bat. Essex coming out on top in, I'm not sure if you saw it, Toby, but really dramatic.
Yes,
ending.
yeah.
Jamie Porter taking that catch, which caused a bit of controversy here. Eva Gray's in again, and that is short again and down the leg side. Well taken by Amara Kai. Will be a wide. So just losing her concentration a little bit. Eva Gray shakes her head there. Not happy with herself. I mean, I wouldn't be too hard on yourself, Eva. You have got 4 for 19.
It'll be interesting to see how long she does continue to bowl as well. Obviously, a brilliant spell so far. Will they just let her bowl almost 10 in a row, or a large part of that?
So that one is wide again, just outside the blue line there.
Perhaps starting to just flag a little bit, you could say.
Yeah, possibly could be time for a break just to reset and go again. But if she can get back onto her lines and lengths that she found in her opening 4 overs, then you think more wickets would soon follow. To the top of her mark, she comes in again, bowls, and that's much better, targeting the stumps, and it's played defensively on the front foot by Arlott. No run.
Yeah, I think this possibly could be Eva Gray's last over. Be ball is definitely still new and still moving around, still seaming, still swinging. And you know, they've other options with the new ball could come into play as well.
So I wonder how long it'll be before we see spin this morning as well. Eva Gray comes in again. That will be another wide, so that's the third wide in the over.
Yeah, you've got
way wide of off stump now.
Yeah, unfortunately. So you've got the left arm seam of Esme McGregor as well, and then a lot of spin as well. Kind of pretty much everyone in their top 7 seems to bowl a bit of spin.
Absolutely, I wouldn't be surprised if Sophia Schmale is getting loose. Eva Gray again. And that is right on the wide line, but benefit of the doubt given by the umpire. And Arlott did have a real flash at that one as well, didn't she?
Yeah, look to try and be positive, which you do have to be, because you can't just sit in here and just block out for 10, 20 overs. You do have to still try and be positive and give yourself that little bit of freedom.
Exactly, it's about finding the balance, isn't it? Because it's all very well and good settling in and surviving, but you've got to keep the scoreboard ticking as well. So he's Eva Gray again, and that is wide of off stump, just inside the line. Nipped back a bit off the pitch again, left alone, no run, and that is the end of Eva Gray's over. Warwickshire 38 for 5 after 9 overs, 1 over left in the power play.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Scrivens is thinking now about bowling changes. We're talking about it already. Sophia Smale, I think it was always going to be a good option, but it's whether they want to perhaps try and keep a bit of seam and exploit the new ball. Still doing a lot right now. Cordelia Griffiths coming out of gully now. Kopak does continue from the Graham Gooch ends with a regulation ring field on the offsides, as well as a third man and a slip. Joe Garner, fine leg and then mid-on and mid-wicket. On a little abort there from Kopak.
Wasn't happy there. She's got a brilliant story, Kate Kopak. Obviously, she's a lawyer. She's been working as a lawyer for several years now, and had the opportunity to come and play professional women's cricket. So she's put her law career on standby for the time being.
Defender there nicely. Means we can judge her a bit. Am I right, James?
Oh dear. Oh dear. Come on, Toby.
I'm going to try and think of a few more now.
It's only 11:15, mate.
It's never too early for a good old pun.
Oh, could be a long afternoon. But also played for Peru.
Oh.
She's made a couple of guest appearances for Peru. She's not, as far as I know, got any family connections to the country.
Defender there for single. For a dot ball even.
In the South American Women's Cricket Championship, she played against some of the South American teams and took 3 for 1 against Brazil.
God.
So
not a bad effort at all.
Not a bad effort at all. So very niche that.
Now trying to think of some Peruvian puns.
Spare us all.
Prodded again into the offside there from Brewer for another dot ball.
And she was instrumental, of course, for the Sunrisers last year, helping them to victory in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
A lot of this team instrumental to that win.
I think, and the squad, there's at least 13 that are from the Sunrisers, so it's great to see that continuity. And I know Andy Tennant, team director, said he's really pleased with that as well.
Wide that time from Kopak. I think you also have to look at some of the players they brought in. Someone like Sophia Smale from the Western Storm last year. To manage to get someone of her quality, also an England Lions player, to get her over, I think is a brilliant move from them.
And that's the great thing about this Tier 1 and the restructuring of the women's game is a lot of the talent's also moved about and spread around the country.
Solid again from Brewer. Pretty much had the same delivery
She
so far.
Looks really solid in defence, does Chloe Brewer.
Very much so. Just rocks forward nicely and head over it. Technically, no complaints, I'd say.
When the ball's swinging as well, you've got to keep your bat tight to your pad, play inside the line. She's done so very well so far.
That one's wide and big swish, but no run from it. Yet again, swinging away that one.
Now Essex will kick themselves here because that must be at least the 10th wide we've seen.
Yeah, I would have
morning.
thought so.
If not, there's been more than that. And that's just helping Warwickshire here. I know it doesn't look like it, the score 40 for 5, but they all add up.
I reckon it could be more than 10 when you factor in some singles they run as well. That one's straighter again. Bit of a shorter length this time, but yet again, Brewer just head over and drops it at her feet. No run.
And do you think now perhaps we could be ready to see a couple of bowling changes just to give these two a little breather?
Yeah, I'd have thought Eva Gray in particular, I think, give her a breather, maybe bring her on from the other end, or she has had a huge amount of success from here, so she could come on, in 6-7 overs time, just bring her back and give her a quick breather. I think I wouldn't be against that for Scrivens to decide. Full and straight and nothing from it there. Close out the over. Just 2 wides from it, the only runs. 40 for 5 off 10, and that is the end of the power play now for Essex, and they have made the most of that with 5 big wickets.
What a fantastic power play. You couldn't have dreamed of a better start when you arrived at the county ground this morning. Warwickshire 40 for 5. And it is hard to know what to expect from opposition teams when you're this early in the competition, which has just been formed as well, isn't it? So, a brilliant start from Essex.
Does look like we will see a change of bowling.
Sophie
Here.
Munro it's going to be.
New bowler from the Sir Alistair Cook end. It's number 22, Sophie Munro.
Didn't play against Durham. So this will be her
And then to power play
first
2.
ball of the season.
No more than 4 fielders permitted outside the fielding restriction area.
Power play 2, no more than 4 fielders allowed outside that 25-yard inner circle. That's Munro coming into bowl, right arm over the wicket, and that is just a little bit short, bit of a loosener there, and it's hooked to deep square, where it's fielded by Cordelia Griffith, 1 run.
Yeah, I think the change of bowling is the right decision here from Scrivens, but it's good to see she's not taken out any of the fielders and catching positions she's got either.
Right, this is Munro's in again, and that's played straight back at her. Does get a hand on it, and Arlott picks it up and throws it back to her. Yeah, no, it's good to see Scrivens staying positive, looking to keep attacking, and why wouldn't you, frankly, the position they're currently in. Munro again, straight at the stumps. Brewer just leans forward and plays that back to the bowler. No run. So just the single so far from this over. Back-to-back dot balls. In she comes again, Munro. Oh, and that's a low full toss, which is squirted down the leg side. I think that's going to go all the way to the rope. It is 4 runs to Brewer. She played that well because that dipped at the last moment, didn't it? It was a full toss.
It looked like it, yeah.
A very, very low one.
Just tickled it nicely, just only needed to get a fraction on it. And that's all she did. And it runs away.
Yeah, it can be, they say this, don't they? Low full toss can be one of the most dangerous balls in the game because your eyes light up. And that did really dip there. She could have been in trouble, Brewer, if she hadn't got a bat on it, but she did well to get that to the fence. Here comes Munro again, and that's much better line and length, just back of a length, moving away, outside off stump, and Brewer defended that, but not convincingly.
No, I think she kind of was almost caught in 2 minds, perhaps the first time we've seen. Looked to try and push that on for some runs into the offside, but catches the inside edge and a little bit lucky perhaps to escape. We see a fielder drop out from cover to the boundary now.
Munro in again, final ball of the over. It's on 5th stump, just played off the back foot by Brewer. to cover, where Eva Gray does the fielding. No run. That's the end of the over. Sophie Munro's first over of the season.
Very good one as well.
Very good one as well. 5 runs coming from it. 45 for 5 of Warwickshire. You see the scorecard there, and it's not pretty viewing if you're a Warwickshire batter this morning. Callis the first to go for a duck. Freeborn dismissed for 7. Perrin for 2. George for a duck, and Wraith for 2. And Brewer and Arlott have just steadied the ship the last sort of 5 overs. Brewers on 11. Arlott 6 not out.
Change of bowling we see here. Sophia Smale coming in with a little bit of spin now for Essex, which is good to see. They obviously allow Kopak a little bit of a rest from that Graham Gooch end. Some left arm finger spin. Just having a little bit of a chat with her skipper there.
Yeah, she bowled okay against Durham. None for 31 from her 6.4 overs, and obviously had a good cameo with the bat. Definitely one to watch in this Essex side.
That one's flicked into the leg side for just a single to get the scoring underway in this over.
Got cover out on that.
On the leg side, yeah.
Boundary, haven't
I
they?
was going to say, your regulation ring field on the offside, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. And then you see mid-on, catching mid-wicket, short fine leg, and then 2 sweepers out, square on the leg side. That one just turned into short mid-wicket for 1. Yeah, both pretty square, I'd say. You got, I think that's Joe Gardner, bang on square at deep square leg, and then sort of a cow corner as well.
Yeah.
That one's flicked out there for a single.
If you're a batter now, you're looking to go over the top. That's where the gaps are, mid-on and mid-off, both up inside that circle. So if you can play straight, that's the way to go.
And that one's just about beats the gap. No, brilliant dive there from Kate Kopak at backward point. Just strong hand on it.
It's another top piece of fielding, isn't it? And they've been at it all morning, hungry from the start, Essex. That's really pleasing to see.
That one's flicked round the corner. No single, though. So it goes straight to Lissy McLeod's.
Really fired that into the wicket-keeper, Lissy McLeod. Moricott had to jump and take that one-handed over her head.
Big drive there, but doesn't quite connect as Brewer. And a dot ball to finish off Smale's first over. 3 from it. She'll be happy with. Bowled nicely so far, and 48 for 5 after 12 are Essex.
Oh, just growing back into the game ever so slightly, Warwickshire.
Yeah, these two have put on about 20 now, I think. Biggest partnership so far for the Bears. And they've just been sensible. Batted nicely, nothing too aggressive, but also looking to put pressure back on the bowlers when they're offered up 3 hits.
And I think the Warwickshire top order, they didn't play particularly badly. Maybe the odd loose shot in those early dismissals, but it was just excellent bowling, wasn't it?
It really was. I think Eva Gray in particular was brilliant, but Kopak from the other end didn't let up either. And I think it is one of those where just as a bowling partnership and a duo, and that was really what you saw. Gray got the 4 wickets and most of the success, but Kopak was just as invaluable within that partnership.
Working in tandem. Excellent to see. Could form a Porter and Cook type opening partnership here at Chelmsford. As Munro starts her second over, bowls straight, and that's played off the back foot into the leg side for no run.
Slight change in field for Munro. They've sent 2 fielders out on the leg side behind square now. I think it's Cordelia Griffiths, I want to say, at deep square leg, and also then a deep fine leg as well, which perhaps could have been there to save the boundary in the last over, the sort of full toss that tickled down the leg side.
Here's Munro again, bowling on off stump, and that's driven, nice looking stroke by Arlott up to mid-on. Technically, she looks very correct, doesn't she?
Very much so. High elbow there and just plays it nicely down the ground.
So just the one fielder on the boundary on the offside at third man. So there are gaps if you can pierce the inner ring through the covers as Munro bowls. That's just back of a length and worked up to Grace Scrivens at mid-off. No run. 3 dot balls now in this over for Munro. 48 for 5 is the score. Munro at the top of her mark. Sets off once more into the crease. Bowls, and that's straight, and again played up past the umpire to mid-on. Fielded no run.
And a no ball as well there.
Oh, it's no ball, yes.
Little overstep from Munro, I think. And a free hit.
It will be a free hit. Right, here we go. And you can't change the field,
No.
can you? So now a real scoring opportunity for Arlott. Grace Scrivens, the Essex skipper, just coming over to have a word in Munro's ear. What's she going to bowl now? Possibly. Will we see a slower ball? She's in Munro, back of a length. Oh, and that's hammered up in the air. Is that going to go all the way? No. Oh, it lands just inside her open plugs, and it will be fielded as they scamper back for 2. I think Arlott there, she's very frustrated with herself because that was a bit of a hit-me ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just dug into the pitch from Munro. It brings the 50 up for Warwickshire, 51 for 5. These two have done well, added on a good number so far, and will have to keep going really to keep Warwickshire's hopes alive in this match. We see another fielder, Eva Gray there, dropping out to the rope on the cover boundary.
Here's Munro. Bowling outside off stump. Oh, and draws a false shot from Arlott. She just had a little flirt with that one.
And it's just swinging away. The ball is still swinging.
There's still some movement in it. Still something in it for the bowlers.
13 overs old. I think it's obviously very lush outfield here in Chelmsford.
It's a beautiful shade of green, isn't it?
It really is, and just must help keep the ball slightly newer. Bit of shine on it still.
Munro bowls straighter delivery, and that's fended on the front foot to a short mid-wicket. No run.
I think it probably also helps the fact that Warwickshire haven't been able to hit too many boundaries. The ball hasn't sort of cannoned into a brick fence or one of the advertising boards to try and take a bit of shine off. You've had a couple that have trickled away for 4, but it just means that the ball is still dangerous to these two Warwickshire batters. Brewer 12 at the moment, Arlott on 10.
Still looking to misbehave. Grace Scrivens has got the towel with her, so keeping it dry, keeping it shiny.
Yeah, Smale to continue. Down at the far end from us, Graham Gooch end. Big drive there and finds the edge, but it's going to run away safely behind square on the offside. And they'll come back for a second. But another false shot there. There have been a couple in the last few overs. I think as Warwickshire are starting to feel a little more comfortable, they're trying to put pressure back on Essex, and it could draw a couple false shots and perhaps another wicket.
But the runs are just starting to come ever so slowly for the Bears.
Straight up in the air, but between the two fielders who are catching there on the leg side for a single, you can see perhaps the eyes light up for a second.
Yeah, thought they might be in the game there.
Yeah. But just about evades the two of them. I think Flo Miller and Joe Gardner, I think that is. Joe Gardner just in front of square on the leg side in the ring. That was through the offside, but just picks out the fielder.
She's disappointed again there, Brewer, because that was a bit of a half volley outside off stump, and there's no one out on the cover boundary, so if she could have got it through that inner ring, it would have been 4 runs.
That was straighter again and defended there nicely by Arlott.
Is this your first time at Chelmsford, Toby?
No, I've been here a couple times now. Only once for a match. Another dot ball there, which was probably about 10 years ago now.
Oh yeah, can you remember the game?
It was Hampshire versus Essex. Went down, I think it's a tie in the end. Ravi Bopara Took it right down to the wire. It couldn't quite come back for 2. Oh, and that's big drive there and beats the outside edge. Smale almost wheeling away in anticipation of a wicket, but nothing from it in the end.
Well bowled. That's just gripped in the surface, hasn't it?
Yeah, exciting there, I'm sure, for Smale. Happy to see the ball turning and going to try and disrupt some of the batters. I think it was a tie in the end. And they needed 2 from the final ball to win. Bopara, I think, clips it out to the boundary and can't get back for a second.
Was that in the one-day cup?
T20. T20, yeah.
Was that a Friday night under the lights?
I think it was. I was pretty young at the time.
You can't beat that.
Friday
Friday night under the lights at Chelmsford.
A very, very exciting game and a good night out.
Oh, absolutely.
And then the other time was when I first met you, actually. About this time last year.
Oh, yeah, the media day. Yeah. First encounter. So here comes Munro starting her 3rd over. Outside off stump, and driven sumptuously through the covers by Brewer. And I think that has got the legs on it to run all the way to the fence. That's 4 runs. Cracking cover drive there from Brewer. Should enjoy that. Hold the pose.
Yeah, brilliant shot. And the sound echoing round the ground there. Just like a fraction full from Munro and latches onto that. Lovely shot.
But I don't mind that from Munro because she's still putting it in the channel and giving it the chance to swing. And I think there you've just got to take your cap off to the batter and say, good shot. They have taken the slip out now though, which is interesting. Munro looking to respond. Drops it down short and that's worked round the corner on the back foot by Brewer. She's going to move on to 20. She's just accumulated those runs in no time, hasn't she?
Yeah, just out of nowhere.
Unassuming.
To look up to it. She obviously was there with Abby Freeborn at first before she was dismissed by Eva Gray. And then these two, have put on best part of over 30 now. 36.
That's just defended back to Munro for a single. Yeah, Essex won't be getting frustrated yet. I mean, they have still done incredibly well, but they will want another wicket. They want to break this partnership before it goes into anything significant. Can Munro get the breakthrough? She bowls and that's down the leg side. Another wide. Amara Khan's been very busy behind the stumps this morning, hasn't she?
She hasn't.
Down the leg side.
Down the leg side as well, but also with absolutely spectacular take as well for one of the wickets. And she's been very, very tidy, which is good to see. It's more than helpful when you have a top-class keeper behind the stumps.
Absolutely. In Women's List A cricket, 44 stumpings as Amara Khan, 68 catches. I'm sure she'll be adding plenty to those tallies this season. That's another good bit of fielding.
Yeah.
At short mid-wicket.
Joe Gardner, that is, I think, in catching area, but down low well there.
Yeah, the standards have been, as we've said all morning, the standards have been really high in the field. Backing up your bowler.
Yes. Credit to Essex and the backroom staff as well. They've obviously had a long pre-season, long winter, building up these standards and
out in Abu Dhabi.
Exactly.
All that strikes Arlott on the pad, but going way down the leg side. It's
possibly a little feather of an edge as well, perhaps.
Yeah. No run, no appeals even. There have been backroom changes here at Essex, but I think continuity has been the main message from the Sunrisers, trying to keep things as similar as possible. Obviously, the group's very similar, and the ethos will be the same. Obviously, the Sunrisers who won the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy last season, so looking to bring that momentum into this season.
No, exactly. Same captain as last year as well, Grace Scrivens.
Grace Scrivens, lifted the trophy.
Yeah. Youngest captain in the competition as well. Just 21 years old she is. Again,
also one of those 3 Essex players who were out with the England A in Australia.
Captained them out there as well.
Captained them out there, picked up some really, really valuable experience. And this week on BBC Essex, our sports editor Victoria Polly had a good little catch up with her. So I would encourage you to listen back to that on BBC Sounds if you want to hear from Grace.
Smale in again. Short that time and pulled away nicely. They're going to look for 2. They turn and go quick, but no. Brilliant fielding out there on the boundary. Eva Gray, that is. Fires it over the top of the stumps. And they just get 1 for that in the end. A fraction short that time from Smale.
Just a tad, but I think Hearts would have been in mouths there for Warwickshire, 'cause I thought she'd spooned it straight to the fielder.
They're going to scamper through for a single that time. Nicely done there. Just good strike rotation from Arlott. And yeah, the runs are definitely starting to flow now for Warwickshire. 61 for 5. Last wicket, 22 on the scoreboard. That one's just flicked into the leg side for a for no run.
Yeah, she's bowling a tight line. Schmale attacking the stumps, which is positive to see.
Another dot ball there. Brewer happy to just pat that one down the ground for no run. 21 off 35 she is right now. Arlott 11 off 31.
And the run rate's up at 4, which isn't bad at all.
Looks to try and push that one into the offside, but can't quite connect. Yeah, the last few overs, I think they've just started to score a bit more fluently. The run rate was never really an issue, even in the first few overs. They were still getting the odd boundary, a lot of extras we talked about already. That was cut away for just a single to Chloe Brewer. Yeah, even in those first few overs when the wickets were tumbling, runs did continue. The odd boundary, few extras as well. And now in the last few overs, they've upped it again.
You said when we were inside the power play and the 4th wicket went down that Warwickshire would be looking to get to 100. And that seemed like quite a way off at the time. Now they're 63 for 5 from 16. Would you revise that target now?
I won't revise it, I'll add to it. I think it's still a tricky position because all it takes is, one, 2 quick wickets. And, they're in as bad a position and as tricky a position as they were just a few overs ago. Change of bowling now.
Bit more spin. Jodie Grucock coming into the attack from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yeah, a little bit of leg spin, a bit of wrist spin. Taking the ball away from the 2 right-handers at the crease. Just didn't manage to get a wicket in that game against Durham, but did bowl nicely.
Only Kate Kopak did.
Yeah.
Just took the 1 wicket. Jodie Grucock will be looking for her first now. She's in over the wicket. Wide of the off stump, right on that wide line. Fielded at point, no run.
Yeah, it's interesting that they had so much success with the seam, and now they're turning to the spin. Obviously, Smale's got a few to grip, so perhaps they're looking to try and use that as well.
Grucock again bowls, and just an under edge from Brewer, looking to work that into the offside, but didn't get a timing right there, and could have quite easily chopped on.
Yeah, very easily. I think perhaps a little top spinner just shot it off the surface a little bit and held its line.
Grucock again bowling outside the off stump, a little bit flatter trajectory that time. Once more fielded by Flo Miller at cover.
It's a good line so far from Grucock, just pitching it on that off stump and either it's going to turn, beat the outside edge or possibly stay on.
And the reverse sweep comes out from Brewer and played successfully down to 3rd man, and they're going to hurry back for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Really nice stroke there.
It's the first sort of real intent and premeditated intent in particular we've seen from Warwickshire. But there is a vast space down there behind square on the offsides.
That shows some confidence, doesn't it? As Brewer gets a thick outside edge, and I think she's going to come back for 2 more as it's fielded again at short 3rd.
Yeah.
Shows a real degree of confidence, doesn't it? When the score is as it is, 67 for 5, and you're pulling out the reverse sweep. I mean, if she had missed that, I think she would have been in trouble, but she didn't. So that's bowled outside the off stump. Another really good piece of fielding at point.
Yeah, looked to work that one into the offside, but sprawling dive there.
Sophie Munro diving to her right. So a solid start there. First over for Jodie Grucock.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Scrivens does balance her attack. We've seen all three seamers deployed so far, but there are some other spinners she could turn to as well. Lucy McLeod bowls a bit of off spin, so does Jo Garner, and so does Scrivens herself.
Yeah, she bowled a few overs against Durham.
Wide this time from spell, up in the air, and it's going to just about evade the fielder at backward point and run down to the rope for another boundary.
False shot though, Essex won't mind that.
No, Arlott looks to be positive again, but uses the outside edge to run it over the head of the short third man, short backward point. But it is a boundary. Into the 70s now. And they're going to squeeze through for a quick single here. And they do make it. And I think that brings up the 50 partnership now for these two.
Well, I have to say, credit to both of them. They've done so well, considering the circumstances in which they both came to the crease. And they've not done anything silly. They've just rotated the strike really well.
Defended there from Brewer. Yeah, 50 off 68 deliveries. But I think if you kind of look at, the worm as often shown, you'd see it was very slow early on, and the last few overs have really been a lot more expansive. Aggressive there, full toss and put away really, really well there from Brewer. Just kind of muscles that one through the offside, times it nicely and beats a sprawling dive from Cordelia Griffith. And there's another boundary.
Yeah, well, Schmel's got her hands on her hips there. She's not happy with herself because that was a freebie. No protection out on that cover boundary. You bowl a full toss outside off stump. 9 times out of 10, you're going to go for 4.
Dot ball there from Brewer. Just happy to send that one out to mid-off.
Come on, a few scores from elsewhere.
Defended there from Brewer.
Durham are 80 for 2. They're at home to the Blaze. You know about Essex, Warwickshire, of course. Warwickshire currently 76 for 5. Hampshire are 98 for 0 against Surrey.
Ooh.
Maybe
not the strongest start of the season to Surrey so far.
No, absolutely not. A bit of some pre-season rust, perhaps. Somerset are 55 for 4 at home to Lancashire. So they're in a spot of bother as well.
Yeah, we'll keep you guys updated throughout the day with scores around the grounds. All 8 of the Tier 1 teams in action today. And there are some Tier 2 stuff going on as well. Just three matches in that division.
Jodie Grucock again is about to start her second over. Bowls down the leg side. That's taken well by Markan. That will be another wide. Not seen much evidence that it's spinning much so far this morning. That's a bit wider, a bit flat outside off stump. And that, I think that was the wrong one there, actually. As I say that looks like it's come back in to Emily Arlott.
Yeah, we've seen the odd 1 or 2 beat the bat with a bit of turn, but not consistently.
It's not drastic spin, is it? As that one goes on with the arm. Left alone by Arlott, no run.
Yeah, Holly Armitage in the runs again at Durham. 25 she's on at the moment, not out.
That's played off the back foot.
Slight misfield there.
Slight misfield. Grace Scrivens collects eventually and they come through for a quick single.
Yeah, Armitage partnered at the moment by Maddie Villiers, former of the Sunrisers.
Formerly of this parish, yeah, and well, big boots to fill when she left. Oh, and that takes an under edge again. Brewer looking to play that off the back foot and just cut it to point, but doesn't quite get that right.
Yeah, almost cannons into the stumps that one. Just about misses it by a few centimetres, it looks like.
Well, we've seen that a couple of times this morning, haven't we? Must be the ball's just holding up in the surface and nearly chopping on. That was given a bit more flight.
Yeah, solid
from
defence
Brewer.
for
Yeah,
Arlott.
really solid in behind the ball. No run. Last ball of this Grewcock over then. Outside off stump she bowls, and that's prodded up to a short cover. Fielded, and it's no run. And at the end of the 19th over, the Bears are 79 for 5.
A couple new gloves run on here and a couple drinks, I think, on this hot day down here in Chelmsford. London Marathon on as well today. Good weather for that.
Didn't fancy it, Toby?
Injury. I used to run it in about two and a bit hours, but
Really? Yeah.
but my knee
Bad knee.
can't do it anymore. Yeah,
Would have been pro. Would have been Team GB, no doubt.
yeah, it would have been me and Kipchoge at the front of the marathon. I'm sure. Alistair Cook as well, running the marathon. I think with his wife.
He is with his wife, with Alice. Yeah.
For Andrew Strauss's charity,
Yeah.
Red for Ruth.
Ruth Strauss Foundation, excellent cause. Have you ever been to watch?
I haven't. I was actually meant to go today. I've got my cousin Harry's running in it.
God, you ditched him.
Top ball there.
You ditched him to come to Chelmsford.
And also my friend Jack is running it.
Wow. Shout out to Harry and Jack.
Exactly, very much. And
Go well, chaps.
if anyone else wants to shout at any of their friends or family running, feel free to message into the live stream or with any questions as well. Slight inside edge there, but no run from it. Just finds Joe Gardner at square leg.
I went to watch, probably 7 or 8 years ago now, and there was a chap running in barefoot. He was dressed up as Jesus, and he had a big wooden cross on his back. And I
The
thought,
top ball.
oh my life, I think it would kill me to run it, in the best running shoes going, and I don't think I could even walk it, to be honest, let alone run it in barefoot.
Another dot there. Good from Smell so far, 4 dots. Yeah, last year I saw there was a wine tasting TikToker who ran it and did a wine for every mile.
Oh, it could be a long 26.2.
Used to feet there and down the ground. Doesn't quite be the fielder. They'll scamper through for a single. We have a pun that has been sent in as well. Possibly a little bit of time ago for Kate Kopak. I'll tell you after this delivery.
Yeah, send in your Kate Kopak puns. Your law puns.
Another dot there. And that finishes the over for Smale. 80 for 5, just 1 from it. Smale's bowled nicely. 19 runs she's conceded from her 4 overs. And the pun I have for you here, James.
Oh gosh, here we go.
She's left her law degree to get her Lord's degree.
You know what? I quite like that.
It's a good one, that.
They thought about that. Who sent that in?
That's from Nat Micken. That's a very good one, that, isn't it?
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, I enjoy that. Slightly better than yours, Toby.
Whoa. Mine was seconds as well. The highest width.
Quick thinking.
Yeah.
Thinking on the spot. I've been harsh there. So that's 20 overs gone. Approaching halfway in this Warwickshire innings. 80 for 5. As we're seeing a passage of spin now in these middle overs. Jodie Grewcock from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Oh, as a little lap sweep comes out, and that's struck on the pad, has it? Or has she got some back? Chloe Brewer. Been inventive with some of her strokes to the spinners. They hurry through for a single. I didn't see a signal there, so...
I think perhaps, tickle of the bat on it.
Yeah, I think she has. She's played that quite nicely.
Would be close otherwise.
Tickled it down to fine leg. Oh, and that's a short ball. And that's hammered into the leg side, and that's gone all the way for 4, has it? Unless there's been some good fielding on the rope. We can't quite see it from where we are. No, it has gone for 4. Good effort out there on the boundary, but not Jodie Grewcock's finest delivery of the morning. A bit of a drag down, and that's thumped to the fence for 4 runs.
Yeah, flew over the head of Smale, who I think thought she was in for a catch for a second.
Yeah, it's just over her head, wasn't it?
I think fairly comfortably in the end, but still a couple chances around, a few false shots, but they're definitely looking to put pressure back on the Essex spinners at the moment.
Grewcock again, just outside the off stump, played off the back foot up to Grace Scrivens at mid-off by Emily Arlott. No run, but I still like this from Essex and from Grace Scrivens, the captain. Look how tight the fielders are into the bat. Walking in, piling that pressure on, looking for a catch from a false shot. They're not content to sit on the edge of the ring and give them one. Grewcock bowls, and that's played straight up to mid-on. No run, and that's the end of the over. Warwickshire 85 for 5.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant recovery from these two so far. Adding 63 at the moment. Smale will continue now again from the Graham Gooch ends. 19 from her first 5. Yet to take the wicket, but a couple chances here and there from her.
There have been.
Brewer to face up. Use her feet again, up in the air, and it's put down.
Oh,
tricky
dear.
catch, an awkward height, and that's the skipper at mid-off.
Oh, I think she'll be disappointed with that. You're right, it has been hit firmly, but a player of Grace Scrivens' calibre, that is straight at her.
A couple steps to her left and just
Yeah.
pops out. Dot ball there. Yeah, she'll be disappointed. I think that's the first sort of mistake in the field we've seen really from Essex.
Well, I'll take a note of the score. And Essex will be hoping that doesn't come back to bite them.
That's a lovely shot there from Arlott, just straight down the ground, over the head of Smale, and straight enough to beat the fielder at mid-on. And another boundary there, making Scrivens, I think, rue the drop.
Just rubbing salt into the wound, isn't it? That's one of the worst feelings in cricket. You shell a catch and then the next ball, the batter just hammers it to the boundary rope.
A dot there from Smale.
Have you been in that position many times, Toby?
Never dropped a catch. I know.
Dropped a catch. Ever played a game of cricket?
Oh, can't confirm nor deny. No, I think I've dropped as many catches, if not more, than probably everyone else around the world.
You and me both.
Dabbed into the offside, no run.
But every run the batter gets from that moment is just like it's just agony, isn't it?
Yeah,
You're
just
thinking, oh no, if only.
Ticks over in your mind the whole time. That one's run off the face of the bat there from Arlott. It's going to be close, but home safe in the end. Quick single there.
Yeah, really positive running from these two.
Yeah, loud early call there from Brewer, I think. Happy to run to the danger ends. Arlott retains the strike now. With a bit more leg spin from Grewcock to continue. Who's also was down in Australia with the Lions this winter.
She was, yeah, one of the 3 Essex players. She's going to be bowling at Emily Arlott, who's formerly of the Central Sparks when the women's game was in its regional days. Oh, and that's bowled a Yorker length on middle stump. That's dug out by Arlott.
Yeah, very watchful. You don't want to bat all this time and then fall to a...
Absolutely not. Though your eyes light up. It's
yeah.
clever bowling from Grewcock. She just puts it above your eye line. That one's slightly flatter.
Ooh, down really well though.
Yeah, punch down the ground. Diving to her right is Grewcock and parries that away. Really good fielding off her own bowling. Well, Emily Arlott in 2022 was called up for the England Test side against South Africa, but COVID prevented her debut. She just takes a quick single into the offside, played it up to Grace Scrivens at mid-off, had to run round to her left, shy at the stumps, but safely home for a single, which takes the score up to 92 for 5. So yeah, definitely one that's probably on the England radar, certainly has been, Emily Arlott.
I think that's such a big positive of the change to the structure in the women's game now, though, is you kind of have a much more linear way through. You know, girls will come through the academies and they'll have a county they can go straight into and play for.
Oh, it's a big shot down the ground. And that's gone not all the way for 6, it's gone for 4. Chloe Brewer using her feet really well to mitigate the spin. Gets there, strikes it on the half volley. Straight down the ground, 4 runs. Glorious stroke, Toby.
Yeah, brilliant shot there from Brewer. We've seen it a few times now. She's definitely looking to be aggressive against the spin, having sort of just seen out the brilliant new ball spells.
As she just comes forward and defends that one into the leg side for no run. So that concludes the over. 5 runs from it. Just the one boundary. 96 for 5 are the Bears.
Yeah, Brewer on to 37 with that boundary of 58. Very watchful early on, but we've seen her unfurl a whole range of shots at the moment. That reverse sweep was the first one we saw, and then pulled out a little sort of dabbed ramp a couple overs later, and then that shot using her feet to get to the pitch and hit down the ground. She's done that a couple times as well.
Yeah, she's been really impressive. Formerly of Surrey, but didn't really get her chance. She's moved over to Warwickshire and been really impressed. It's the first time I've seen her live. Really impressed with Chloe Brewer this morning.
Short there from Smale and no run from it. Another dot ball there. Watchful again from Arlott. Smell's just peppering away at that spot on off stump.
Just looking for the breakthrough, aren't they, Essex?
Oh, a brilliant shot there. Full toss, but dispatched, put away well from Arlott. Just finds the gap through the covers and it runs away for 4.
Well, that's the second time Schmel's offered up a freebie outside off stump, and she looks really disappointed with herself there. Again, as we say, no protection on the cover boundary.
And that is 100 up as well for Warwickshire. They've done well to get there.
Well, they've exceeded your target.
And now they have to look to push on. Defended well there from Arlott. Yeah, you think they're going to keep working in small increments, but they've made the 100. They've got to 3 digits, and
well, 150's got to be the next target. Tick it over 10 at a time. That's better. She's just bowling at the stumps there. Sophia Schmel not giving Arlott any room to free her arms outside the off stump.
that was a bit wider, but left alone there from Arlott.
I'll be leaving you for a moment now, Toby. I'm going to hand over the reins to your next guest.
The next guest, indeed. As we look to move on here. 24 overs gone, 100 for 5 now. Danny Warren, the performance director here at Essex, joins me. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks, Toby. I enjoyed the first half hour of the day. Obviously, what we're seeing out there is actually how good a pitch this actually is. Get yourself in.
Jodie Grucock continues, dot ball there. And yeah, really good start to Essex. You must have been thrilled when the first 5 wickets fell pretty quickly.
Yeah, we always want to get yourself into the game early, don't you?
Another dot there from Jodie Grucock.
And you're always going to expect teams to build partnerships. It's a cracking wicket out there. They've done a great job to prepare something that's going to be good for both sides.
Oh, and he looks to use her feet there, does Brewer, but backs up in the end and just jams her back down on it. Skips on again there from Grucock off the pitch. Just over 4 and over they're ticking along at now, Warwickshire. Just back to the bowler there for no run. How have you found the first few months have gone then? Obviously a change to the sort of formula of women's cricket. Has it been good start, do you think?
Just let Jodie Grucock finish the over off here. Dot ball in there to extra cover. Missy McLeod picking it up. I think we're 1 off drinks here, so hopefully the old adage of wicket for drinks might come true here.
Dot ball there to finish us off.
We'll take the maiden over.
Yeah, very much so.
But,
Halfway through now. And yeah, we'll have a short break for some drinks. But yeah, back to that question. The first few months, obviously, exciting time in women's cricket. And it must have been exciting for you and all the rest of the team behind the scenes.
Yeah, it has been, and I think it's probably been more of the noise has been outside, because as a group we've been together a while. We've come over from Sunrisers, taken a lot of backroom staff and a lot of players coming over to Essex. Now, we've always had a home here at Chelmsford over the last 5 years in the regional structure. So coming here and I guess truly getting to call it home, and it's definitely something that we've been excited to get out here today. It's been one of those dates in the diary to bring someone to our fortress and to be able to get out there. But it's been a brilliant winter for us, really. So we're pretty familiar with each other as a group. So the challenge was getting more familiar with our new surroundings, and actually that consistency, having that regular place where you're training, being able to sort of familiarise yourself with all the little bits, get to know the staff that are around the ground. The support couldn't have been better from Dan Feast, who's sort of welcomed us in with open arms as our chief exec here, to everyone in every department, from the ground staff, Stu and his team, to Christina in catering, to I can't mention everyone. The shop have done a brilliant job, Kelly, Tom and Luke, to get all of the kit out there for us. It's been, there are those little challenges that you always have when you're starting afresh, that we had to do probably more off the field than we did on the field. Obviously, Andy's got his group. He's been able to just continue to build from where we left off at the end of last season, and hopefully in the sunshine here in Chelmsford we get to put our first W on the board and kick the season off in style.
Hope so. I think, as you mentioned there, like the consistency is probably something that's so helpful to kind of everyone within the club. The players now kind of know what's been going on. It's been a little bit, I'm sure when the announcement came out, about this time last year, that there were thoughts of maybe changing the system. It was kind of up in the air for quite a long time, and now with the season underway, they can kind of just settle in and focus on the cricket as they have been able to do for the last few months. Yeah,
definitely, and change is always difficult, no matter how far off you see it coming. We obviously hit the season beginning last year with a feeling of what's coming. No one really knew what was coming. We were one of a couple of teams that were, I guess, moving over from where the regional structure had us hosted previously. So there was a bit of anxiety and a bit of sort of wariness around that. But I guess our job, my job, Dan's job, and the rest of the backroom staff is to try and ease that change upon people, to try and make it as easy as possible. And look, it's not all been plain sailing, and I'm sure if you speak to anyone who's been within the structure, that there have been challenges that we've had to get over. But I guess the more people you have behind you, the easier it is to do so. So you count down the days, don't you, to the start of the season to be able to get out there, your pre-season tour, your prep matches, and really you just want to get into the action. And I'll tell you what, Chelmsford's delivered on the 20.
It really has.
What is it, the 27th of April, and I think I've already got burnt. So it's not hard. I'm a ginger and I haven't seen the sun for a while, but it's a cracking day here. That pitch, we believe, will only get better. It's a great wicket. As we've seen already in the county championship with the guys, there's a lot of very good batting tracks out there because we've just had such a dry preparation period. So looking at the game here, we've come out of the blocks fast. It was a brilliant opening spell from Eva Gray and Kate Kopak, doing exactly what they've done for Sunrisers over the years, working together, making the batters ask questions. I think partnerships are going to come, but one of the challenges you have when you lose wickets early is at some point you've got to up the run rate. And certainly watching this game so far, there's a great partnership here with Emma Arlott and Chloe Brewer, two quality cricketers, but they've lived off probably loose deliveries. They've played a couple of great cricket shots, but at some point that 100 after 25 needs to really be turning into 250, 280 if they are looking at how they might defend here. So as you were saying before, that you want to get the next milestone on the board, but you also have an eye on what can we defend. And that we were on the other side of it the other day up in Durham. We lost a toss that we might have we definitely wanted to win, and we found ourselves quite a lot down relatively early, built a partnership, tried to get enough on the board. At 170 wasn't enough then. So they're going to know that. That's the challenge they've got now, is how do you turn, as I say, 100 for 5 in the 25th over, how do you turn that into 250 plus to try and win the game. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. We've got bowlers that will bowl all the way through. We've still got the openers to come back on, and Sophie Munro has been brilliant in these middle phases over the years. So yeah, looking forward to the next 25.
Yeah,
Well,
should
if
be
I'm honest,
exciting.
I'd rather it was 10 or 15. But if it's 25, then the crowd have got what they came for.
But I think, as you say, I think being 5 down, it could so easily turn into 10 overs left in this innings, possibly even less if they start going through. In comes Munro, just turned into the leg side. Thoughts of a 2, but just a single there in the end. And yeah, with the possibility of another collapse, we saw how quickly the first 5 came. The next 5 could be similar kind of time, and it's always going to weigh on the minds of the 2 batters at the crease.
Yeah, you're spot on, Toby, and that's exactly what the fielders will be saying. At the moment, we've just got to get one, and then you bring a new batter in, because no matter how good the track is, getting in is the hardest part of it. So, yeah, just keep plugging away.
Ooh, attacks the stump there, does Munro, and turned around the corner again by Brewer. Thoughts of 2 again, but turned down for just a single. Well fielded out there on the boundary by Joe Gardner. And we sort of return to normal play with the field. Sweeper out on each side. Oh, that's a pretty square cover, and sort of a forward square leg, and then also a fine leg out there on the boundary too. That was down the leg side and almost picks the gap out, but well round in the end there from Kopak. Also, I think have a third man, but as James said earlier, it's pretty tricky to see. We have slight stands in the way.
It's a great view from up here. You're right behind the bowler's
Yeah.
arm, but yeah, you can't see what's going on down there. I've sat here so many times watching the ball go up in the air, and you've no idea if there's a fielder down there or if it's going to sail over someone's head for 6. So it can get quite nervy when you're sat up here.
Defender there from Brewer. And yeah, rest of the fields. Regulation ring fields, mid on, mid off, backward point, and then extra cover and mid wicket. And of course, Amara Carr behind the stumps, who has been very, very tidy so far. Took an absolute stunner earlier in the match as
I
well.
was going to say, could we talk about that catch?
Phenomenal.
There were a few happy, well, there was a very happy wicket-keeping coach up in the changing rooms.
That one's attacking the stumps again there from Munro. Yeah, because it looked like it was almost going to be too wide for, I think it was Lissy McLeod at first slip who was diving to her right as well, but in comes Amara Carr with a full-length dive and gets a good glove to it and an outstanding catch.
Yeah, she showed that through hard work you can continue to improve. She's a veteran of the regional era. Use the word veteran loosely because she's still got a hell of a lot of cricket in her. But she's played a lot of matches now. She's come through the old county system prior to the regional structure, and yeah, by having that dedicated opportunity, the high quality coaching staff that we've been able to build over the last few years, that you can keep improving no matter how much you've played and how long you've been around the game. So it's so pleasing to see Amara demonstrates some of the great glove work that she can do. She's a great cricketer and someone that we love to have in our side. So
129 List A matches she's played. Lissy McLeod 111 as well between them. Joe Gardner 98, no 99th today that will be. It's a very experienced side for this format of cricket. A dot there to start up Jodie Grucock's over. How do you think the team has found balancing the fact you have players like Grucock and Scrivens who top ball there, who are coming through sort of an academy and it's almost, I've only known a professional era with sort of, as you mentioned, someone like Amara Carr who's come through sort of the county system a bit more. And you look back to sort of 15 years ago. Oh, big strike there up in the air. Lovely shot. Couple bounces and 4 runs there for M. Arlott. Brilliant shot. Just takes Jodie Grucock down the ground.
Yeah, eases a little pressure on herself there with a shot like that. Probably just overpitched slightly and allowed her to come down. You get a lot of value for your shots here at Chelmsford, so that won't worry Jodie. But to go to your question, I actually think it keeps a really good balance and a really grounded environment, because those that have had to juggle a number of things and played as amateurs will remind those young pups that they don't know how lucky they are.
Forwards there for a strong defensive shot from Arlott. Just settling in after big boundary last ball. Same again for the penultimate ball of the over from Grewcock. Bowled nicely so far. Finishing off her 6th over here. 20 from those first 35 balls. And a single there, just dabbed down the ground to Eva Gray's. Sort of 3/4 of the way out. Long on, deep mid on, I guess you could describe it as. And yeah, 108 for 5 after 27 overs now. It's been a great recovery from Warwickshire.
Yeah, the run rate's been hovering around 4 for most of the innings, so they've got a platform to build from. As we said before, it's now for us to just keep doing the really simple things, keep making them play as many balls as they need to, keep making it difficult for them to push the run rate along. That's certainly going to be what they're looking to do. And like you've already said, Toby, like the chances are that one wicket comes, you know what tends to come after one. So that'll be the conversation out there. There's certainly going to be no panic after a blistering start that you're in this position, because you expect it to happen.
Munro in again now. That was outside off and cut away nicely, but brilliant dive there from Grewcock. Gets a hand to it. They'll just get through for one. See disappointment there from Emma Arlott, I think, to not get through.
And that's the pressure that you need to put on, so it's absolutely brilliant by Jodie, having just finished her over, backs it up by saving there's one out there, so she's probably she's played 1 or 2 in that, but that frustrates the batters. That means that someone else is on strike, and over to Sophie Munro.
It's hit firmly as well. That was big waft of that one, perhaps a slower ball. On a slight fumble from Carr behind the stumps. That's her first mistake of the day. They're through for a bye. And yeah, I think slower ball there perhaps from Munro. Just rolled the fingers and deceived Brewer.
She's got some great white ball skills, and at this point in the game is the time to pull them out. So we'll probably see a few tricks over the coming overs while we try and get this breakthrough.
That one's onto the leg side and just tucked away for a single. Emma Arlott moves on to 40 now. She's upped it a little bit in the last couple overs. A few big shots down the grounds. Brewer 38 off 69 as well. And the partnership is steadily climbing between these two into the late 80s. And the dot ball there can't beat the fielder at short mid-wicket. And yeah, it's been strong. The seam attack in particular must have been hugely impressive. We already talked about Eva Gray in particular, her opening spell, but the partnership that she built with Kate Kopak, just the pressure that they managed to build for the first 10 overs.
Yeah, definitely. They've been a key part of what Sunrisers have built over the last few years.
I was dug into the pitch, left alone by Brewer.
As we see Sophie Munro proving how hard this pitch is, getting one to come up. But yeah, look, Kate Kopak and Eva Gray have been a brilliant opening partnership. I think if you look at the record books, they're probably one of the most successful ones in the women's game within sort of the recent history. So it's great to have them both in the team and both firing. They complement each other really nicely.
And a no ball there, slight overstep from Munro. No run from it, but it will be a free hit. You see the batters having a little chat here, trying to work out the best way to make the most of it. No change in the fields. Got 2 sweepers out behind square on the leg side and 1 out in front of square on the off.
And one of the questions Grace will be pondering at the moment is, when do I bring one of Copy or Eva back on, just to try and do something different in the middle overs.
Down the pitch and slapped away through the leg side for 4. Oh no, not at all. It doesn't quite have the pace. And that's well round. They only get 2 from it. And chances of a run out. It was all happening, that ball.
very nearly a run out. Jo Gardner did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
She covered a lot of ground out there, and if you look at it, you probably don't see it as well on the stream, but that is all square. So when that ball goes, it's got a lot of help from the shorter grass that it travels over. So Jo Gardner did a brilliant job to get round and get it in, and maybe a little bit more fortune than there might have been a run out there. But those are the small things that actually you've saved that. You've saved 2 runs there, and batters are starting to think, well, I should have been putting that one away. But hopefully, as we say, the challenge is how do we up this run rate now? And we, from a Warwickshire perspective, up this run rate, and that will bring chances. It will bring, whether it's in the field or whether it's for the bowlers, it will bring chances, and we've got to be ready as Essex to capitalise on those whenever we can.
Yeah, Grucock will continue. She's into her 7th over now. She's bowled nicely. That was straight attacking the stumps. No run from it, though. Kept a fraction low, perhaps. Arlott does well to keep that one out. That one's a bit shorter and wider. I think it pierces the gap. It does, and a lovely shot there from Arlott to move on to 44. Big dive there from Grace Scrivens, but she can't quite get to it. And it runs away for 4 out to the rope. Just found the gap nicely. I think you can see a bit of a plan here, though, from Grucock and Scrivens and the Essex team. They've got 2 catchers in kind of a short extra cover. Missy McLeod and Flo Miller. And that one's cut a bit wider this time. And well round from Miller. Just a single from it. Yeah, definitely chances coming, it feels like.
Yeah, it feels like it's a big sort of 3 or 4 overs here for the game, doesn't it? That something's going to give eventually, and we just want it to be in our favour.
Floated up, Yusufi up in the air, and just about clears the fielder, and it runs away for 4. Brilliant shot there from Brewer. She's also on to 44 now. It's good use of feet, and just clears the fielders inside the ring on the leg sides. Couple boundaries now. Run rate starting to climb. And that is also a 100 partnership between these two. They've batted brilliantly to get Warwickshire, who were 22 for 5, now 123 for 5. They look to move on. Oh, that's close. It's going to be gone. It is. There's the breakthrough. Jodie Grucock with a crucial wicket. The 100 partnership just up, but Chloe Brewer gets done by, I think, a wrong, and it skips on at least and struck pretty plumb in front, it looked like, from up here. She goes for 44.
Yeah, the joy of sitting up here is you can see it from a very good angle, and yeah, that one has just skidded on a little bit for her. It's something that Jodie does. There's quite a lot of top spin in what she bowls, and yeah, as you say, there was a plan. You could see it. They were trying to target the stumps, trying to get them to hit straight, trying to get them to chip it up. Unfortunately, a couple of balls in this over, Jodie just dropped it a little bit short, and then was punished, and then dropped it a little bit wider, and that sort of cut away. But so often happens, doesn't it? A big partnership number comes up, and all of a sudden there's a little switch off. You're patting yourself on the back for getting to 100, and it changes the dynamic. So obviously now it's an opportunity for ourselves as Essex to really sort of dig into this now, because we've seen, I said it when I first sat down, like, it's a great wicket, but you have to get in, and that's the reality. Those two batted absolutely brilliantly, and Arlott's still out there, so the girls in the huddle at the moment will be talking about the danger that she brings. As you say, big 3 or 4 overs. So far, it's Warwickshire that blinked first, and Jodie Grucock's picked up the vital wicket of Chloe Brewer, who batted brilliantly. I'm pretty sure she got some runs last week as well. She's a very good young cricketer. It's nice to see her cementing her place up at Warwickshire, and we've got a different challenge now with the left-handed bat coming in. We haven't seen one of those yet today, so new challenge for the captain out there to get their head around.
Yeah, you can see Scrivens here having a chat with her bowler, Jodie Grucock. They'll be looking to try and pounce on that breakthrough that they've managed and try and really start to suffocate Warwickshire and squeeze them and try and reduce that run rate again and get a couple more wickets. As you mentioned there, we have a left-right combo. It's down the leg side a bit, full toss, but no run from it. Pavey just flicks that one into the leg side and ends the over. 1 for 30 now, Krukok made, and 123 for 6 off their 29. That 6 being crucial. It's been 5 for a long, long time. And a big breakthrough.
No, it certainly has, and like we've said, you've got to stay patient. Like, it's a good batting track. You're going to expect wickets. Like when you've got a batter of the quality of Emily Arlott coming in at number 7, you know that you're going to have to work hard for everything that you get. That's the joy of actually, like, when you look around the women's game at the moment, there's some really deep batting orders. We have Amara Carr coming in at 8, and Amara Carr has a highest score in the regional structure of 99. Used to open the batting, has batted in the top 5, and that's how strong the batting lineups are. So I think it's going to happen. You know you're going to have to work hard for it. But the early wickets help because it means that at some point they've got to put their foot on and take chances.
Short from Monroe and ramped up in the air. Doesn't quite carry out to the fielder at third man. And they'll just get through for a single in the end. Slightly risky shot, you'd think, there from Arlott, considering there's a fielder out on the boundary at third man, and also Grewcock's there catching in a backward point.
Yeah, I was going to say there was almost more danger for Jodie coming round from backward point there, but there may not have been as much pace on the ball as she thought. I've already said that one of Sophie Munro's trumps is the number of skills that she's got with the white ball, so you're never quite certain about what you're going to get, and there didn't seem to be quite as much pace as she thought.
Yeah, it's just dug in as she's done a few times so far, Munro. And yeah, now the different challenge of a left-hander facing up. Regulation Ringfield on the offside. That was full and straight, and a no ball, unfortunately. Another overstep there from Munro. And it will be another free hit. Perhaps fortunately, though, to Pavely, who's only faced a couple deliveries.
Yeah, you never want to give them the way to get into the game, though, do you? So she bowled one earlier and got out of it, I think, with 2. She bowled one just now, got out of it with 2. So, again, it's frustrating that you have to do that because you want to be bowling your best ball to get a wicket. But, again, it can give you a little bit of a pick-up when you do get out of those free hits.
It's dug into the pitch again and flicked away out to deep square leg, just for a single, though. Cordelia Griffiths picks it up and hurls it in.
Yeah. Even better outcome than the previous couple. So, yeah, you don't want to be doing it, but
No.
it certainly helps when you're not being doubly punished for your overstepping.
Yeah. She has looked to try and dig the ball into the pitch, particularly during the free hits. Perhaps showing that it's not the easiest pitch to get on top of those ones. Arlott again now on 46. Dot ball, though, well bowled from Munro. Just targeting the top of off.
I'm sure Emma Arlott is standing out there thinking, I get a chance to bowl on this.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
She's going to be licking her lips for the second innings, as well a number of their seamers. So the job has a long way to go for us here in the field in the first innings.
That one straight again. Oh, perhaps just lifts off the pitch a fraction.
Seemed a little bit nibble there, didn't there? So,
but well played, I think, from Arlott in the end. It will be really interesting to see how Warwickshire try and take wickets with the new ball, because that will be crucial. It's unlikely they're going to put on a monstrous total. I think if they can get anywhere near 200, they'll be happy with that from where they were. But it means they're going to have to try and get some early wickets, get a few breakthroughs. If they can get, if they can get Essex 22 for 5 as well, then they'll be more than happy with that, I'm sure. Straight down the ground there, hits the stumps. No run out though, as there wasn't a touch from Munro on the way through.
That's very well fielded by the 12th fielder there.
Very, very useful. That would have flown away perhaps to the boundary otherwise. And instead it just bobbles out to mid-wicket and a dot ball. Just too straight to drive from Arlott. Last delivery now of Munro's 6th over. Full and straight and down the leg side. She will have to bowl another one.
Yeah, if there's anything we're probably a little bit disappointed about is the number of extras that we've given up so far in this innings. When there's an opportunity to really put our foot on it, we've probably just allowed a little bit of pressure to leak out through those. But again, sounds like I'm being very greedy when you're looking at a scoreboard that we're looking at now.
That one's a bit shorter, but pace off it again from Munro. Clever bowling. And Arlott can't cash in, unfortunately. Yeah, 17 wides, 3 no balls, couple leg byes, couple byes, 24 extras in total. Was the top score for quite a long time. As you can see, a string of low scores originally. We'll run through it quickly now. Stair Callis was the first to go. She fell for a 6-ball duck. Davina Perrin soon fell. She made 2. Katie George went for a duck as well before. Nat Wraith went for 2. Abby Freeborn batted for a few overs opening the batting, but she also fell. Eva Gray picked her up as well as 3 others. Currently with figures of 4 for 21. Kate Kopak as well, 1 for 17. And then it was a big partnership, 100 partnership between Chloe Brewer and Em Arlott. Brewer's now gone though, with a big breakthrough from Jodie Grucock. As we see, change of bowling. Kate Kopak comes back into the attack. She bowled really, really well. 1 for 17 she took from her first 5 overs. 24 dots within that. An economy of just 3.4. Alongside Eva Gray was crucial in cutting Warwickshire off at the knees early on. That was full and straight. It's going to be a dot to kick her off. And that was the way she bowled early on as well. Very full, very straight, very aggressive. And it looks like she might continue now with the same ploy. And we did debate, didn't we, Danny, when Grace might look to try and come back to the new ball bowlers. And that's answered our question. It's pushed nicely into the offside behind square. They're going to maybe scamper through for 2. But no, Em Arlott is happy to take strike, I think. It's probably the right time now, you think, for Grace to bring back some of the experience that Kate Kopak brings.
Yeah, I think it probably would have happened even if Jodie hadn't picked the wicket up. I think you are at that point where that was 31st overs being bowled, so you can bring her back on, give her a couple. Won't be too surprised if we see Eva Gray again in the near future, while Grace shuffles her pack just to try and keep the pressure.
That's pulled away nicely. Brilliant shot there. No fielder out there, and it's going to run away to the ropes. And that's 50 for Em Arlott with a gorgeous strike to the boundary. 77 deliveries she takes to get to her half century. And that's been crucial for Warwickshire. First with Chloe Brewer, and now she's going to have to do it on her own with the tail. And that's a really well constructed innings to get there. And there defends that one. Slightly disappointed. She can't connect. But she's batted really, really well. Very mature, but also looked to put pressure back onto the attack. When the seamers and the spinners have been off their mark.
Yeah, she's batted brilliantly, and again, we'll keep going back to it. It just shows you how good this wicket is. The last shot she played, it's so true. You can get your hands through it, and you always get value here at Chelmsford.
Full and straight. It's slightly uppish, but can't quite beat the fielder at short extra. Yeah, I think it'll be quite positive for Essex. You know, the fielders out there, the opening batters in particular, and the top order, that they'll have. Obviously you want to try and skittle a team for as little as you can, but the fact that Arlott and Brewer managed to string such a good partnership together with ease. That was another dot ball there. I think there are a lot of positives that the Essex batters can take from that.
Yeah, it definitely is. And there's so many parallels to the game that we played on Wednesday. Obviously, the shoe was on the other foot that time, but we had a partnership in the middle between Jodie Grucock and Sophia Smale, where they did look untroubled for a long period of time, and then a couple of couple of wickets fell and you had to rebuild again. So we then found that it's so hard to put pressure on when you haven't got enough runs on the board. And again, that's going to be in Warwickshire's mind. That's going to be in Grace's mind as she shuffles the pack. It looks like we've got Jo Gardner coming on to bowl some of her off spin up there at the Graham Gooch end. Taken me 2 years to remember the new names of the ends here. I had a picture in my mind of the big sign sitting below us of the Sir Alistair Cook end that we're sat at. So then, by process of elimination, it's the Graham Gooch one at the other end. Got there in the end, but yeah, good.
It's always going to be one of the great openers, but it's as you say, you've got to try and figure out which is which.
Yeah.
A little bit of off spin now from Gardner. Flights that one up. It's a full toss and use of the feet from Pavely, but she could only find the fielder out there at deep square leg. But it does bring Arlott back on strike.
Yeah, she got into her spell there with slightly getting away with that one. But this first time we've seen an off spin today, obviously with the left-hander at the crease, is going to sort of bring them into the game a little bit more. We've got a few options out there if Grace does want to keep shuffling. Obviously herself, Lissy McLeod, bowls a very useful off spin as well. So she's got plenty to play with. Sophia Smale has not bowled anywhere near her full complement, so she's got a lot to play with.
Let's drag down a bit and flicks around the corner. Looks like it's going to run away all the way to the boundary. It does. Big dive there from McLeod. Can't stop the ball. And that's another boundary for Arlott. 54 she moves on to now. Yeah, just fraction of a drag down there from Gardner. What do you think was going through Scriven's mind then when she was obviously having to decide between herself, Jo and Lissy? As Gardner comes in again now and just defended.
Look, I think, if to be honest, probably that we've got so many options. Which one do you feel in your gut is the best one for now? I know that there's a lot of conversation that goes on between sort of Grace and the coaching staff.
Another dot ball there. Gardner finding her rhythm now.
And they certainly all be vying to be the first one that the ball gets thrown to as the primary off spinner. But they all bring very good options to her as a captain.
We'll work down the ground, but a strong hand from Gardner stops that one. They'll just get through for a single. And I guess, yeah, as a captain, it's always nice to have lots of different options you can turn to when you need to.
Yeah, the signing of bringing Sophia Smale into our group has really added that extra dimension. We've got a number of options out there. Abdihal Maqsood as a frontline leg spinner is in the squad, but sitting on the bench at the moment and hasn't got her opportunity as yet. So we've got a number of different options with both in the seam department. They're all slightly different that they bring you. Certainly from a spin perspective, we've got all bases covered now and feel that there's a very balanced attack out there, which you need on wickets like this.
Definitely, yeah. You saw the damage that was done early on with the seamers, and now the spinners have kind of been brought on and look to attack in a different way, which, as you say, with a very well-rounded attack is much easier to do than if you've got just a bunch of perhaps one dimension of spin covered or one dimension of bowling generally covered. Kopak will continue from the Graham Gooch ends. Bowling to Charis Pavely. With a couple sweepers out either side as well as two behind square. They're going to get through for a quick single. That's very smart batting there from Pavely. Getting the more senior, more set batter, Arlott on strike. She's done that really well so far. Very quick between the wickets, the two of them have been. Managing to just rotate and just keep the scoreboard ticking. 140 for 6 after 32.1. These two have put on 17 at the moment. Arlott definitely the aggressor, but Pavely's batted nicely so far. Straight again and looks to go down the ground as Arlott, but can't quite connect. She's looked to really attack that V straight and has done very well so far with it. But couldn't quite connect that time. Straight again, but I think Kopak gets a hand to that one and just takes a little bit of the pace off.
Yeah, really targeting those stumps, as we said earlier. Make them play as often as you can. Make them force the agenda. Kate's done a great job so far.
That must have been a ploy early on that Eva and Kate came up together with the bowling coaches and the rest of the attack, that with the green pitch trying to target the stumps and get them to play at everything. Was that talked about behind the scenes? That was a big swing, but maybe a feather? No, nothing in the end there.
We all got a little bit excited for no reason there. No, I think whatever wicket you're bowling on, you've got more chances of getting wickets if you're bowling it straight, haven't you? When you get a little bit of nibble, it helps you as a bowler. And certainly the pitch might be green, but I don't think that takes away anything from the quality of the surface. The challenge we have at the moment is it's so dry that grass needs to hold it together. So
big swing there and beats the diving Flo Miller. They're going to get back for a second. Could be tight. It's a good throw in from Gardner, but they make it back reasonably comfortably in the end. Arlott retains strike for the final delivery of the over. And yeah, around the grounds, there's a few other interesting games going on. Hampshire women 165 for 1 against Surrey. Durham are 149 for 2, batting well. Maddie Villiers, formerly of the Sunrisers, going well there alongside Holly Armitage, who's into the 60s. And Somerset 55 for 4 against Lancashire. Kate Cross, I think, doing some damage. That's a full toss there, down the leg side. It will be a wide. Perhaps a little bit loose again there from Kopak. Looking to, as we say, target the stumps.
it's a bit like she was trying to slow a ball there. Didn't quite work out for her. Bonus delivery now.
100 for 6, Somerset are. I think, as I say that, the wicket went down. And yeah, worked into the leg side there, just for an easy single, which I'm sure Arlott would be happy to take. And keep strike for the next over. Another helmet being run out onto the pitch, perhaps. Some more spin we'll maybe be seeing. Yeah, Joe Gardner will continue, it looks like. Cap coming off. Let's have a little chat with captain and keeper as to how they're trying to stem the flow of runs, but also get another wicket. We know how dangerous this Warwickshire tail can be. Almost got them over the line just a few days ago in their thrilling tied match against Hampshire. Both teams made 208. Top ball there from Arlott. Just dead bats that one down.
Yeah, we were watching that while we were up in Durham, waiting for the coach driver to be allowed to get on the road, and it was a nervy finish, wasn't it?
Single there from Arlott. You might look back for 2. I think they do indeed. Griffiths round quickly. Could be tight. Throw slightly too far from the stumps there. 146 for 6. Warwickshire on now.
Yeah, Paisley's very much doing her job here. She's making sure that Arlott faces the majority of balls.
The dot ball there. Yeah, it's very, very clever batting partnership between the two so far. All 4 of the matches in that first week were pretty interesting in different ways. Obviously talked about Durham versus Essex up at Durham, but Somerset managed to fell the Titans that are Surrey.
Phenomenal finish that.
That was as well.
Amanda J. Wellington's show was put on again. We were watching that before we got on the coach.
And they're going to squeeze that one down the ground for a single, does Arlott. And similarly, Lancashire managed to take out the Blaze, who are another one's hotly tipped. and have been pretty successful the last few years.
Yeah, look, I think we're going to see a really competitive league this year. Like, I don't think there are many teams that stand out as ones that you can't, as ones that you would target. There's some really, really good teams, especially with the England players playing in the first few rounds, which is fantastic for the competition to have them involved. You don't always want to be on the wrong end of a performance, but to be honest, it's going to make the game better. We want to see them playing in it. We want to see Heather Knight scoring runs. We want to see Kate Cross taking wickets, because that's what the game needs, because that will drag everything in the right direction. So it's really positive to see those guys coming back in. I think Maya Boucher scored some runs for Hampshire today, which again will be sort of building towards that increased competition for places that the new coach will want to see. So, I don't think any team stands out in particular. So Surrey, as you say, the Titans, they've invested heavily in their squad, but everyone's invincible on their own day, aren't they?
Very much so. Go back to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Tucks thumbs there. Oh, almost an absolutely stunning catch. It was hit uppish there from Arlott. And almost a brilliant take there from Sophia Smale in there at short mid-wicket, diving to her left. Got a hand to it, but it couldn't quite stick. That would have been... We've already had a few contenders almost for a few catches of the season, and we're just in the first game here at Chelmsford. Down the leg side on that one. Just beats the dive of Amara Carr. That's 4 wides there. Just fired down the leg side from Kopak, who has bowled very straight today. And that one just fraction too much so. And
that's cricket in 2 balls, isn't it? You create a chance, and Sophia Smale did really well to get a hand to it. She'll be disappointed. She's going to a stronger side. She wants to be able to take that, but a chance given.
Big drive there and beats the dive, and another boundary for Arlott. 65 now and another 4. Raced away to the ropes to that one. And she's definitely upping the ante now, with a few boundaries slowly adding up. 156, sorry. They move on to now to the Bears. She's in the 60s. Cut that one away nicely. Just for a single. Happy to give Pavely strike for a few deliveries now.
And this for me is where we need to probably just put a little bit more pressure on Pavely. She's been able to get off strike pretty easily, which has obviously allowed Arlott to face the bulk of deliveries. Pavely's only faced 9, and she's been here for a while now. So it'll be nice to get a few balls at her, be able to put some pressure on. And ultimately, you've got to chip away at one end, so the newer batter's your target area.
Defended there from Pavely. And I think that run for Arlott brings up her highest score in list A cricket. On 66 now she is. Going to be dangerous with the ball in the next innings as well. We'll look to perhaps try and skittle Essex. Now tails in a long way. Comes off the pad, I think, off Pavely there. They get through for a single, bring Arlott back on strike. And a second list A 50. Kopak again now. Straight down the ground, lovely shot there, straight back, and just keeps the strike for the next over. Does Arlott. 159 for 6, Warwickshire now. recovering from 22 for 5. We saw a big partnership between Chloe Brewer and Arlott. Brewer fell a few overs ago now, but Arlott is continuing on. 35 overs gone, 15 to go. Getting towards the death. We've seen them up the rate a little bit. Now at 4.5s. And Joe Gardner to continue from the Graham Gooch end. We still have a few overs from Eva Gray to bowl as well. Pick of the bowlers so far. 4th as she's managed. That one's just sent into the offside. No run though, turned down from Arlott. Yeah, you'd assume Eva Gray must be coming back into the attack at some point soon, perhaps.
I would imagine it won't be too long. Kate Coffat's now bowled 8, I think, so they might want to keep a couple of hers back.
Down the ground there from Arlott.
Yeah. What has been telling of this partnership, I think they've now faced 40 balls, of which the new batters only faced 11. So they've allowed, or we've allowed, Arlott to see the bulk of those deliveries, which is something that has obviously allowed her to grow into the game even further.
A little aborted there from Joe Gardner. Yeah, I think that's credit to Arlott as much as anything else. The maturity she's batted with. That one swept round the corner. They're going to scamper through for single. Could be close. I think she made it home safe there. It's a tricky one to gather for Carr.
I have a horrible feeling that Amara might have broken the stumps before the ball got there. It did look like she was struggling on the way down towards us. Wait until we see a replay.
You have to refix the stumps. It would have been close. I think direct hit was going to be crucial if they wanted the run out there. So we see Joe Gardner filling with her field a little bit. That's defended down the ground for no run. Another dot ball there. All on the pads, but down the leg side, I think.
Yeah, it was going down ever since it left her hand, so there was no shout there. But again, got out the over brilliantly. Only went for 2 in that over, which is a fantastic comeback after a couple that it's probably felt that Warwickshire maybe got the best of. So she's done a brilliant job there. And it looks like we do have a change of bowling. You predicted it there, Toby. Eva Gray's taken her hat off, coming back on again here at the Sir Alistair Cook end. She had a huge amount of success from this end with the new ball, picking up 4 crucial wickets in that spell. So it'll be brilliant to see if I think everyone in this ground, certainly with an Essex affinity, will be rooting for her to pick up another one to add that milestone to her record. But most importantly, again, it's breaking partnerships. It's getting new batters to the crease and making sure that you're making the batters work as hard as they can for every run they get, because we are going to have to get every one of these runs, whatever they put on the board.
Yeah, Gray currently 4 for 21. She managed from the first 5 overs. Still got half her allocation to bowl though. And she comes now to Pavely. Attacks the stumps again, which she did so well in her opening spell, but defended well by the Warwickshire batter. Yeah, 4 for 31 is what I have down as her best list A figures. So it would be her first 5-fer if she can take another. Lovely shot there from Pavely, but can't beat the fielder. Sophia Smale, that is at extra cover.
Yeah, if my memory serves me correctly, the club of professional fifers taken by either Sunrisers or now Essex players is pretty exclusive. Abdullah Maksud took 5 for in a victory down at what was then the Aegeus Bowl.
Ooh, down the leg side that time from Gray.
And Sophie Munro picked up 5 here when she joined the club on loan last season. So I'm pretty certain that she'll only become the 3rd member of that club should she manage to do that today. But it's 1 ball at a time at the moment, and that one she just went a little bit too straight, just missed down leg side.
Use of feet there from Pavely again. Can't beat Scrivens at mid-off though. Yeah, I think it'll be the first 5 of the new era as well. Saw a couple 4thers last week, or earlier this week even. I think it's the first 5 of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Full and straight again and work down the ground. Then scam through for single. Well, direct hit, but Pavely was home safe in the end. Great fielding there, though, from Kopak. It's good to see the standard still staying high. Myself and James commented at a high fielding level that we saw early on in the game, in particular. And it's still been there for Essex, 36.5 overs in. Up in the air, but it's going to just evade the fielders perfectly between the 2 at backward point and short 3rd man, and it runs down to the ropes for another boundary. Chances coming now, though.
Yeah, we've spoken about this earlier. As you need to up the run rate, you need to take some chances. So while that one found the gap, there'll be hope that next time a streaky edge is found, it might make its way to the hands of Jodie Grucock there at a backward point.
Oh, down the ground well there from Arlott. Uses her bottom hand well there to flick that one into the leg side. 73 she's currently on. As Eva Gray's first over back into the attack comes to an end. And yeah, it's been a good performance so far from Essex. Be more than happy the way that they've bounced back after a tricky performance up at Durham. Joe Gardner to continue.
Yeah, we've said it before, but there's a big few overs coming up here. The difference between chasing a below par score and a par score, and how that affects the way that Warwickshire are able to attack the second innings.
Yeah, you think if a couple wickets and Warwickshire kept under 200s, will put Essex in a really good position. But if these two can bat through to the end, Warwickshire will definitely add a few more to the total. Oh, another leading edge there. Can't quite find the fielders. There's been a few now that have evaded lurking Essex fielders. That's down the ground, no run though. You still have a few overs to be shared around the currently 6 bowlers who have been used by Grace Scrivens and her Essex team. That was worked nicely into the offside from Arlott. Get Pavely back on strike for the final 2 deliveries of the over.
It's been a good over so far from Joe. Gives her a chance now to have a look at the left-hander. As we said before, we could do with Pavely facing a few more balls. At the moment, Arlott's getting the bulk of the deliveries.
Feet again there from Pavely. She has looked to come down the ground pretty often. And yeah, this is the matchup that Gardner will want against the left-hander. Lower order batter. Bit wider that time, but left alone from Pavley.
And another brilliant over from Jo Gardner. Her previous one went for 2. That one's gone for just a single. And in the stage of the game that we're at, the context that we're in, that's an absolutely brilliant effort from Jo. So, look, it's been great to see how positive Warwickshire have continued to be throughout the game, from finding themselves in the position that they were at, but also the way that Grace has continued to attack the game. That's what we want to see. We want to see that really positive cricket from both sides. Like Grace wants to be taking wickets, wants to be building that pressure on the batters, and obviously they've want to try and smash it back in our face. So yeah, here comes Eva Gray again. We've already seemed to have been giving her a 5-foot, but she's got a bit of work to do before she gets it. So see, she's got 4 more overs in the locker. Whether she'll bowl them all in this spell or whether we'll see her come back later on will be the question. But she's obviously looking to get to that milestone.
Oh, perhaps slower ball that time there from Eva Gray, but targeting the stumps again, as she has done so well, and I will continue to repeat. Yeah, so a few questions for Grace Scrivens, the young captain, about how she will balance and juggle her bowlers. Another dot there. Kate Kopak has 2 overs to go as well. Probably won't come back until towards the end, you'd think. Eva Gray will have 3 after this one. Sophie Munro will have another 4 to go. But then you also got some spinners. Sophia Smales bowled 7. Jodie Grewcock's bowled 7. And Jo Gardner's bowled 4 on the bounce from the Graham Gooch end. Oh, angled in again. Kept a fraction low. That one jagged back off the seam.
Yeah, she did that a couple of times earlier on. The difference is this ball is now, what'll be, if you have a ball at each end, and we're in the 38th over, so it's 19 overs old, and it's not as hard and nice to bowl with as it was earlier. So again, keeps a little bit low, a little bit slower. But there's still something in there for the seamers.
Lovely shot there, but picked up nicely from Miller. Did you travel with the team to Durham, did you say? Or
I did. Those 6 hours on a coach each way were the finest 12 hours of my life. We did joke that the flight to Abu Dhabi, where we went to pre-season, was actually shorter than 6 hours. So, yeah, it's a long way to go.
Oh, great take there down the leg side from Carr. It's going to be wide, though.
You took the words right out of my mouth there. She did fantastically to save that one. Also sliding away. I think we had one in the last, in the last over where it slid through, and that kind of opened the floodgates a little bit. So trying to make sure that we keep the pressure on here, and don't give them anything that they don't have to earn.
Another dot ball there.
On the money again, Eva. But it's a long way to Durham. I say that as Essex. I imagine that Hampshire and Somerset are going to have to clock up a few more miles to get up there. It's going to be a tough place for teams to go because of the travel that you have to put in, and the way that you would have to manage your players in order to perform, especially over a one-day game where it's quite a high intensity over a whole day's play. So, yeah, I can only imagine what it's like for the guys to have to do it for 4 days. But I guess you can acclimatise, and we were just saying how well Amara Card did to save those 4 extras last time. She was just unable to do it this time. She did get a glove on it, and Sophie Munro tried to rein it in, but unfortunately extras have come back, and they will be well up there in the run scoring chart, won't they?
Yeah, 39 I think that's up to now. Definitely slowly ticking along. Yeah, you might have to see if Durham fancy meeting in Abu Dhabi for the T20 later on in the year. They're going to get through for a single, they could be tight. Oh, and very well gathered there from Miller. Couldn't quite get the throw off though.
Yeah, Flo did absolutely brilliant there to stop it. But once you're going, it's hard to stop yourself, isn't it? But yeah, I think we've got an interesting trip up there. We go via Warwickshire.
Okay.
So yeah, we head to Edgbaston, and then we've got a day in between before we play up in Durham. So it's not exactly on the way. You have to go to the
no.
the other side of
Yeah.
the Midlands before jagging your way back over. But fortunately, team coaches these days are very cosy and very comfy and pretty luxurious. They're definitely not the old school National Express that you might imagine that once upon a time you had to travel on.
Good start to the over from Joe Gardner. Yeah, as I say, the Blaze might be a slightly more en route course, but even then, it's still a long way from Nottingham all the way up to Durham. Oh, good use of the feet and sent into the leg side. One bounce four. Lovely shot from Em Arlott. Just gets to the pitch of that one and sends that one over the leg side. Some smart batting again.
What I would say is Em Arlott hasn't really looked out of control yet. She's picked the right ball to attack, and there's been a very impressive innings from her.
That's another lovely shot. Over pitch this time from Gardner. And leapt on it, pounced on it, does Em Arlott. Fires that one between extra cover and mid-off. For a powerful four along the floor. She moves into the 80s, 83 now. She has been the spine of this setting at Chelmsford. They've dropped a fielder now at long off. And Arlott just happily taps the ball down to long on to rotate the strike and get Pavely back on strike. $185 for 6. 2 balls remaining in the 40th over. For Gardner to attack the left-hander again. Drops back and cuts that. Looks for a single, but Em Arlott happy to stay at the non-striker's end, I think.
Been a good over for them, so I'd love them to take some risks, but context of the game, you probably didn't need to there.
No need at all. Use the feet from Pavely. They are going to take the single. Em Arlott happy to give Pavely an over to face now. She has faced 20 balls, starting to get her eye in. 8 off 20, Pavely is. Em Arlott 84 from 119. And Warwickshire 186 for 6 off their 40 overs.
It's been a marathon innings, hasn't it been, from Em Arlott on the day of marathon? She's running her own one here at Chelmsford.
So no more than 5 fielders outside the fielding restriction.
And that is the end of the second power play. On to the third. 5 fielders now available outside the 30-yard ring. Let's move into the final 10 overs. Eva Gray will continue. This will be her 8th over. She gets to target Pavely.
Yeah, again, just looking at the breakdown, it's been 66 balls in this partnership and only 20 of those. 68 balls, sorry. 68 balls and Karis Pavely's faced 20. So Em Arlott's been allowed to face 48 of those deliveries, which...
And scored pretty fluently from them as well.
Yeah.
13 fours Em Arlott has hit. All round the ground. That's worked into the leg side from Pavely. Lovely shot. Just rocks onto the front foot and rolls the wrists. And gets Arlott back on strike. Currently just the 4 fielders outside the ring. Long on, 2 sweeping out on the square leg boundary and 1 covers. So that one's worked down to the fielder at long on. Kopak, that is. And then otherwise, regulation ring field, it was on the offside. Slight change of field now, though, for the left-hander. Two fielders behind square at fine leg and third man. So a forward deep square leg as well, and a sweeper on the offside too. Pavley hits on down the ground. Quick single, could be tight. Kopak gathers, but can't find the mark, unfortunately. And 188 for 6. Warwickshire. Brilliant rebuild from them. It's up in the air, could be caught. Oh, and it doesn't quite land in the hands of Sophia Smale. I think it just carries to her, but spills to her right as she takes the dive. Possibly the chance that Essex needed. Would have been 5 for Eva Gray. But another tricky chance. There's been a few catches or opportunities, like that haven't quite landed for Essex. So that one's flicked really well into the leg side. It's going to go for 4. Brilliant shot there from Pavley. Just works it with a lot of rest out through mid-wicket. And all the way for 4. Lovely shot there. But again, it was another opportunity. A very tricky one again for Sophia Smale. That's a slow ball and flicked into the leg side again. And another single. Pavley this time farming the strike seemingly.
She must have heard us.
Yeah. I think that is the thing that Arlott just allowed Pavley just a couple of deliveries every few overs. And now she's got her eye in and she's hitting them well. We see a change of bowling. Sophia Smale to come back on at the far end for us, the Graham Gooch ends.
And when you've got the advantage of a left-hand, right-hand partnership, you do want to try and change it as much as you can. Even if it's your number 8 batter, you still want to make sure that you're not allowing the bowler or the fielders to settle.
Yeah. Left arm over here from Sophia Smale to the left-handed batter, Charis Pavley. Comes down the ground with feet, but defends that back to the bowler. That one, more wrist again from Pavley, but works that for a single down the ground. Were you out in Dubai with the team as well, or?
I had a long weekend.
Nice.
I didn't go for the whole time. I went over for a few days, which it was good to see the girls out on the pitch for the first time.
First time in Essex colours.
Yeah, definitely. There was a few days panic or struggle around to make sure all the kit was right, as there always is in pre-season. But being able to get out there, and we played T20s, we played 50 overs, so it was good to see the group out there. It was pretty hard work. You've got to say that, because otherwise people think you've gone for a nice long holiday.
Single down the ground there for Arlott.
They're tough conditions, and actually we left just before the conditions got even tougher. I think a few days after we were there, they were due to be somewhere in the late 30s, and that would have been very difficult to play in. So the girls did really well. It was great to see different.
Pavley this time using their feet. Squirts that one down the ground.
Yeah, different players playing in different positions, taking opportunities, being challenged in different ways. So that's what Andy and the coaching staff are looking to do. Big ball here. You want to see Sophia Smell get out the over.
Used to see it from Arlott again, but just picks out the fielder at long off.
Yeah, 4 from it, which was a welcome reprieve after a couple of big overs that's sort of nudged the run rate up a little bit higher than we might otherwise be wanting.
Yeah, 42 overs, 199 for 6. Warwickshire have managed to get up to at the moment. Final 8 overs. How was the long weekend? Very nice, I'm sure, in the sun.
Tiring.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, it's a great place to go and play cricket. They prepare good wickets over there. They're very, very hospitable. It was a long way to go to play Surrey twice in 2 days because we could have just popped around the M25 for that one. But that's the way it fell in the competition that we were part of. But yeah, it was a really good trip. It was great for. It was the first time that we had most of the group together. We were missing Grace and Jodie, who were out in Australia with England A at the time, but it was the first time we'd had everyone together with others that have been away over the winter back in the group. So it's good to get everyone into the group and to start to do some of the bits around the cricket as well and build a bit more of our sort of culture and identity as a group, which is a project that we're constantly working on. We've obviously continued to bring some of the bits that we had at Sunrisers, but we also want to make sure that we are bringing the Essex.
Oh, big shot there. Huge 6 from Arlott. Sends that one deep into the stands. Just picks that one nicely, short from Monroe. And catapulted over the rope. Brilliant from Arlott. Moves on to 94 and brings up the 200 for Warwickshire as well.
Yeah, that was a big shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely. Just picked it up, the length up early, I think, and
it feels like this pitch is getting better and better. I may just being as optimistic as I can for the run chase, but it does feel like it's very true.
yeah, the sun's out now as well. Lovely day here at Chelmsford. That's down the leg side, helped on its way. A lovely shot there, deft touch from Arlott. 98 now. She's on. Just helped that one on its way. The nervous 90 she's in though. She works that one into the offside. Happy with the single.
Takes her on to 99, so she'll have to just watch from the other end for a minute before she gets the opportunity. She's been past her highest list day score for a while now,
yes,
so
yeah.
it's a given that should she make 3 figures, it will be her first list day century. I'm going to be paying attention to the stats.
That single brings left-hander back on strike. A few fielders skirting around the boundary in the ring, changing positions. Work down the ground, but straight to the skipper Scrivens at mid-on, sorry.
Yeah, you just have to keep believing that 1 wicket changes the game back in your favour. There's another big partnership has been built here.
They're going to go through a single, could be tight. Oh, and really well done there from Carr behind the stumps. But Arlott makes it home safe.
It wasn't a brilliant throw. I think a better throw may have really seen her in trouble there. And
You can see on the replay
we've got the
here.
replay.
Very
Yeah.
tight.
Very tight. I'm not sure Arlott was overly pleased to be called through for a very, very tight single
Yeah.
whilst on 99. I think that was probably not what she was hoping to do there. She looked like she was a little slow taking off. And again, yeah, if that had been a slightly better throw for Amara Carr to deal with, I think we might have had a different outcome.
Little chat going on now between Scrivens and the bowler Munro. Just moving people a little bit square. I think they don't want to give Arlott an easy single into the leg side. Just see Kopak moving round to mid-wicket. And there it is. That's the 100. Brilliant shot. Just tickled it round the corner. And what an innings from Arlott. Her first list day century. A brilliant performance. Real trouble Warwickshire found themselves in when she came to the crease. 22 for 5. And she's still there now. 215 for 6. Masterful innings from her. And she's now going to look to keep building on that and try and boost her side score all the way up to 250 perhaps if they can. But a brilliant knock from her.
Yeah, full credit to Arlott. She's come out. She's been positive throughout. I think you've got to give some credit as well to her two partners. Brilliant partnership of 100 with her and Chloe Brewer, and they're nearing that milestone now between her and Karis Pavley, who obviously by process for elimination she's done the bulk of the work in. Might have said it a few times over the last few overs.
Lovely shot from Pavley, just flicked into the leg side. Gets the Centurion, Arlott, back on strike. Not a bad matchup though for Smale. Turns the ball away from the right-hander. Used to feet, but just picks out mid-wicket.
I think you can see that intent has now notched up just a tiny bit, looking to probably take things on and feel that she's now earned the right to take a couple more risks. As we've said before, like one wicket changes the game quite quickly.
That's uppish, but there's no fielder there. Just an easy single down the ground again from Arlott, who has rotated the strike well. I think you've definitely noticed with the different partnerships that Arlott's been in, first with Brewer and then with Pavley, that she's almost taking different approaches with each. Lovely shot there from Pavley. Times that one brilliantly down the ground. Just chips that one over the bowler's head and it shoots over the boundary. Yeah, you saw when she first came with Brewer, they were pretty tentative with it and scored in the occasional boundary as much as anything else. And a few extras as well. And then they looked to be a bit more aggressive, particularly when Pavley was first in. That one beats the outside edge there. Yeah, Arlott being the aggressor when Pavley first joined her at the crease. Another dot there, and now the two of them are batting pretty fluently together. Arlott still looking to be perhaps a fraction more positive, but Pavley now joining her as well.
Said before, it may just be wishful thinking and trying to stay on the positive side, but it's looking easier and easier to bat out there, especially as the ball gets older. So there's going to be some challenges with the new ball. They've got some fantastic new ball bowlers. Again, they have a very varied attack as well. So there's a lot of work for the batters to do here. But before we get to that, we really need the bowlers to finish with a bit of momentum. Pick a couple up here. Keep it as low as we can. Try and keep it below that 250 mark, which we know is shy at Chelmsford. But you have to work incredibly hard to score your runs when you're chasing anything. So right now, it's again a big few overs.
Yeah, Grewcock got the breakthrough last time. Essex will be hoping she might be able to get another one now. Partnership on 98 between Pavley and Arlott. That will just be a single for Arlott.
Wondered if there was a little bit of a wide stumping effort there. Just threw that one a little bit wider, hoping that might have caught Arlott coming out of her ground, but she got something on it, and down to Kate Kopak down here at long off.
Yeah, clever bowling from Grewcock. That's what you've seen so far as well from her. She has a chat with her skipper. And that's a 100 partnership up for Warwickshire. They look for 2, but happy with just the single in the end. Comes off 94 balls in very quick time. Arlott scoring the bulk of them, 60. 24 for Pavely. That means a fair few from extras too, which has been probably the one letdown for this Essex side so far today. 39 extras they've conceded in the first 43 and a bit overs. 44 overs even, sorry. And that one's up in the air again. It's going to clear the fielder and the rope down there over long on with another monstrous strike from Arlott. Gorgeous striking we've seen from her. She's targeted down the ground brilliantly. And just bring out the long handle now.
Yeah, it's a pretty small pocket down that way towards the dugouts and towards the away team marquee, the shorter side of the ground.
Up in the air though this time. Could be an opportunity for a catch, but it finds the grass. Just a bit of space out there in that pocket. Eva Gray out of the boundary couldn't get in, and backtracking Sophia Smale wasn't there either. Very tricky from them both. But another opportunity. Feet there from Pavely. And they'll take a single. Definitely upping the ante, these two. Run rates at 5.15 now. Big swipe again there from Arlott, but slight bottom edge doesn't quite drag it onto the stumps. That is the end of the over.
She's had a little bit of fortune, hasn't she, today? But I guess that's what you need. It can favour you if you are brave and you take the game on. And she's certainly done that. She's come to the crease when the ball has gone in the air. It's gone to gaps. When it has gone to hands, it's been a difficult chance for the fielders to take, which you rue at the end of the day. And you know that sometimes those moments you have to take in a game, but. Keep saying it. There's a big couple of overs here. You can take a couple of wickets, really turn the game around, get some momentum going into that break.
Down the leg side, that one. That's put away for 4. Beats the fielder down there at deep square leg. It's a full toss from Smale. She'll be disappointed with that, but put away nicely from Pavely. It's been a few times that all the batters needed to do is just help it on its way. Feet down the ground this time, but a lovely stop from Smale.
Yeah, when you're just trying to force the agenda, that's when the loose ones come out, don't they? And again, it could have been slightly worse. It might have been 4 wides and we had an extra ball to...
Feet again from Pavely, up in the air, but yet again doesn't quite carry. They do scamper through for a quick single though. Arlott to face the 4th delivery of the over. This is a little bit more tinkering with the fields. Joe Gardner being brought a bit straighter. As is Kate Kopak out there at deep square leg and deep mid wicket. We're also seeing Scrivens herself goes straight down the ground on the boundary and bringing in Cordelia Griffiths, who was out there at deep cover. Perhaps looking to bowl a little bit straighter now is Smale. She does indeed there. It's a lovely shot from Arlott though. Just picks the gap straight down the ground between long on, long off. Just excellent use of her feet and her wrists there. Just cannons it back over Smale's head.
Yeah, she has batted brilliantly, and you've got to admire the way she's been able to control the tempo of the innings.
Goes over the offside this time. Just chips it over the head and it runs away for 4 again. She's just finding gap after gap is Arlott now. Talked about it earlier. There are a couple half chances we've seen, but it's been a phenomenal knock so far from her. 120 she moves on to now. 244 Warwickshire. 4 and a little bit still to go. That was faster from Smale. And Arlott just picks that one up in another boundary. 3 fours in a row there. Brilliant finish to that over from Arlott. All round the ground. First one straight. The next one she worked over the offside, over extra cover. And that last one just drops short, a bit quicker from Smale. And she manages to beat the fielder out there at Cow Corner. And you can see there, expensive 10 overs there from Smale, 56 from it.
You can see from the bowling figures, like early wickets were taken, but it's been a good batting track the entire time. Like we've got to keep reminding ourselves that this is a very decent wicket to bat on. You've got to work hard to get yourself in. Karis Pavley did exactly that when she first came out. We've already said she didn't face a huge number of balls, but she was given the opportunity to get the pace of the wicket, to get herself in, and now she's getting the opportunity to continue to build this partnership. So there's opportunities probably for both sides right now to really try and go into the break on top.
Yeah, final 4 overs now. Eva Gray to rejoin the attack, and you assume Kate Kopak might come back from the other end as well to bowl her remaining 2 overs too. Three fielders out on that leg side boundary, as well as one in at mid wicket. Feet again from Pavley. Inside half of the bat, and it just skips out to the leg sides.
We still all really want Eva to get her 5 so there's a little bit riding on this from that perspective as well. Nip that wicket out, but let's see if we can make it a 5 as well.
Oh, and almost chops on there. That could have been Eva Gray's 5. Oh, it looks to hike that one over the leg side again. And just gets the bottom edge, and it misses the stumps by whiskers.
How did that miss? We said before she's had a little bit of fortune in her innings, and look, you need that and you deserve that at times, but how did that miss?
Up in the air, but it's going to clear the rope for another monstrous 6. Huge again. Brilliant striking from Arlott. 3 6s now over the leg side she's had. Brilliant shot again. Just with a straight bat, just works that one really well. But square again. 130 now. Equal highest score of the competition so far.
It's how still she is at contact that's impressive.
That was down the ground. Well down there though from Scrivens. Oh, she's stayed down a little bit. No, she's all good.
It's a long way down when you're 21.
Yeah. Dropping herself back out to the boundary now as Grace Scrivens at long off. And that's the wicket. There we have it. She goes to the ramp, does Arlott, but she doesn't connect. And Eva Gray picks up her 5th. Brilliant from her so far. She deserved that 5th wicket. But an unbelievable knock as well from Arlott. 130 from 141. She's been the heartbeat of this Warwickshire batting innings.
Yeah,
22 for 5 they were. And now 255 for 7 when she leaves. Phenomenal innings.
Yeah, the applause around the ground, very deserved as she walks off there. She's definitely turned this game on its head. But again, the same applause should be offered towards Eva Gray. She's picked up 5 wickets and on a wicket that is very hard to pick poles up on. So yeah, we keep going back to saying the same thing, but like a real opportunity now to take some momentum into the break. We've seen what the wicket's like. That's why we fancied having a bowl first. We wanted to know what it looked like when we got out there. So we've seen what it's like, and now chance to take some momentum into the break.
Yeah, another couple quick wickets and it'll be more than good enough, you think, for Essex. Give themselves a really good opportunity to get their first win on the board of the season. Wong cuts that one into the offsides to end the over. 1 over remaining there for Eva Gray. And yeah, Izzy Wong at the crease now. 0-1 currently to join Charis Pavley. We know she can hit a long ball as well. Backs herself with the bat.
She definitely does, and she's been utilised as an opener in the past in T20 cricket. So she likes to hit the ball straight. She can clear boundaries. She's a confident batter. So the danger keeps coming.
Sophie Munro here to perhaps bowl the death overs. Definitely coming in for this one, the 48th, and perhaps we'll end up bowling the final over too. 0 for 42, her current figures, but she has bowled well. Looked to dig the ball into the pitch at times. And it looks like it could be similar tactics now with a couple fielders out on the square leg boundary. And that's another wicket. She gets her first. Charis Pavley has to go. And that's Munro's first wicket. Brilliantly bowled. Slight inside edge perhaps as well on the way through.
Yeah, very well deserved, as you said. I think it's hard to criticise any of the bowlers today. Like we've mentioned the extras column, and we'll leave that as at that. But in difficult conditions, they've certainly kept plugging away. They've kept trying to hit their areas. They've kept trying to make sure that the Warwickshire batters have to work for their runs. The pitch is good. They're plugging away. Sophie Munro definitely deserved a wicket there. And now at 8 down, you want to try and see the back of the last 2 as quickly as possible. Obviously, Hampshire found it hard to remove them the other day in their 10th wicket partnership that didn't quite get them over the line. They certainly showed that they can be pretty dogged. But now the question is, can they score some runs quickly to try and take this total up?
Yeah, Georgia Davis coming to the crease, the captain for Warwickshire. And as you say, there's very little criticisms other than the extras column that you can have for Essex's attack today. And as much as it was helpful early on with a green pitch and a new ball, they bowled unbelievably well. Did Eva Gray and Kate Kopak, and they deserved every wicket they got. Arguably a few more as well. Full and straight from Munro, and carved away nicely there from Davis. Oh, as Amarakar almost trips over the outstretched Izzy Wong bat. I think they have a little laugh about it though.
There's never a dull moment when Izzy Wong's involved in a cricket match, and that's why she's such a great cricketer to have in the game for the women's game in this country, but for England as well when she's on fire. She's a great character, but she's also a brilliant cricketer.
Yeah, Izzy Wong's first deliveries against Sophie Munro here. Brings a slight change to the field. And a dot ball first up. Yeah, again attacking the stumps.
And they're asking questions. Just make them work as hard as you can for every single run here. Again, the momentum going into the break is going to be so important for both sides.
That was pulled away nicely there from Izzy Wong. Almost finds the gap, and it's a slight misfield out there. I think that's Joe Gardner just overdived and perhaps a little bit of spin. So slowed the ball down and she ended up sliding past it.
We were saying earlier that that's all square, isn't it? All the way out there to the boundary is over the square block. It's a very wide square block here at Essex as the training nets are at that side. So, yeah, once the ball is hit, it skips away quickly. Jo Gardner's been brilliant out there. She saved a number of runs and she'll be disappointed with that one.
Oh, a lovely slower ball there. Oh, unlucky. Fraction wide from Munro. But a really, really smart bowling. Just deceived Izzy Wong. Final couple deliveries in the 48th over now. 2-6-1 for 8. Oh, and looks to try and squeeze that one down through third man as Izzy Wong, but a lovely Yorker from Munro. 280 is probably what Warwickshire will be targeting for the final couple overs now. Essex look to try and restrict. They only need 2 wickets and brings the innings to a close early. And that slight edge there, but well down from Lissy McLeod.
Lissy McLeod did brilliantly there. They're ones that are very difficult. They come at you quickly off the edge there, and to throw herself to her left-hand side and get a really good hand on that has most definitely saved 3 runs in that move. So, yeah, two overs to go, 2 wickets to go. As you say, 280 would be what they're probably targeting with the bat. You'll always say you want every run you can, but they'll be looking. And they'll be incredibly pleased to get. Well, I think they'll probably be quite pleased to be sitting where they're sitting now after the first 5 wickets fell early. But we've said it over and over. This is a cracking batting track. The sun's out here at Chelmsford. It does feel like it's got a little easier as the day's gone on and the ball's got older. So there's a game on here.
Slightly uppish again, finds the gap though, and that will use all of the spin and just trickle away to the ropes. Just teasing the 2 fielders out there. But that's Izzy Wong's first boundary. Slashes at the wide one. And yeah, I think as you say, if in the 7th over, when they were 22 for 5 and Abby Freeborn had just been dismissed, if you told Warwickshire, we'll give you 150, I'm sure they'd have taken that at the time. Slashed again from Izzy Wong. So the fact that they're at 2-6-7 at the moment, I think they'll be more than happy.
And then on the flip side from ourselves as Essex, we have to keep reminding ourselves that start allowed us to set up a run chase on a decent wicket, on an outfield that the ball runs away if you beat the infield. Like you've got to bat properly, and you've got to be hungry for those runs. So we need 2, 3, 4 of our girls to go out there really hungry.
driven by Davis, but doesn't connect.
If we can make those big partnerships early, that's the key here. To instead of trying to get that partnership together for the 6th wicket and the 7th wicket, if we can do that for the 1st and 2nd wicket, then you're putting your foot on the accelerator early on, and you're giving yourself a chance to chase it down.
Sliced away out to the offside by Davis. It's a nice looking shot. Yeah, I think if Essex can weather this storm early on, if there is one, then they put themselves in a brilliant position, because you can see where Warwickshire managed to get to, having struggled early. But if they find themselves in a similar position to where Warwickshire were, it's obviously going to be a tricky chase, and we'll rely on some middle order runs. Right the way across the stumps there. Does Izzy Wong get and pulls that one away for 4? I think that just about beats the fielder out there. It does. Izzy Wong picks up another boundary. 14 off 8 she is at the moment. Absolutely flying. She got right the way across her stumps. It looked like it was almost going to be a wide at first from Eva Gray, but Izzy Wong then worked that through mid-wicket. Same again through the leg side, but doesn't connect. They're going to go for a quick single. Could be tight. Oh, I think Eva Gray just spills that to end the over. That's some good fielding from Cordelia Griffith.
Yeah, I think she was probably home and right end to go to. But just made it home. Direct hit might have made it interesting. But again, looked like they'd made their ground. So yeah, one final over, one big push. Let's see which side of 280 the final score falls on.
It will be Sophie Munro to finish off the innings here with the final over of Warwickshire's batting innings. 273 for 8 at the moment. Izzy Wong on strike, 15 off 9. She's been flying so far, found the boundary on a couple of occasions. And we'll look to do the same again. 3 fielders out on the leg side. A sweeper out on the off too. Straight down the ground from Wong. Lovely shot. Back over the bowler's head for another boundary. Devastating so far from her. It's a tricky start to the over from Munro. 277. Warwickshire move on to. Wasp has the score picture at 283. That was full and straight and guided. Lovely shot. Right off the face of the bat. Brilliant from Izzy Wong. It's a wide Yorker. Executed perfectly actually from Munro. But Wong does brilliantly to guide that one between short third man and backward point. Just see on the replay there. Perfect shot.
It's one of those where you get any bat on it, then you've got a chance, haven't you? Previous over, Lissy McLeod managed to cut one of them off, but that one was just a bit too far.
That one slapped through the leg side. They're going to think about 2 here. George Davis is quick off the mark, and there's a bit of a mix-up. Oh, going to be run out perhaps? There is indeed. Well gathered in the end from Amara Carr.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, was it? But it got the job done in the end. I think they probably could have made it back for 2 by the time they'd actually turned around and both gone for it. But you just have to be clinical in those situations. Amara gathered the ball on the second attempt and managed to get back to the crease. So again, brings number 11 to the crease and hopefully a chance to finish the game off with a couple of balls to spare.
Yeah, it's good fielding out there from, I think that's Flo Miller.
I think you're right.
Out
Definitely looks like Flo Miller.
corner.
She's brilliant out there on the boundary. Yeah. She's got a brilliant arm. So she threw that in on the bounce. It almost skipped on a bit too quickly onto Amara Carr, and she had to backtrack to collect it. But yeah, all's well that ends well.
And that has also been really impressive from this Essex side. As we have a free hit, slight overstep in the last ball from Munro. It's not a bad way for Hannah Baker to start her innings.
Which is the irony, is that wouldn't have been a wicket if it wasn't a run out.
Yeah.
So the only way she managed to
Yeah.
find to get a wicket with a no ball was to force the run out. New batter on strike, even though they didn't cross, or did they cross? Was it Izzy Wong that faced the last one? It was Izzy Wong that faced the last one. So
yeah.
they did cross. New batter on strike, which means they've been able to change the field. They've just brought Flo Miller into the ring at mid wicket. And Joe Gardner around on the boundary behind her.
Ooh, just dug into the pitch a little bit, kind of slower ball perhaps too. And Hannah Baker just manages to tap that into the leg side and get her partner on strike, the dangerous Izzy Wong.
Yeah, she's done her job. She needed to get off strike, and Izzy Wong has come in and really done Izzy Wong things. She's confident, she backs herself, the ball has been there. She's played some very clever cricket.
Short again from Monroe, and it's up in the air. It's going to skip off the square out there, and it does. Brilliant shot from Wong. Times that beautifully. And this one bounce four just shoots off the surface out there. 288. Warwickshire move on to now. Couple balls remaining. Targeting 290 now. Could even, in theory, reach 300, which would be a remarkable feat. Even this is a remarkable feat from Warwickshire to recover from 22 for 5 after 6.1 overs. Straight down the ground from Wong. They look for 2, perhaps. They can't turn it into 2, unfortunately. Means Hannah Baker's on strike for the final delivery of the innings. 289 for 9. Izzy Wong just offering a few words of wisdom to her teammate. I wouldn't be surprised if you saying, we're just going to run.
It's either that or this is a great pitch.
Yeah.
Just put your hands through it. Doesn't matter where
Yeah.
it goes. But Essex will take heart from how easy it has seemed to get runs at the back end of this innings.
Duggan again, it's up in the air. Could be a simple catch. It is indeed. Well taken there from Sophia Smith. No, that's Eva Gray, sorry.
Took that catch, yes.
Good take in the end, and that brings Warwickshire's innings to a close. 289 for 9. It's off all out in the end. 290 required it will be for Essex.
And a well-deserved second wicket for Sophie Munro there. Eva Gray helping her out with the catch. They've stuck at that task incredibly well. It's not been easy to defend on that pitch, so they've done an incredible job, as we said earlier. Aside from a relatively healthy extras column, I don't think you can lay too much criticism at the feet of the bowlers. They've kept trying to do their job, and now the key is it's a big run chase, but we can take a lot of heart from the fact that when we were in Abu Dhabi pre-season, we put a couple of big run chases together as a group. And what I would say is we've just got to put those partnerships together early. 2 big partnerships at the beginning of the innings will help break the back of it. So yeah, for now, go get some food in, put the feet up, and it could be a very entertaining afternoon for the crowd.
Exactly, yeah. 290 required for Essex to win in their first home game at Chelmsford. But we'll go a quick run through of what happened in that first innings. It was all action early on as Eva Gray took 4 wickets in the first few overs and 1 for Kate Kopak. Warwickshire found themselves 22 for 5 after 6.1 overs in real trouble. But it brought to the crease Chloe Brewer and Em Arlott, and between them they put on 100 before Brewer fell for 44, and then it was all the Em Arlott story. 130 she made, a phenomenal innings to get all the way through the innings pretty much before she was dismissed by Eva Gray, who picked up her fifer, the first fifer of this competition, and her first List A 5 for 2. A little bit of a tail wag again from Warwickshire. Charles Pavley made 31 and Izzy Wong at the end. Brilliant 29 from 14. Boosted Warwickshire up to 289. And yeah, as I said, pick of the bowlers, Eva Gray, 5 for 62 she took. Phenomenal she bowled. Her and Kate Kopak early on. Excellent seam bowling. Ably helped throughout as well. Sophie Munro took 1 for 65. Jodie Grucock got a crucial breakthrough through as well of Chloe Brewer. Took 1 for 40. Sophia Smale, 0 for 56. As well as Jo Gardner, 0 for 23. And we'll be back in about 20-25 minutes ahead of Essex's first innings. So we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground where we have Essex taking on Warwickshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. I almost said Royal London, old sponsors, whoops.
Easy mistake to make. Easy mistake to make.
But yeah, brilliant first innings where we saw Warwickshire at one point 5 down for 22 and somehow scrambling to a brilliant 289 all out on the final delivery of their 50 overs. And it was a very fascinating watch, very exciting watch. Arlott, brilliant century, 130 she made in the end. Phenomenal innings, ably supported by Chloe Brewer first and then Charis Pavley and Izzy Wong at the end with some devastating hitting. And it leaves Essex a tricky challenge, 290 to win. I'm Toby Reynolds, joined by James Patient. How are you, mate?
Yeah, very well. Just been very well fed by the Essex catering staff. A lovely beef and mashed potato.
Yeah, oh, very good. Beef bourguignon.
Beef bourguignon. That's it. That's it. I forgot its official name. Yeah. So yeah, been very well fed, well looked after here, as always at Essex. So thanks to the catering team here.
Yeah, as we see a skipper, Grace Scrivens, facing up to Katie George.
I'd say if Essex are going to knock this off, I think Grace Scrivens has got a bat for a majority of the overs.
You would assume so. She's a very exciting talent. Got the left arm, Katie George coming in now though. Solid defence up first from Scrivens.
It's a nice start from George, just keeping it in the channel at the stumps.
Yeah, we were chatting about this during the break, James, but I think it'll be really interesting to see how the new ball, kind of how big an impact they can have with it. You know, the sun's been out, the pitches will have dried out a bit. You know, the grass covering's still there though, so there's definitely a good opportunity for Warwickshire to attack if they can with the new ball.
Yeah, as we saw in the Essex innings, Eva Gray was getting into all sorts with a new nut. So whether Warwickshire can do the same.
Down the leg side that time from George, left alone from Scrivens. Slightly wayward this time.
And I think now, we talked about it at the start when Essex were doing well, the extras. But they must have, I'm not sure exactly how many extras.
41 in total.
41. So if you knock that off the score, they're chasing, what, 250-ish. And then that's a completely different chase to almost 300. So I think they will be a bit frustrated with themselves.
George again wide this time. Scrivens looks to pounce, but can't quite get that one away.
It's kept a little bit low, that one.
Yeah, there are a few times in that first innings where the ball didn't quite get up, and a couple where it leapt to, but pitch wasn't too unfavourable. I thought the Essex seamers did unbelievably well early on to get them 5 down for 22, and it was some quality bowling, and then the pitch started to flatten out, became a bit trickier. Full and straight, Scrivens drives, can't find the gap though.
It's a lovely looking shot though.
Lovely shot. You can hear that echo around the ground. But it was picked up by Chloe Brewer.
I think what Emily Arlott showed is that if you get in, you can stay in, you can cash in and you can make big runs. So it's just, if you can survive this initial spell as an Essex opener where the ball is just nipping about a little bit, then you can go big in the middle overs.
Full and straight. Scrivens gets a bat on it. Can't get it away though.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed after her knock in Durham. I think she only managed 19 and before being dismissed, and she is really Essex's anchor. England A experience, of course, captain in England A in Australia recently.
Yeah, there's a lot of buzz around Grace Scrivens.
Absolutely. Well, she's actually so young, isn't she?
21. She'll look to I'm sure, try and have a good season and push on and maybe get some England honours. But at the moment, she's focusing on this. That's wide there from George, yeah, signalled as such. Not the greatest delivery from the left armour, but Scrivens happy to let that one fly by.
Essex will take all of those.
It'll be interesting to see if Warwickshire's extras totals might rise to the 40s too. Be more than handy.
It's interesting. I've just seen the Wasp win predictor who are calling this match at 50-50 exactly, which is rare.
It's very tight. Oh, cut away nicely. Just about beats the fielder there. Backward point. Might run away to the ropes. It doesn't quite have the pace on it. They just get a single though. First runs of the day for Grace Scrivens.
It's always a nice feeling, isn't it? Getting off the mark. First game at home as well. Good to put bat on ball. Just get off the duck.
Just brings her partner, Jo Gardner, on strike for her first delivery of the day and the final one of this over. Bit of change in field. We see the left-right combo between the batters. Make it a little bit awkward for the fielding side. They're going to have to be tinkering the whole time and on their toes. George in again. And that one's just dabbed down the ground nicely by Jo Gardner to end that first over.
Yeah, and that's a tidy first over by the two wides. And Jo Gardner, she did get unlucky against Durham. She got a really good ball. It sort of came in and then moved off the pitch away from her. She was sort of beating all ends up, but she's a top player. She made 18. So both openers got in against Durham and then got out, but now can they get in and kick on and show the class that we all know that they have?
I think that is going to be pretty crucial. You saw with the Warwickshire innings, once Arlott got him, once Brewer got him, once even Pavley as well, lower down the order. Faced a few deliveries and they were kind of okay once they got going with it. But it is a big challenge to get through this new ball. And England international Izzy Wong bowling from the Graham Gooch end. So
really excited to see her. Obviously, she didn't play the game against Hampshire on Wednesday, but she's in the side today, and we all know the excitement around Izzy Wong, her pace. She's probably one of the quickest bowlers in the women's game. So this will be a real test for Grace Scrivens. Wong in bowls. Oh, and that's straight, and that's wrapped. Scrivens on the pads. Oh, and looking at the replay.
Looked very tight.
Looked really tight, possibly. Pitched outside leg, maybe?
Yeah.
That's the only... Unless she inside it, edged it, but it didn't...
It looked like it was curling onto leg stump, I'd have thought. Scrivens quite a long way across.
Oh, it is swinging away. There's some late movement there. Possibly give Scrivens the benefit of the doubt there.
She's lucky to get away with that one, but, she's now got to look to push on and keep going.
Yeah, get the last ball out of your head. Whether it goes for 4 or you survive. That ball's gone. Wong approaching the crease again. Bowls again.
Right on the money.
Right on the money. Straight sort of Yorker length there. Just dipping at the last moment. But she's tailing it into
a lot of movement,
isn't she?
It's what we saw with Eva Gray and with Kate Kopak as well. They had a lot of skill early on. Was pretty crucial in it. That was kind of the difference between them and the Warwickshire batters. And if you can see Izzy Wong do the same, Katie George, the rest of the seamers in this Warwickshire attack, could be challenging a few overs.
Slip and a gully in place for Izzy Wong. Katie George is in there at gully. But there are gaps. It is the power play. So only 2 fielders allowed outside the 25-yard circle.
I think it's a fine leg and a third man. Pretty standard, I would assume. There are, as you say, gaps, particularly through the covers on the offsides. There's an extra cover and a backward point, but nothing in between.
Oh, and Scrivens doesn't quite time that one as Wong bowls it outside off stump. And we've seen that a number of times today, haven't we? Ball just holding up in the pitch and batters getting an under edge rather than making clean contact. You just really got to wait for the ball on this surface. Play it as late as you can.
Yeah, I think it's, as you said, once you sort of get the pace of the pitch and you get yourself in, it's pretty free-flowing scoring, but you've got to get yourself to that stage. You've got to earn the right to be able to take on the attack, which Emily Arlott did.
And Wong's made a good start here. 4 balls, 4 dot balls. As she comes into bowl again at Scrivens, and that's beaten the outside edge. But that didn't get up at all, did it?
Kept low, nipped away a fraction. It's been a great first 5 deliveries from Izzy Wong on the money from ball 1, and hasn't fallen off it since.
God, if that had been straight, Scrivens could have
been struggling.
Been in all sorts of bother, and she could have felt quite hard done by because that really didn't get any lift off the surface. But a good start from Izzy Wong with a required run rate is just below 6, 5.96. Wong's in again, bowling, and Scrivens does put back to ball this time and fends it into the offside There'll be no run. That's the end of the second over. Essex are 3 for 0.
Yeah, good start for Warwickshire. Not leaking too many runs. Maiden, that last one from Izzy Wong. The first of the day.
Izzy Wong, who is a keen Liverpool fan. So she'll have one eye on the football today, I'm sure. She will be getting messages passed onto the pitch. They have a chance to win the Premier League at Anfield.
Exciting day.
If you're a Liverpool fan.
Yeah, exactly, for them. Yeah, for her. Just more of an incentive for her to try and skittle Essex and see if she can watch it.
Yeah, maybe that's quite worrying for the Essex batters.
In comes George. Full and straight, but tickled away by Joe Gardner. They're going to think about 2, but they settle for 1 in the end.
Again, how low was that kept? Just watching that back on the replay.
They obviously would have got the roller on it during the interval, and perhaps not to Essex's advantage. But we'll see, I guess, how it progresses. We're still only 2 and a bit overs in.
When you do see things like that, you think, well, I've got to get on the front foot. Because if you go backwards, you're going to get one that just goes past your ankles and cleans you up.
Solid there from Scrivens. But yeah, again, a lovely little probing line from Katie George.
Yeah, she needs to stay there. That's where she wants to be. Just moving it away late. Corridor of uncertainty.
We'll have a little look at some of the other games around the grounds at the end of this over as well. But it's been an exciting day of cricket so far. Scrivens cuts that one away, finds the gap, but is only going to be able to pick up 1 from it. Fielder out at the third man. Rallies round well to cut off the boundary. Brings Joe Gardner on strike.
I think there might have been Izzy Wong out there.
Yeah, it's very quick across the grounds. Putting in the hard yards for her team off the ball as well now.
That was a good little cameo she played, wasn't it, at the end there for Warwickshire. Got some important runs.
So important. I think she's about 29, I think she may have made in the end.
And that could well prove to be the difference.
Driven nicely by Gardner. Through for a quick single, but
Good running.
it's just nice and easy there. Timed it well. Coming off the middle, always happy to see as a batter. And yeah, 29, yeah, she made it off 14. That was huge. Yet again, we're talking about the 40 extras. Izzy Wong 30 runs as well. I think just that little boost that is going to give them. If you see Essex getting to around 250, that's going to be could be the key crucial moments that they might have let it slip.
Absolutely.
Driven by Scrivens, but
No
doesn't
ball.
connect again, and
I think,
Yeah.
no ball. It's going to be a free hit.
overstep there from George, and get the sirens going. Where the vuvuzelas? Where the fireworks?
Yeah, there he goes. Waves his index finger around his head. Does the umpire. Oh, where are you going to hit this if you Grace Scrivens now?
I think she's going to probably look to try and target down the ground. She's done so far, but
No fielders there.
we'll see where it goes. She does indeed, over the head, and that's the first
Shot.
boundary. 1 bounce 4. Brilliant from Grace Scrivens. Just rocks back. Fraction short from George. And she just helps it over the head of mid-wicket and mid-on.
Listen
Before.
to that cheer from the home fans. They love that. Fully behind the Eagles. The Chelmsford faithful.
I think that's the first we've really heard of them for a long time. There were obviously a fair few cheers early on in Warwickshire's innings, but not a huge amount to cheer about after the 7th over. George in again now. That's wide, and Scrivens cuts away, slight edge. Past the outstretched dive, and it runs all the way to the boundary for another 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Grace Scrivens.
Off to a flyer.
She's going now. 10 off 16. She moves on to.
I don't mind that. I know that's caught the edge and she's had a flash, but she's flashed hard. If you're going to go. And she has there, and she's reaped the reward. 4 runs.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky over that one from George. The first 2 were bowled so well. and then that one just a fraction loose. The no ball kind of just let Scrivens into the game, and then the next ball she took full advantage of that as well, and then it back-to-back boundaries. 15 for naught after 3. Essex, Joe Gardner back on strike against Izzy Wong.
Oh, Warwickshire are probably 3 down by this point.
I can tell you, on the third over, Warwickshire lost a wicket, 2.6, so they were 9 for 3.
9 for 3, there you go. So Wong is going to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Gardner on strike, just clips that to square leg, where the fine leg fielder has to run round to gather, and they pick up a single. Do you know why that end is the Graham Gooch end? Formerly the Hayes Close end. We're currently sat at the Sir Alistair Cook end. It's because that side is this. This is what I've been told. That side is closer to East London, where Graham Gooch is from.
Ah.
So they gave him that end, Graham Gooch. Slightly less glamorous to this end.
Yeah.
Wong. Oh, and again, gets an inside edge from Scrivens, chops it back onto her pads, and she's fortunate not to have played on there. A few fielders with their hands on their heads. That's twice Scrivens has under-edged it. Good bowling from Wong.
Trying to think why Cook has this end then, because he's from Gloucestershire, apparently. He's born in Gloucester.
Oh, he's an Essex boy.
Yeah.
He's product of Malden Cricket Club. Not a million miles from here. As that's played into the offside from Grace Scrivens, and she's found the gap, and she's going to hurry back for 2 as the fielder gathers and spins and throws back to Izzy Wong at the bowler's end. Nicely played from Scrivens.
Yeah, just sort of jabs her bat down on that and prodded it into the offside for a couple, which is good to see. Yeah. Round the ground, Durham had a little bit of a collapse in sort of reversed fashion from Warwickshire. They were 164 for 2 and ended up 200 all out. Not even getting out their 50. No. String of low scores below. Armitage 81 and Villiers 45.
Here's Wong again. Drags it down a little bit here on the leg stump, and Scrivens just works that off her hip into the leg side. Comes through for a single.
Blaze 55 for 1 at the end of their power play. Amy Jones the only wicket to 435. Caught and bowled by Fraser. Tammy Beaumont 19 not out.
Well, I need to remove Tammy early doors if you got any chance of winning that game.
Hampshire 100. As they made 259 for 8. Surrey currently batting 18 for 1 after 3 overs.
Wong bowls outside the off stump, and that's played nicely into the covers, and they'll come through for a quick single. Another good piece of fielding.
Hampshire slightly let it slip. 166 for 1 at one stage they were. Boucher made 61. McCoffin made 64. Charlie Knott, the Aussie, made 24. And then it was a few other sort of little contributions down the order. At 259 for 8. Could be tricky to defend against Surrey, but we'll wait to find out.
Wong coming round the wicket to the left-handed Scrivens, and that just again is an inside edge onto pad. 3 times already. Scrivens has played that stroke with the same end result. That's the end of the 4th over. 20 for naught are Essex. Scrivens has 13. Gardner has 4.
And then finally, the only other game, Somerset made 205 for 9 from their 50. Lancashire currently 24 for naught after 7.2.
You'd fancy Lancashire to knock that off, wouldn't you?
I think you might. Griffiths made 46 down the order. Top scoring for Somerset. Wickets kind of spread around. Couple for Kate Cross. Hannah Jones, Emma Lamb got 2. So I think pretty comfortable and confident from Lancashire. It's George in again now. Full and straight, but Scrivens matches. Gardner, sorry, that is, matches it well.
Nice movement in the air, wasn't it, from George?
She's definitely extracting a lot of swing so far from this new white Kookaburra ball.
Gardner, rightly so, rightly watchful. Playing it late.
Still the one slip in for Warwickshire. They're going to have to try and take some wickets, I think, if they want to keep going here. That was slightly shorter, but defended again nicely from Joe Gardner.
Had a very interesting chat just before the break with Pam and Dave Letch, who got the Essex women's team up and running to begin with quite a few years ago now, and they're here sort of watching and enjoying the product of a lot of their hard work, which was a really interesting discussion.
Fended off into the offside from Gardner. Was that for BBC Essex?
For BBC Essex, yeah, so that'll be available to listen to on BBC Essex's dedicated cricket show Around the Wicket, Wednesdays 6 p.m, or listen back any time on BBC Sounds. But they were talking about how, sort of 20 years ago it was almost impossible to even find somewhere to play for the earliest Essex women's team, and Felstead School helped them out, and various different clubs here in Essex as well.
Driven nicely by Gardner, but can't beat the fielder extra cover.
And just talking about overcoming a lot of the stereotypes, they were often faced with people saying, looking down on women's cricket, which they fought really hard to overcome. And now, as we see here, their hard work has paid off, and Essex have a Tier 1 professional women's side, so they're delighted to be here watching in the sunshine.
Slashed upish there, but just evades fielder at backward point, Charis Pavilion. They make it through for a single. Get Scrivens back on strike, but another upish opportunity there. It's a tricky one.
Yeah,
but there's chances coming.
There are chances, but that's okay. Essex off to a really good start here. Don't want to put the mockers on them, but 21 for naught. Rotating the strike.
Yeah, Scrivens and Gardner going all right. In comes George again, though. And Scrivens slashes that one. Lovely shot. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. Brilliant from the captain. Just times that one perfectly. Just hear it echo round the ground here, the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. Flies away to the ropes. Just sort of lent on it. And cannons off the bat. Flies off the bat.
Yeah, glorious stroke. And as soon as that beat the infield, you knew that was going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, we've seen it all day. Unless you have a fielder out right out on the rope, and even sometimes then, you'll still time it well. It'll fly off the square a bit, and it's pretty quick outfield we've seen so far here at Chelmsford.
Oh yeah, I mean the ground staff are unbelievable here, and they've had a couple of county championship matches here already. As Wong's in bowling, starting a new overall, and again that's an inside edge, and that might go all the way to the boundary. It does just have the legs to go for 4. Gardner with a streaky boundary inside edge. Doesn't matter how they come. Runs is runs.
Yeah, Gardner's first boundary of the day.
Perhaps a moral victory again for Izzy Wong. Yeah, the ground staff here at Chelmsford are fantastic. 2 county championship games been played here already, and I don't think looking at the outfields you wouldn't be able to tell that. It's lush green, racing away. Perfect cricketing conditions. Here's Wong again bowling outside off stump, and that's just steered down to third man. Gardner getting a single to back up that boundary she got from the previous ball. 30 runs up for Essex.
Yeah, been a very good start in their first home game of the season. First home game as a professional outfit for Essex.
Yeah, and team director Andy Tennant was talking about making Chelmsford a fortress, as it is for the men's team, and he wants it to be the same for the women's team. As Wong bowls that straight and defended back to the bowler by Scrivens, coming forward nicely there. It can be such a tough place to come and win, especially when there is a full crowd in. As you talked about earlier when you first came to Chelmsford Friday night under the lights, the atmosphere is fantastic here for probably the smallest ground on the county circuit.
Definitely one of, yeah.
Wong again. That's just straight onto the pads and flicked down to fine leg by Scrivens. Thinks about coming back for a second, but decides against it. 1 run. She moves on to 18.
Yeah, I think it must be one of the smaller ones. I know.
I would say I would be surprised if there was a smaller ground. I know Hove's small, isn't it? But I think
I've been to Hove, felt a little bit bigger than this.
yeah, and you've got Canterbury, but I would fancy Chelmsford to be the smallest, as that's just defended into the leg side by Gardner. No run.
Apparently Taunton is the smallest, 8,500.
Interesting.
I'm not sure what Essex technically goes down as.
Well, Essex have added that new temporary stand as well next to the pavilion, which I think has about 300 extra capacity. Wong drops it short, and that's hammered through mid-wicket by Gardner. An imperious stroke. Wong just dropped her length back, but Gardner was equal to the task. That's 4 runs. Essex move on to 35 for naught after 6. Toby's just doing a bit of county cricket ground research.
Oh no, I think that was very wrong, Google. I found a website here. It has the county cricket ground at Hove as 4,000 as the smallest.
Okay, yeah, that is smaller than Chelmsford.
Marginally bigger New Road in Worcester. And then Taunton 6,500. Northamptonshire 6,500. Bristol 7,000. Chelmsford 6,000. So it's kind of all similar-ish.
Yeah.
You know, the odd 1,000 or 2.
But it can feel like you've got 10,000 in
Yeah.
there sometimes when the crowd gets up.
As we see, change of bowling. The Centurion, Arlott, comes into the attack now. Takes still a pretty new ball from the Sir Alistair Cook ends. That was flicked around the corner straight away from Scrivens to get off strike.
Yeah, Arlott, she'll be short of a bit of confidence, won't she?
She might be tied in the legs though. Was out there for a long, long time.
Sometimes when it's your day, it's your day. You know, you get some runs, then you skipper throws you the ball, and then you get a 3 for in your first over. No, I'm not speaking from experience here, but I've seen it happen before to other players.
In again, Arlott. Defended from Gardner. Sound like you know what you're talking about there, James. That's what I'm saying.
No, that was good acting on my part then. Yourself, Toby?
Oh, definitely not. I don't think I've ever taken more than 1 wicket in a match.
You batter?
Yeah, keeper. I have taken the pads off on the odd occasion. Come charging in. That was flicked into the leg side, no run. Yeah, come charging in before looping up a few grenades.
Really? Leggy?
Medium pace.
Medium pace.
But they're still grenades.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, medium slow, I would say.
I like that. I'm surprised you haven't been asked to play for a side today.
No one wants me.
Somewhere around. No one wants. Oh, I won't believe that.
You got any cricket coming up, James?
Next weekend, first game of the season.
Slightly uppish, but round the corner from Gardner there. Her first runs against Arlott.
Yeah, first game of the season for the mighty Writtle Cricket Club, where Sam Cook started life, and Aaron Beard, who retired now,
And also yourself.
and Miss
Great trio.
Yeah, and myself. I'm sure when the history books get written, they'll put my name first. Yeah, a lovely little club just on the outskirts of Chelmsford.
That one slashed away. Lovely shot again from Scrivens. 4 more. Again through the offside with a brilliant cut shot. Anything back of a length, she's pounced on.
What a sound that made off the bat as well.
Just didn't try too hard and just used the pace from Arlott, but also, as you say, the timing on that. just perfect.
God, I'm sure she'll watch that back this evening.
And then that's just polar opposite, but equally brilliant. Just leans on it and runs it off the face. Just rotates the strike.
Smart cricket. Or sometimes when you get a boundary, the endorphins are going and you get a bit carried away and try and do it again. But Scrivens is hitting a boundary and then just working it into the gap for a single, and hence Essex at 42 for naught after 7 overs. Great start.
No, yeah, it's been very decent from Essex so far. Warwickshire will be looking to try and find a breakthrough and try and capitalise on that if they can, but Wong will continue. They take out a slip now.
And I think Katie George, who was at Gully, is going to come into more of a second, third slip position.
Yeah, Nat Wraith moves out into the covers.
Yeah, just filling that gap. Wong in again, starting her 4th over on. That does find the outside edge, and it is in the direction of Katie George, who pulls off a acrobatic goalkeeper-like save down to her right. Does really well there, because that would have been 4 otherwise, I think.
Yeah, it's a pretty good stop that from George. Awkward sort of bounce just in front of her. Reminiscent of Petr Cech, I would say.
Absolutely.
Or Hannah Hampton, if you'd rather a different keeper.
Petr Cech, interestingly, had a stint playing ice hockey for the Chelmsford Chieftains.
I remember that.
So formerly of this parish. Petr Cech, there you go.
It's not a bad stat.
Yeah, that was like his main sport
Growing
growing up. It was ice hockey. So he's a goalie.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise. Probably half decent.
Yeah. I think he ended up playing professionally after finishing football, or went back to the Czech Republic for a bit as well and played there.
So that's driven straight-ish by Scrivens, no run. Yeah, man of many talents. Petr Cech. Izzy Wong, just 22 years old, but has plenty of experience under her belt. She's played for the Mumbai Indians, Sydney Thunder. She's been out in Australia. And how about this? She can do a Rubik's Cube in half an hour.
That's not a bad stat. Lovely shot there, though. Guides that one just for a single.
Oh, it might have been half a minute, actually. Half an hour doesn't seem that impressive, does it? Sorry. Half a minute.
That's pretty good.
That is impressive, yeah. Half an hour. Half an hour. I think I've done her a disservice there.
Yeah. You've got a interesting comment from Ra on YouTube, who says, "This lefty is good. Reminds me of Jessie Ryder." Obviously talking about Grace Scrivens, the old Kiwi international.
And Essex player. Yeah. Wong in again, and that's just defended on the front foot. Gardner playing that late, just opening the face, running it into the leg side. The offside rather, no run. Yeah, Jessie Ryder, he was fantastic back in the day. You might have seen him when you came here to watch Essex Hampshire back in the day.
Oh,
that might have been his era. Yeah, he used to open the batting with his sort of like a head bandana that used to hang out of his helmet, and he just used to thump it all over the ground. Here's Wong in again for a final ball of the over, straight, just dug out, so very full length, dug out by Gardner to conclude the 8th over. Just the 1 run coming from it. Essex are 43 without loss.
Yeah, just a reminder, if you want to get in contact with us, just put a message into the YouTube chat and it should pop up for us here and be able to react to any questions, comments, insight you guys might have. So
well, I don't know about that, but any questions about Toby's cricketing career as well? Sure, we'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, it's a bit like a pond, I would say, a lot of ducks. But I'm more than happy to talk through my 42 ball duck, my 28 ball duck, couple first ball ducks, even a diamond duck in there a couple of times.
There's plenty of time left in the day, Toby. I'll throw a few of mine in the mix.
Arlott again now from the South Cook end, and just into the offside from Scrivens.
if Essex can just keep this up, just going under the radar, really, just ticking the scoreboard over, get to 50, get your heads down again, get to 100 without loss, they'll be well on their way.
Yeah, no complacency, I'd say, is the one thing. That one's defended again from Scrivens. You know, we saw, obviously it was slightly different, but early on in Warwickshire's innings, you know, lost 5 wickets quickly. It's, you know, can happen to anyone. Even if they're 100 for naught, 150 for naught, they've still got to make sure they stay on top of it.
Yeah, collapse can come from anywhere. As we've seen in some of the other games across the country today.
Another one on the money there from Arlott. She's bowling almost as well as she's batted.
It's interesting that she's stayed over the wicket. Most of these deliveries seem to be pitching outside leg stump, so it's going to be very difficult for her to bring LBW into the equation. I wouldn't say she's moving it massively away from Grace Scriven, so she looks fairly comfortable here, does the Essex opener.
Yeah, and that one's same again from Scrivens. Yeah, I think Arlott's just trying to push it across the lefty. They've obviously got a slip in there. Couple catching in front of the bat as well. And it's one of those where I think if they feel like they can dry up the runs, you know, the required run rate's up at 6s.
Yeah, just frustrate the Essex batters. They just need to be patient. If you can keep that run rate at 6 going into the final 20, they'll be happy with that, I should think. They've got wickets in hand.
Yeah, exactly. But then the only issue is if you then start to lose those wickets, and the rate then will probably climb with it, and it can be tricky. I think this is definitely the sensible way about going about this chase, though. They've got to ease their way into it, and then midway through, perhaps, if they're in a good position, look to try and take the game away from Warwickshire.
You can't forget how long 50 overs actually is, and you only really realise it as an opening batter when you get out and you're sat in the pavilion for the rest of the overs.
Oh, past the outside edge. You could see the Warwickshire team just almost there, on the edge of their seats, other than they're all standing. It was so close to the bat there.
Brilliant delivery, and that's got a bit of lift out of nowhere from the pitch, which has been keeping low in these opening 9 overs.
Yeah, whistle past the edge, just nipped off the pitch a fraction.
Great delivery. And Grace Scrivens does really well not to hit it.
Yeah, 25 off 36 she is now. Gardner 15 off 19. Both going along well. 43 for naught in total. 9 overs. Final over the power play to be bowled by Izzy Wong. Her 5th of the match.
Coming in from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls. It's a straight delivery. Played into the offside. No run. Yeah, I think one player who might be a bit disappointed in the Warwickshire side is Stair Callis. Obviously, definitely been tipped as one to watch in this women's one-day cup. Dismissed for a duck by Kate Kopak. But that was a really important wicket for Essex early doors, and that just set the tempo, didn't it? As Wong bowls again. It's driven by Gardner straight back at her. No run.
Well, yeah, I mean, first up, you have to kind of say that once that wicket fell, it just seemed like even the first over from Eva Gray was good and definitely felt like something might be coming. And then when Kopak struck in the next over, just kind of tumbled. You know, just a few overs later, we saw a few more wickets fall.
Wong bowls, and that's left alone outside off stump. Good delivery from Izzy Wong. That one was just coming back in slightly to the right-hander.
I was going to say, tailed in a fraction. I think a little bit closer than perhaps Gardner, thought, but
a good
just
leave.
Happy with, yeah. There's 2 types of leaves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Stair Callis was at Essex for a couple of years back in 2016 as Netherlands international. She had a breakthrough at the 2018 Women's T20 World Cup qualifiers. There's Izzy Wong. Bowls Gardner through the gate. That one again just nips back. Really good ball, but Gardner's left a gap between bat and pad, and she's on her way. Warwickshire have the breakthrough via Izzy Wong. It's 43 for 1.
Yeah, that is crucial. Brilliant ball from Wong, though. You kind of saw hints of it the previous delivery where it nipped back a bit and, Gardner wasn't too comfortable with her leave. And that one just hooped back in. But as you say, James, between bat and pad, she'll be a little bit disappointed with that. Look to come down the wicket and be aggressive.
You're watching that again on the replay. She's taken a couple of strides down the pitch and then her hands have sort of gone away from her body. And then with Izzy Wong's pace and that movement back in, she just can't close that gap quickly enough. And she's bowled through the gate, and it's a horrible feeling as the batter's just hearing those stumps go. And she's on her way back to the pavilion, and out in the middle to join Grace Scrivens is Cordelia Griffith. It's a bit of a full circle moment for Cordelia. She'd been at Essex, she was very young. And now she's playing in the first professional women's team. And she's got a lot of work to do. A good platform's been set by the Essex openers, but now they have lost the wicket and they've just got to reset, not panic and keep building those runs. Here comes Wong again. Straight delivery, and that's on the full, played up to mid-on by Griffith. Survives her first ball. Yeah, so it was a combination of things, really, that wicket, wasn't it? It was a good piece of bowling by Izzy Wong. That's exactly what I think she was trying to do the ball before. But also just a lapse of concentration from Gardner, you'd have to say.
It's disappointing to see, but got to give credit to Wong.
Wong in again, outside off stump, and Griffith plays a drive into the covers and gets off the mark with a single. That's one thing about Cordelia Griffith, which you saw in the Durham game. Anything outside off stump, she likes to have a go at. She likes feeling bat on ball, and that can be her undoing at times, but it's great when a batter comes out with intent from the off, isn't it?
Yeah, that was also her undoing at Durham, I think, wasn't it? She had two or three really nice sort of booming cover drives and then edged the third or fourth one she attempted and ended up back in the pavilion. As the power play comes to an end, Arlott will continue though from Sir Alistair Cook ends. I wouldn't be surprised though if Wong perhaps has a little breather after getting the breakthrough. Maybe over one more.
Maybe one more. I think that was the best over she's bowled so far, and just growing in confidence. I think she'd like to have one more. See if she can get a second Essex wicket. Griffith, who pre-seasoned out in Queensland in Australia.
Flicked into the leg side there from Griffith.
I think that
single
was a success by all accounts. We spoke to her on BBC Essex a couple of weeks ago, and it's great the opportunities you get with going to play overseas cricket in the off season. Come back here for the English summer. It's the perfect life, really.
Just cricket all year, every year. What more do you want?
Why not?
It's a great way to keep owning your craft in different climates as well. That one's turning to the leg side, no run.
Definitely, and I mean, it'll be the aspiration of many of these players today to go on and play for England, and obviously when England travel to Australia next time, they'll be hoping for a bit more success. So if you've got experience playing over there, that can only hold you in good stead.
Yeah, perhaps could have used Griffith in the Ashes. That was dropped short and top edge, big appeal. No, turned down.
Although it does look like it's deviated as it's gone past.
Perhaps on Scrivens' shoulder, or
was it caught a bit of glove? Maybe. I have to watch this back on the replay.
There was a lot of excitement from Warwickshire there.
Abby Freeborn is very interested, isn't she? Let's have a look. Dug in really short. It deviates off something. Is it a helmet?
I think it might be the helmet off the visor, the grill.
This is a better angle. Yeah, I think that's come off the top of her lid.
Just kind of skims it.
Yeah, and Scrivens there just points straight away. She points to, say, a helmet.
Oh, and a big drive that time. floated up from Arlott after banging in the one before short. And a big drive, but doesn't connect to Scrivens. One or two that have gone past the outside edge now for the captain.
That's top bowling, that is. Dig one in short, catch the batter on the lid, and then just float one in the channel outside off with a bit of movement, getting her to have a little waft. Top bowling from Emily Arlott.
That was off the back foot into the offside. Beats the fielder. It's possibly not going to have the legs to go all the way, but they're going to come back for two. Just a nice shot there from Scrivens. It's pretty fluent so far through the offside. Is the Essex captain. Smashed a few out to the boundary through that same region. Couple more to add to her total now. She moves on to 27 off 40.
Yeah,
Watchful so far.
For someone so young, she's got so much experience as well as Scrivens.
Oh, up in the air, could be out. Oh, the ball can't quite take that.
What a chance that was for Warwickshire to bag their second wicket.
Yeah, loops up in the air to Karis Pavley, that is, at backward point. And I'm not sure if it carries. It possibly does, but it doesn't stick. Draws the outside edge there. Does Arlott. Good bit of bowling, and then
Does she need to do better there, Toby?
I don't know. I think it would have been another brilliant catch. We've seen a few of those earlier on in Essex's innings as well, or Essex's bowling innings, I should say.
She did have a bit of ground to make up there, and it was a good effort.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite see whether she did get both hands to it in the end.
It's one of those where it kind of holds in the air forever, but it's never quite carrying, just dying on you as that fielder at point.
Izzy Wong is going to have another one. She's into her 6th over now. Bowling at Griffith. That's on leg stump, played to square leg for a quick single.
Yeah, nicely worked around the corner. Just into the leg side from Griffith.
Yeah, that really would have changed things, dislodging both the openers in the space of 2 overs. But as it stands, Essex 48 for 1. Scrivens is still there, 27 off 41. Run rate's just crept up a little bit to 6.2 as Wong bowls again and striven nicely.
Little crowd catch there, I think.
Little crowd catch. And Wong just throws it back in the direction of Scrivens, just along the deck. Top competitor, Izzy Wong. She gets so fired up for these matches, and yeah, as Danny Warren was saying to you earlier, when every game she's involved in is a good game of cricket to watch.
Very much so. I'm sure we'll see some of that energy throughout the rest of this game.
Well, that's drilled into the cover region by Scrivens, and the misfield means they're going to get just the one. Thought about coming home for a second, but I think that would have been too tight, so a good call in the end. Scrivens adds another one to her tally.
Yeah, hit hard at Wraith there. Kind of gets a hand to it, but just slips pie in the ends.
Yeah, we've seen a number of difficult catching chances, haven't we, today? But as we said at the break, we had a conversation, didn't we? Said that can be the difference in games. If you hang on to some of these tough catches, so that's just played again off the back foot into the offside, looking to cut, but didn't quite get a timing there, Griffith. No run. Yeah, if you take those half chances, that can win you a game.
Even just one of them. You know, if I think Smale had two maybe, and there was possibly another one. And I know Scrivens dropped one that she definitely would have been disappointed to as well. Sort of waist high to her left. But if one of them had managed to cling on, Arlott had gone earlier, or Brewer had gone earlier. You just kind of keep that momentum going, which seemed to lull a little bit throughout the middle of Essex's innings, bowling innings, that is.
Yeah. No, I think at the break, Essex would have still felt positive because of the start they had. I know there would have been some disappointment that they didn't just skittle Warwickshire, having gotten 5 down so early on. But they're still well in this game. About 241 runs required. Plenty of time to get those as well. As that's, again, straying down the leg side from Izzy Wong, just clips the pad of Griffith. Come through for 1. End of Izzy Wong's 6th over. Essex 50 is up. Smattering of applause from around the ground. 50 for 1 from 12 overs.
Yeah, good start for Essex, but they also got some exciting talents coming in below. Jodie Grucock likely to come in next at number 4, and Flo Miller below her, 20 and 21 years old. And then below that, Lissy McLeod. Bit of experience there before Sophia Smell, also 20. It's a very young middle order, but it complemented nicely with some experience throughout.
Yeah, Lizzie McLeod coming in down the order. She's
And Amara Carr as well.
and Amara Carr, some of the slightly older players in this Essex side.
Yeah, defended solidly there from Griffith.
Yeah, Griffith joined Essex at the age of 9. She was when she first played for the County. I bet back then she couldn't have dreamed that one day she'd be a full-time professional cricketer for Essex, so it's really lovely to see.
Solid again in defence. Good bowling again from Arlott. She's into her 4th over now. Very miserly so far, just 10 runs from her first 20 deliveries. You can tell that she's just probing away. More than happy to keep the runs down as much as anything else. Almost 3 identical shots and deliveries so far in this over.
Solid in defence, and Griffith, she loves the big occasion. She made 57 in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final last season, instrumental in the Sunrisers getting the win, getting their hands on the trophy. So she'll be well up for this afternoon.
Oh, look, thoughts of a quick single there, but Scrivens turns that one down, I think sensibly so.
Yeah, that would have been a bit tight, I think.
Look to just flick that one into the leg sides, but pounced on by Hannah Baker in there at short mid wicket. Flicked away nicely there. There's not a fielder out on the boundary. They're going to have to chase that one down. But it's just going to beat the fielders, is it? No, it doesn't. Brilliant fielding out there. Brilliant effort from Nat Wraith, I think that is, who gets all the way over and pulls out the dive with a little bit of teamwork alongside Hannah Baker. And between them, they managed to claw it back in.
Body on the line there, because there's not a big gap between the rope and sort of the advertising board. Actually, there's a couple of feet of brick there, so you've got to be careful when you go to ground over by the pavilion. Anything for the cause.
Defended again well from Scrivens. That ends the over. Just 3 from it. Arlott super miserly again, just bang on the money. Having been so good with the bat, has now been brilliant with the ball too. But the Essex batters happy to just let her kind of hit her spot and cash in if and when she does miss, which has been rare so far. As it looks like a change of bowling.
We have got a change of bowling.
A little bit of spin.
Hannah Baker into the attack.
Some leg spin here from Hannah Baker.
Spin was largely Essex's undoing up at Durham on Wednesday. So it'll be interesting to see if they've learnt from some of their mistakes. Hannah Baker, the leggy. First ball then for Baker. Right arm over the wicket. That's cut just behind square. Fielded, no run. How would you assess this start then from Essex? 53 for 1 coming into the 14th over.
I think they'd take that. I think you've got to be positive from where they are, and they're definitely going to be happy.
Baker again bowls.
I think there's obviously still a long way to
Defender
go.
straight back to her.
Long way to go. We're not even a third, not even really near a third of the way through their innings. The run rate's slightly dipping, but I don't think it's anything to worry about too much. That one's called a wide.
Oh, yeah, I think that looked slightly harsh from up here. I thought it was just inside the line, but a little bit of spin there from Baker. Giving us a wide. She's in again, bowling, and that's cut into a gap. It's going to be fielded on the cover boundary, come through for a single. Griffith there just rocking onto the back foot, stroking it into the gap. 55 for 1 now.
I think you mentioned the spin was the undoing. 5 of the 9 wickets that fell against Durham for Essex were to spin. 3 of which were to leg spinner Katie Levick.
So it'll be interesting seeing how they fare against Baker.
And another 2 for Thompson. Grace Thompson, 17-year-olds. Very exciting.
Baker bowling again and played on the front foot defensively by Scrivens. No run. Yeah, didn't pick up a wicket against Hampshire. Baker should be looking for a first ace. Scrivens takes a couple of steps down the pitch and just plays that up to mid-off, no run, and that's a tidy first over from Baker. She's gone for just the 2 runs. 55 for 1 after 14.
Yeah, I think as we were saying, James, Essex will be more than happy where they are right now. Obviously disappointed that Joe Garden will be back in the pavilion, but these two are looking good so far, Griffiths and Scrivens. They'll obviously have to slowly look at upping the rate at some point. It's under 4s now, required run rate 6.5s, but I don't think there's a huge rush to do that. You saw how, I wouldn't say easily, but how naturally it came to Emily Arlott in particular to up the rate.
Yeah, once she played herself in, batting did seem a lot easier, and I'd say in general the ball does seem to be doing less, and whether that's down to the skill of the Essex bowlers or just the conditions have changed, we'll never know really, but there's certainly less movement of the ball in the air from these Warwickshire seamers. And yeah, you're right, Toby. The message now will be just get through to 20 overs. And we'll go again.
Oh, lovely shot there from Griffiths. Just backs away and cannons. It flies off the bat and just shoots through the covers for 4. Brilliant from Griffith. We were already talking about how she looks to try and be aggressive and positive through the offside, and that's another example of it there.
Yeah, such quick hands through the ball there. Played it really late, just slightly opened the face. She could steer that into the gap at point. Raced away across those practice wickets. 4 runs, beautiful shot.
Arlott in again. Look for a single. It's going to be close. Direct hit could be tight. But no, she's through. Well run there. Really good from Griffiths. I think I had that in her mind that perhaps she thought mid-on was a fraction too deep and just set off straight away.
Yeah, good running. Positive running. Just put the pressure back on the bowler. Boundary and then nicking a quick single can be really frustrating as a bowler who's charging in hard every ball.
Helps to the run rate as well. Sliced there brilliantly off the face of the bat. Lovely shot again from Scrivens. When Scrivens hits the ball, you know it's been hit. It's echoing. It's amazing, the sounds.
She's got a great piece of wood in her hands. The sound it makes off there is sublime.
Dragged down slightly up in the air, but falls short of the fielder out at fine leg, Hannah Baker.
I wondered if she meant that delivery at first. She dug that in so short. But nearly
Nearly got the wicket, yeah.
nearly got a wicket out of it.
Yeah, no, I do agree. It felt almost as if it was just a drag down, but actually it came off the pitch nicely and kind of suggests that she was kind of targeting that a little bit. 7 from the over so far, 2 to come. Onto the front foot from Scrivens, but no run from it. Still a lovely day out here.
Yeah, there have been a few clouds over us for the last sort of 15, 20 minutes or so, but the sun's just poking back through again. Glorious sunshine here at Chelmsford.
And that one's flicked off the pads, helped nicely off the hip. They're going to think about 2, but happy to just take the single there. 8 from it in the ends.
Walked past the ice cream van earlier. I think it's been kept busy this afternoon.
Probably just get busier from now on as well.
Might have to pay him a visit on my way out.
Come and do an ice cream review for the commentary if you want.
Oh, absolutely. What's your go-to? What's your ice cream order?
It depends. It's tricky. I love a bit of mint chocolate chip. If we're going flavour-wise.
Oh, yeah.
I think can't go wrong with that. Don't mind something like sort of cookies and cream Oreo kind of classic.
Lovely.
But, also just as happy with a bit of vanilla, Mr. Whippy's, perfect.
Easily pleased.
Oh, any ice cream I'll take.
Stick a flake in there.
Oh, sounds so good. Should we just pause the commentary and go get ice cream?
Yeah, you're going to be listening in silence, well, you probably prefer that.
Baker to continue now.
So Baker will be spinning this in to the left-handed Scrivens as she bowls. Oh, and that's straight down leg side, and Scrivens turns that round the corner, and it is well fielded by Callis. I think it might have been down there. Takes the single. Griffith on strike. Baker in bowling, and it's again played off the back foot by Griffith. Fielded at point, no run.
Not a bad start here for the leg spin of Hannah Baker.
Yeah, she's bowling a good line. Other than that first ball of this over, she comes in again, and that's strikes Griffith on the pad, but that's going way down the leg side. I know Baker can spin it, but not that much.
I think that's a slightly half-hearted appeal there. Kind of tailed out pretty quickly.
Run rate is just slowly creeping up, though, isn't it? 6.5 now, and Essex won't want that to get much above 7.
It's tricky if it does. They just require a few big overs, which means you have to start taking the risks, which they won't want to do.
No, I'm still in favour of them being watchful for the time being. You've still got, 35 overs left where you can put your foot down. But I imagine one of these two will look to accelerate as Scrivens just plays up the pitch to mid-on. Doesn't quite time that one. It's fielded no run.
I think for the time being, they should be very happy to just keep going. Get to 25 overs.
Baker again. Scrivens comes down the pitch and drills that straight down the ground.
Lovely
for
shot.
4 runs. Just as we talk about putting your foot down and accelerating, Scrivens comes herring out of her crease and plays a glorious stroke straight over the bowler's head for 4.
I think it's an interesting one though, because that's not actually that risky a shot. You've got the match up, the ball spinning into her. Great use of feet. Got to the pitch, and it's pretty simple from there to. No, she makes it look simple, and it probably is for someone of her quality to get to the pitch and hit it back over the bowler's heads. So it's actually a pretty low risk shot when you kind of weigh all of that in.
And as a left-hander as well, and a right-handed leg spin bowler, the spin's coming back into you. So if you're a right-hander and you come down out your crease to a leg spinner, if you don't get that right, that's going to spin away from you. and you're probably going to miss it and get stumped. Whereas Scrivens has got that coming back into her, so at worst, probably hits her in the pads, and then you're not going to be given LBW, are you? So that was a really clever shot. As you see, another change in bowling. Pavely coming into the attack, Chris Pavely.
Yeah, a little bit of left arm orthodox here. Some finger spin. But yeah, again, similar to Baker, turning the ball away from Griffith and into Scrivens. Just 20 years of old. 20 years of age even, sorry.
Bit of England under-19 experience as well, Chris Pavely.
I'll jock short though. Griffith looks to punish it but can't capitalise.
Oh, she's missed out there.
Just too straight from Griffiths and picks out Stair Callis. That was full and driven again nicely. Lovely shot from Griffith. Brilliant. Timed it perfectly again. And this time manages to evade the lurking Stair Callis, and it runs all the way to the boundary for 4.
God, don't bowl there to Cordelia Griffith. You could watch that all day, couldn't you, on the replay? Sumptuous drive, just waited for it. Floaty half volley outside off stump. Punished. Griffith up to 18.
Just almost topples over at that one, but does well to maintain her balance, does Griffith. That was short again. Oh, it's skidded in with the arm, is that one? Yeah, that one comes back in a lot.
Really
from
nice,
Pavely.
really nice bit of bowling.
I think it just
Arm
caught
ball.
Griffiths off guard, yeah. Arm ball skidded on.
So she tailed back in quite a long way as well.
That was short and wide again and slashed from Griffith, but she's just going to get a single from it. Yeah, that was a bit reminiscent. I think, was it the Kiwi bowler last summer, Jonas, who got an absolute corking delivery to dismiss, I want to say Nat Sivabrun at Lords. And it was another arm ball, kind of similar to that, just angled in and sort of just skipped on with the slope.
It's a great weapon for an off spinner to have. Obviously, generally will have less variations than a wrist spinner will.
That was cut away well from Scrivens again for another single.
But it's all about, can you vary your pace? Can you drag your line, change your length occasionally?
Yeah, consistency isn't always the best thing in white ball cricket for a spinner. You've had to see how much spinners have had to adapt over the last 10, 20, 30 years as T20 cricket has become, a bigger and bigger event within the sport.
It can be a very, very difficult game for a spinner.
Essex currently doing very well, 75 for 1 at the moment. 5 runs from extras, but off the bat, Grace Scrivens leading from the front as captain, 36 off 54 she's made. Looks very, very tidy. Her opening partner, Joe Gardner, was bowled with a brilliant in-swinging delivery from Izzy Wong for 15. And currently partnering Scrivens is Cordelia Griffith, 19 off 26 at the moment.
Yeah, these two just need to stay out there. Just bat and bat and bat. So that's turned around the corner by Scrivens as Baker commences her 3rd over. They scamper through for a single. She played 74 games for the Sunrisers. Grace Scrivens scored over 2,000 runs, took 45 wickets as well. So captain who led from the front as Baker bowls, and that's a straight delivery played with the full face of the bat on display by Griffith. Back to the bowler. No run, solid in defence.
Yeah, Essex captain, Lions captain. And
Baker bowls, Griffith just plays that with soft hands into the offside, and they hurry through for a quick single. Have they made it? They have. Oh, that was quite close in the end. Scrivens just on her heel slightly. Griffith called her through, and her captain obliged.
yeah, not the Not the best thing to do is barbecue your captain at the first home game of the professional era.
How's it get dropped for the next game? Run your captain out.
But she made it home
Never in doubt.
reasonably comfortably in the end. It's tight, but she did well.
That's just what you don't want, is for a silly, needless run out at this point. But all is well as Baker bowls the next ball, and that's just slanting onto the pads of Scrivens, and she plays that into the leg side. No run. Baker bowls again, and it's played back at her. She dives, can't quite get there, but it's fielded at mid-on.
Yeah, nice use of feet again from Scrivens there. We saw it in the last over where she faced up to Baker, used her feet well to get to the pitch and hit a boundary straight down the grounds. Not too dissimilar that one, but I think realised she wasn't at the pitch and sort of withheld herself, smartly so.
Yeah, she's trying not to get stuck on the crease and just trying to throw Baker off her length as much as she possibly can. She does stay in her crease for this delivery and defends that one back to Baker. No run, and that's the end of the 18th over. Essex are 77 for 1 in pursuit of Warwickshire's target of 290.
Yeah, required run rate 6.66. But not too much of an issue for Essex, who are going well now at the moment. Scrivens 37 off 58. She was the second highest run scorer in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy last year. 553 runs. Very impressively, considering she was captaining the side, led them to victory.
She was only 16 when she made her Sunrisers debut, so I know she's only 21, but she's got, a good 5 years of, top level experience.
That was dropped short and angled in again. They're going to go through for another quick single. Nicely run again from Essex. That one, yet again, it's sort of almost coming back in, perhaps swing as much as anything from Pavely. I'm interested to see sort of a seam presentation and how it's all looking.
Yeah, she must just be holding with her index finger just right on the edge of the seam and just rolling it down the side of the ball. And yeah, she is moving it a bit, isn't she? And she's bowling quite fast.
Oh, lovely shot there from Scrivens. Just throws her hands at one that's a fraction too wide.
You can see the sort of trap that I think Pavely's trying to set here. She's got the arm ball in the locker, so she's darting some at the stumps, and then that one she's just tossed it wide outside off stump, hoping to draw a false shot from the batter. So she's definitely got a plan here as Pavely.
Oh, full toss, and Griffiths punished that one, but can't find the gap and just ends up getting a single for it.
Brilliant, isn't it? Just when you're talking someone up and you start talking about this plan, and then they just throw up a full toss. I'll shut up.
Pavely to continue with her left arm finger spin. That's short this time and pulled away from Scrivens. Doesn't get a hold of it. Quite luckily so, perhaps, with a fielder out there on the boundary.
That's a horrible way to go. Get a drag down and just pop it straight up to the fielder in the deep. Got away with that one, Scrivens.
Nicely defended from Griffiths there.
She's accumulated really well, hasn't she? 22 off 31. And coming in to replace Gardner after she'd had a great partnership with Scrivens, and now Griffith forming a partnership with Scrivens. Steadied the ship.
End of the 19th over there. Well bowled in the end from Pavely. 81 for 1. Essex find themselves 19 overs gone. The skipper Scrivens still at the crease alongside Cordelia Griffith.
That last ball from Pavely was 50 miles an hour. So for a spinner, that is...
Darting him in, yeah.
Yeah, she's really firing him in. So when you do get that one that's just floated outside off as a batter, you think, oh, better cash in here. And if it does a bit, that's when you get the leading edge. And Scrivens comes out her crease again, a couple of steps, and plays that lofted cover drive. Hurries back for a second. Good use of the feet again from the Essex captain.
Yeah, kind of squirts that one away off the off the face a little bit. Just chips it, but
Wasn't the cleanest contact, was it?
definitely not compared to what we've seen her today, where she's timed some unbelievable shots.
As Baker bowls again and Scrivens drives this up towards mid-off, but there will be no run. But that was quite a safe shot, really. She didn't make the contact she wanted, but there's such a big gap over in that sort of extra cover region, that as long as you clear the infield, you're going to get 2 runs at least.
Yeah, and particularly as well, they've got a fielder out on the boundary, but unless you really connect and you send one out there, which wasn't really what she was trying to do, then you're kind of, as you say, sort of always sorted for 2, as long as you get enough on it.
Here's Baker again, and a reverse sweep comes out from Scrivens, and she's absolutely nailed that, and that's going to run away to the fence. And we talk about when are Essex going to go, when someone going to put their foot down. Well, I think we might be seeing it now, Toby.
That's a glorious shot there from Scrivens. That's her first sort of real inventive shot of the day. She's looked to hit down the ground pretty much exclusively, other than the odd one she's dropped back and pulled and cut. But that one, premeditated, obviously had in her mind that there's a gap around there. There's only Stair Callis in there at backward point, and if you can find either side of her, there's runs to be had.
It's Baker again, and this time Scrivens plays it on the back foot. Spun a little bit. Takes the inside half of the bat up. Back to Baker, fielded, no run. Hold again, and Scrivens just works this into the leg side, into mid-wicket region, and she's going to pick up a single. So successful over for Essex, 7 from it. Beautiful reverse sweep in there from Scrivens. Moves her on to 46 from 66 balls. Griffith at the other end is 22 of 32. Essex at 88 for 1 after 20 overs, with a required run rate at 6.73.
I think it's interesting, though, because I think that's actually quite reminiscent of when Chloe Brewer, I think it was, as well, who at one point, I think it was a little bit later in the innings, I think it was maybe 26th, 27th over, looked to try and be aggressive. And her first shot in sort of similar vein was a reverse sweep as well. And from there, her and Emily Arlott started to push on and really go from there. Oh, that skids past the outside edge there, just with the arm again from Pavley.
Oh, no. That's spun, hasn't it? Beating Scrivens on the outside edge.
That's a tricky one for the captain. Same again there.
Identical delivery, isn't it?
Sort of almost drifting away with her and then continuing on with that drift. Pavley's done it well so far.
Wow, play that. It's 2 superb deliveries from Chris Pavley.
No run again there. She's firing through this over. 3 dots from it so far.
Yeah, and as these dot balls pile up, that required run rate just creeps up, doesn't it? Just a fraction under 6.9 now.
That was short this time though, and pulled through the gap it is. Lovely shot there from the skipper. And that brings up her 50. Lovely from Scrivens. Just cashed in on a ball that's too short from Pavley. She just held on and waited for those first few really good balls from Pavley, but that time, short, straight, she punishes it to the boundary. 70 balls she made.
Helps, however, slight misfield from Georgia Davies there, but she won't worry about that. It's been a superb knock from the Essex captain.
Same again there, but this time hit a bit square and just a single from it. And yeah, very, very good knock there from the skipper. 70 balls, 7 boundaries from it, all along the floor. And been batting for about an hour and 15 minutes so far.
Well, we said at the start of the innings, didn't we, it'd be important for Essex. They are going to win this game for Scrivens to get in and go big.
Ooh, tight there. Had to pull out the dive. But yeah, that's the end of that over as well. 21 overs gone, 94 for 1. As I was saying at the back end of last over, I think it's pretty similar that you kind of see the sort of increase in aggression is mirrored pretty similarly with a reverse sweep to a spinner. You know, firstly last innings with Chloe Brewer, and then you can see Scrivens, I think, starting to try and build it up a little bit now. And it just helps that Essex are in a much better position than Warwickshire were at the time. Only one down, 94 for one. Much better than the partnership that Brewer and Arlott had to start theirs from when they were 22 for 5.
Well, exactly that. If Warwickshire can do it, and so can Essex. And if Warwickshire, the position they were in, they're in a complete mess. If they can get up towards 290, then Essex certainly can, being one down after 21. As Davis, new bowler for Warwickshire, another spinner, bowls at Cordelia Griffith, who just plays that one into the offside defensively, no run. Georgia Davis from Birmingham. In again, bowling, and that's just worked into the leg side, and they'll come through for 1 run. 89 wickets in women's List A cricket for Georgia Davis. Represented the Central Sparks. Always that strikes Scrivens on the pad, but that's going down the leg side. Half a pill from behind the stumps, but nothing given, and it's no run. Davis bowling again, and that beats everyone. Or possibly comes off the pad of Scrivens, and they'll get a single.
Off the bat, gone down to Scrivens' name. I think perhaps slight inside edge, little tickle maybe.
Be harsh to call that a chance. Catching chance behind the stumps for Freeborn, but another run for Scrivens. Davis bowls again, and that's played nicely into the offside by Cordelia Griffith, and the fielder on the point boundary comes round and fields. George Davies made an England debut in September in Belfast against Ireland, took 2 for 19 in a mammoth 275 run win for England. Davies bowls again, and it's slightly back of a length, and Scrivens rocks onto the back foot, plays that into the offside, takes the single. That's the end of Georgia Davies' first over. 22 bowled, 98 for 1.
Yeah, 25 years old is Georgia Davis. Not quite Scrivens' 21, but similarly young, youthful captain. There's a lot of that around in the county game now. Bryony Smith, captain down at Surrey. Similarly, quite a young, exciting player.
And we talked about England's struggles, didn't we, in the Women's Ashes series down under, and that will give a lot of these county players sort of hope that there will be opportunities for them if England are looking to refresh the squad, which you imagine they will. They're about to appoint a new captain. Heather Knight relieved of her duties. I think Nat Siva-Brunt is favourite to get that honour. But there should be opportunities in the rest of the squad.
And that's it. That's the breakthrough. Brilliant from Charis Pavley. Just gets the faintest of edges and dismisses Grace Scrivens, who is looking set on 53.
Oh, what a huge blow that is for Essex. Grace Scrivens had done all the hard work she'd got herself in. And Pavley, I mean, it's a fantastic piece of bowling. I think it just takes the outside edge of Scrivens' bat, and it's a good catch behind the stumps. Yeah, the faintest of edges. Scrivens knows it. She looks behind her.
Yeah, it's another one of those that seems to go in the opposite direction from the expected spin. Pavley obviously looking to try and turn the ball into Scrivens, but looking to sort of skid on and often goes with the arm away from Scrivens as much as anything else. But it does bring Jodie Grucock to the crease now.
I have to say, Chris Pavley does deserve that wicket. The last couple of overs especially, she's bowled so well, and she's suddenly found a bit of movement in the pitch, a bit of spin, and that one has spun away from Scrivens, as you say, the opposite way that you'd expect it to go. And yeah, that's a vital wicket for the Bears, and now they'll sense that they're really in with a sniff here of trying to blow through this Essex middle order. They'll have seen what happened up in Durham. They'll know that a collapse could be on the cards.
Yeah, I think it'd be a pretty similar, position to where, like, so run wise, to where Warwickshire were at a similar time of their innings. They're about 120 odd for in the 27th, 28th over. So I think it's the run rate. As much as we've talked about it, that the required run rate is climbing. It's at just under 7s. It's kind of where Warwickshire were, and with less wickets in hand. So, they just need to keep going really and bat as long, as deep as they can. And that one's cut away there by Grucock.
It's going to be important for Griffith to stay there now and anchor this innings. And I think those coming in are going to have to bat around her. She's got to be here at the end. I think go big, Cordelia Griffith. Can you play that Emily Arlott?
Oh, lovely shot there. Brilliant from Grucock. She rocks back and it just about beats the fielder to the rope. But lovely from her. Cuts that one away for 4. And it brings up the 100 for Essex as well. 102 in less than 23 overs. Less than an hour and a half as well.
Coming up in the 23rd over.
Been good so far for Essex.
Yeah, really good from the home side, giving themselves that platform. Now they can look to kick on.
Oh, and yet again finding the outside edge, outside half of the bat is Pavey. She's doing well so far though.
Looks like the Blaze are going to stroll to victory up in the northeast against Durham. Need 29 to win from 21 overs with 6 wickets in hand.
Catherine Bryce, 54. I think she's the captain down there as well.
Yeah, we did think that they might be one of the favourites coming into this competition, and they're certainly showing that today.
Tammy Beaumont, captain, actually, who made 22. Amy Jones, 35, who's opening the batting as well. Very interesting. Perhaps a sign that she might look to move up the order for England, where there often is a spot at the top of the order. Maya Boucher didn't have the greatest Ashes. Is in decent form now, mid-50 earlier today as well.
As Davis is starting a second over, bowling to Griffith, who just nudges that one up to mid-on. Thinks about a single for a split second, but decides better of it. 102 for 2, Essex. That one's crunched into the offside. Davis just put a bit more flight on that delivery, and Griffith is always going to oblige outside the off stump. Hammered that, but good piece of fielding. No run. Davis in again, bowls. Griffith just works that off her hip to short mid-wicket. No run again. This is tight bowling from Georgia Davis. The Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy's leading wicket taker back in 2023. She bowls again, and that is dragged down and swept away by Griffith, but there is cover on the deep square boundary, so it will just be a single. Jodie Grucock has the strike now. Facing up to Davis for the first time. She takes her guard. Looks like a middle stump guard. Required runway has gone above 7.1 now for Essex, chasing 290. There's a wide ball from Davis just down the leg side. Really sharp bit of keeping though from Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, that'll help the run rate.
Yeah. Interested to see what the Wasp win predictor says now. Or as that strikes the pad. But I think that again is sneaking down the leg side. You can always tell from the wicket-keeper's first movement, Abby Freeborn had just taken a step down the leg side, so that sort of gives the umpire a bit of an indication of where the ball's going to go.
Oh, and there's the breakthrough.
Davis bowls it on, it's Boulder. Jodie Grucock has to go rocking onto the back foot, looking to just work that to point, but I don't know if she's got an inside edge there, but the bows are off and she's got to walk back to the pavilion. A short stay at the crease for Jodie Grucock. 4 runs from 6 balls, and Essex are now 3 down. That's 2 quick wickets for the Bears. They're right back in this game now.
Yeah, really are. Skidded on again with the arm. Seemingly working so well for Warwickshire. Spinners come in and really had a big impact on the game for them. And yeah, Jodie Grucock makes 4, but disappointed not to have a bigger contribution.
As we said, spin was their undoing for Essex up in Durham, and it seems that's the case again today against Warwickshire. And in comes Flo Miller for the Eagles. Joining the set batter, Cordelia Griffith, who is 26 from 40 balls. What do you think that conversation will be between Miller and Griffith out in the middle now?
That's a tricky one, isn't it? I think they've just got to talk about how they need to settle down, see out a few more. 2 reasonably quick wickets has put them on the back foot now, you'd probably argue. They're definitely still in a good position. They've got a bit of time to relax and chill before they need to go out again with drinks being called and over early. So I think they just need to sort of settle in and not focus too much, not worry too much on everything else around them, and just kind of take it deep and bat along and give themselves their best opportunity possible.
Yeah, I mean, Flo Miller's a top player as well. She was really unlucky against Durham, caught at first slip, and what a catch it was, the fielder diving to her right. So she can feel hard done by on Wednesday, but she's got a reputation as a finisher, possibly in earlier than she might like, but she's got 26 overs, so she's got time to get herself in, and then, I mean, if she can be there at the end to finish things off, then
yeah, this is the time, I think, isn't it? She's needs to step up alongside Cordelia Griffiths, and if the two of them can bat out most of the rest of the innings, I'd be very surprised if they don't take it right down to the wire and probably even clinch it themselves.
Yeah, and then what do you think? Warwickshire just having a bit of a team huddle now with drinks being called. Do you think it would just be more of the same?
Pretty much. Keep the pressure on, I would have thought. They've got to focus on... It looks like they're having a bit of fun, really.
Enjoying themselves in the sun.
Very much so. Which is good to see because, they can't get sucked in too much. Just got to keep playing the way they have been. It's been working well for them at the moment.
Well, that's it, isn't it? What's the point of playing if you're not enjoying yourself? That's the most important thing.
Exactly. Arlott has the ball, but I reckon it'll be Pavely that will continue.
I'd be surprised if she takes a blow now. I think she might bowl through the way she's been going, and
Still got another 6 she can do. 5 after this one.
yeah, she's definitely turning it the most we've seen today. Both ways.
Yeah, it's been impressive the way she's bowled. I'm sure she'll be looking to try and add to her wicket tally. In she comes now, the left-hander. That one's short and wide though. Put away, lovely shot there. Aerial though from Griffiths. And to the right of the diving stair Callis, but finds the boundary in the end.
Yeah, punished. That was a really loose delivery from Chris Pavely. First ball after drinks. Just needs to get herself loose again. But as you say, Cordelia Griffith nearly smacked that straight to fielder at short cover. But she moves on to 30.
Yeah, it's a little bit lucky, but I mean, it was well placed, good placement in the end. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. It's reasonably safe in the end. Direct hit could have been close.
Abby
But
Freeborn just put a glove in the way,
Yeah.
didn't she? I think she could have left that. It might have hit the stumps.
I think she's probably worried more about the fact there wasn't much of a backup behind her. You had, not sure who that is, it's a long leg. I think perhaps is that Staircase at long leg?
So Flo Miller got a duck against Durham, not off 2 balls, so she'll just be looking to get off the mark here.
Big waft at that one there. Doesn't connect though, and luckily evades her off stump. Looking with a bit of intent off her first ball there. That's a nice shot there, but doesn't quite connect, and just a single to come from it.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? When you've got naught the game before, it just plays on your mind. You can't help it as a batter.
That one skips in again, angled in. I'll just take one.
That'll ease the nerves.
First run of the season for Flo Miller. She'll be happy to get down the other ends, settle in, relax a little bit, and let Cordelia Griffith continue going the way she has been. 31 off 42 at the moment. Floated up that one, full toss, but single down the ground for Griffith.
Yeah, 3 fielders out on the leg side now for Warwickshire, so they're happy to let Essex just sort of rotate the strike and deal in ones and the occasional 2, but they're looking to cut off the boundaries, the Bears. Halfway through the innings on a Nelson are Essex, 111 for 3. Flo Miller on 1, she's new to the crease, and Cordelia Griffith, 32 from 43 balls. Required run rate of 7, just over 7. 25 overs to go. Davis to continue bowling. 1 for 6 from her 2 overs so far. Griffith on strike.
Looking like there could be some interesting games around the country as well. Surrey 100 for 5 at the moment.
Wow. So that's bowled straight at the stumps, and Griffith comes forward and plays out with soft hands. Defends that, no run.
However, it looks like Lancashire will chase down Somerset's 205 with relative ease. They're 164 for 2.
As Griffith comes down the track and hits that over the boundary rope for 6. That's an imperious stroke from the Essex number 3. Belts that over mid-off's head. And that would have gone over long off's head had there been a long off in play. 6 runs.
Yeah, huge strike. Great to see. Lovely use of the feet. Gets to the pitch and just launches it over long off. I wouldn't be surprised if we are indeed getting a new ball sent in.
New balls, please. Well, it looks like it's ended up in the rubbish bins. So someone might have the unfortunate job of jumping in there to fish that one out.
They might have it already, possibly. Ground staff, I think that is the ground staff down there having a bit of a look around.
Well, what a response. I mean, you've watched a couple of wickets fall at the other end, but still Griffith always likes to be on the front foot, put the pressure back on the bowler, comes charging at Davies and says, I'm not going to let you settle. Have some of this. Shot of the innings so far, Cordelia Griffith moves on to 38. You feel she's the key now for this Essex innings.
Yeah, you'd have to say so, surely. She's batted well so far. And they do have, a few batters still to come in below. Lissy McLeod, Sophia Smale.
Or as Griffith just feels for that one outside off stump. Plays that to the fielder, no run.
Smale, who actually spent a lot of time at the top of the order for Western Storm last year. Not unaccustomed to opening the batting. Another single there.
Yeah, just played up towards long off, come through for 1 run. Here's Sophia Schmel, one of the few new additions. So this side wasn't part of the Sunrisers, just 20 years of age. Involved in the Wales youth setup. Miller facing Davis. That's just worked to the point boundary where there's a fielder, but they'll come through for 1 more. 119 for 3 the score. 8 runs already, so this has been a good over, still with 1 ball to go for Essex. As Davis bowls and Griffith on the drive, takes the outside half of her bat, fielded at backward point. No run, that's the end of the 26th over. Davis collects her cap from the umpire. Miller's on 2, Griffith on 39, 119 for 3.
Yeah, I was talking about before, Lancashire just 36 runs, away from winning against Somerset. Eve Jones made 97 before she fell. And Emma Lamb following up on 130 last week. 52 she made today. And yeah, talking about Surrey as well, they were definitely struggling there, 115 for 5. Alice Capsey at the crease at the moment still, though. She's 37 not out. So I think a lot of it will be down to her. And yeah, the Blaze all but secured victory. I think they're 15 runs away from winning. I've had a couple wickets fall recently, though. Hannah Baker, the leggy back on now. Lovely sweep there, though, from Miller. Just helps that one out to square leg.
I'll tell you who's not struggling. Surrey's men's team in the county championship playing at the Oval against Somerset. They need just 22 runs to win with 10 wickets remaining against Somerset. So that's a bit of a shock. We thought that might be quite a close match.
I was going to say, it was poised overnight.
But Somerset have a collapse today.
All uppish, but a lovely strike again from Griffiths. And it's not quite... Oh, it is a misfield out on the boundary. Gives Griffith another 4.
Bethan Ellis out there in the deep. She'll be a bit disappointed with that. She couldn't cut off the boundary. She did the hard yards. She got there, put in the dive, but let it just sneak underneath her.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that one. I think Honor's a sub-fielder. But that's good for Essex and the fans out there. Griffith into the leg side this time, but no run from it. It's on 43 now. Or 49? 50 that is after a dot ball, sorry. Crowd run rate still sitting at about 6s. Oh, that's going to be tight. Could be tricky. Big dive.
I think she made it.
She's in. Nothing from the umpire.
Keeps his finger down. I mean, it was good work. It was good glove work from Abby Freeborn, but
Looked like she was going
to Flo Miller.
Looked like she was going to be way short, and then I think it was perhaps just not quite the fastest gather and throw, and then a very good dive. I think does get her home safe just about.
She's in. She's comfortably in the end.
That was a big celebration from Warwickshire, though. They thought she was gone.
Yeah, they're right up for this now, aren't they? And it has just clouded over a little bit again.
Mostly driven out into the covers. Just for a single, though, for Flo Miller. Yeah, it looked like Cordelia Griffiths could have barbecued Miller there, but she made it in the end. It was quick running again. There's been a lot of that so far. Another dot ball.
She's giving it some good flight here, Baker. It's taking the pace off.
Yeah, that's the end of her over. 126 for 3 from 27. 290 required, just a reminder. We saw a remarkable innings from Arlott. 130 she made. Brilliant. Almost single-handedly carried Warwickshire right the way up to their total, but also ably helped by Chloe Brewer, who made 44. Charis Pavley made 31. And Izzy Wong at the end, 29 from 14. Just giving them a little bit more boost.
Davison starting her 4th over, and that is swept by Miller. Oh, it's aerial, but it just bounces in front of the fielder at deep square. 1 run.
Yeah, a nice looking shot. She's not quite all the way on the boundary.
Griffith on strike. Plays it to the fielder at deep extra cover. Another single. Yeah, it was a nice looking sweep shot, wasn't it? But she didn't roll her wrist on it. And I think with those, you've either got to go all the way up or play it down. And she sort of was neither here nor there. And she was lucky it didn't go straight into the hands of the fielder at deep backward squares. That's just worked again into the offside. Keeping that fielder out there on the fence in front of the pavilion nice and busy. 1 run. So Essex require 290 to win. 129 for 3 as Davis bowls again, and Griffith onto the back foot and squirts that underneath the fielder at point. Another single, so single off every ball in this over so far. That's good from Essex, just these two rebuilding. Again, that's played to the same fielder on the boundary on the offside, and it will be another single. So a single every ball of the over so far. 1 ball remaining. Griffith approaching her 50 now. 1 boundary away. She clips that into the leg side. Hurries through for 1. 6 off the 28th over. Essex 132 for 3. Still require 158 runs.
It's really tricky that, because they've done really, really well to get a single off every single ball there, but they're still behind the rate even if they do that. It's the one issue they're kind of giving themselves now, is they didn't quite come out here aggressive enough early on, you could argue, but you know, I don't think you can hold it against them. I think it's probably the smart players to try and bat long and take the steep, which we continually say. And it's what their tactics were, and it has seemingly worked well so far, but they've now got to slowly start to ramp it up a little bit, you think.
Well, I agree. I mean, if they get to the last over and they require 7, then I think they'll be quite happy. They'll take their odds.
It's a lovely shot there from Griffith. Goes all the way for 4.
That'll be a 50.
And brilliant there. Lovely knock so far from Cordelia Griffith. Very, very sensible innings. Partnered Scrivens early on and has slightly upped it now with a brilliant 6 just a few overs ago straight down the grounds. And a lovely 4 there to take her all the way. Comes off 56 balls with a few boundaries in there too. 4 4s and a 6. 5 4s and a 6 even, sorry. Inside half of the bat there, but means they get a single. And yeah, that's what we were sort of talking about at the break, at the sort of the last over there. The fact that Griffiths hits a 4 off the first ball. They're kind of already ahead of the rate. And you can see the required run rate does just dip a fair bit every boundary they hit now.
It just takes a bit of the pressure off, doesn't it?
Miller fends that one into the offsides.
Yeah, it is finely poised, as they say. You know, a couple of quick wickets and then Warwickshire well on top, but a flurry of boundaries, and you say Essex possibly in the driving seat again.
Big swish there from Miller. Where do you reckon they'll be looking to get to? You know, obviously, it needs to be 200 is probably the next big milestone they want to get to.
Yeah, I think they'd want to be at 200 around about 37 overs maybe, and even then that still requires some going. But if you've got wickets in the tank, then it's probably doable. But yes, within the next sort of 6-7 overs, I think one of these two is going to have to really put their foot down and just launch a bit of a counter attack.
Big sweep there. Oh, and a slightly awkward bounce there, just in front of Nat Wraith out on the boundary. She does well to get her body behind it, and it's just a single in the end.
Tough one of those, isn't it? 'Cause you don't know whether to dive fully and then you misjudge it. the ball in your face.
Yeah. Or bounces over your head, or
Yeah, bounces past you and goes for 4 and you look like a bit of a muppet. Certainly been there once or twice.
she did well in the end though, did Nat Rafe to get her body behind it. Have a change of bowling. Katie George returns to the attack from the other end this time though.
Yeah, coming from the Graham Gooch end, the opening bowler. Without a wicket, 3 overs, none for 20 so far. See if she can get one for the innings. But we've still got quite a good crowd in here at Chelmsford. As I say, there is some grey cloud now blocking the sun. Do you know how many we've got watching on the live stream?
On the live stream,
Is that something you're able to see?
it is. We have almost 800.
Wow.
799 now watching on the live stream.
Well, welcome along.
Yeah, that's
Essex fans, Warwickshire fans,
neutrals.
As George is in bowling, and that's played on the back foot by Miller up to mid-off. I think if you added all those people watching into the stadium, then it would be, really looking quite full. And I mean, that's the brilliant thing, isn't it? These days with the technology, not everyone can come to Chelmsford on a Sunday, but you can just stick it on your phone or your telly, and then that gives, in turn, exposure to these players out here, and it's...
And the clips that can be used on social as well.
Exactly. You're a player, and you
All could be tight.
Oh, run out chance. Just back in time. Bit of confusion. Good bit of fielding there. Yeah, and I mean, you have a great innings, or you do what Eva Gray did this morning, take 4 wickets in no time at all, and then a clip ends up on social media, and you just get seen, and that just gets your name out there, and that's not doing you any harm.
No, exactly. I'm sure they're already out there now. Clips from this morning. And they'll be continually pushed about.
So the left arm. George bowls, and that's chipped. That's a really soft dismissal, chipped by Flo Miller. Straight into the hands of the fielder. Chloe Brewer takes the catch. Wow, she's at a sort of short catching mid-on. Catching mid-wicket, a very straight mid-wicket in a catching position, and Flo Miller will be kicking herself there. She just sort of short arm jabs that with her bottom hand straight into the hands of Chloe Brewer, and you don't drop them.
No, I think just kind of threw the shot a bit too early there. Was Miller. She'll be disappointed.
As you see there, she's trudging off. She looks quite dejected. Flo Miller just passing some tips on to McLeod, who comes out into the middle to join Cordelia Griffith. So a couple of experienced players out in the middle. That is a good thing for Essex. And McLeod is just going to have to, again, play herself in, but she hasn't got as much time as she might like to do that. And would you think Cordelia Griffith is going to put the foot down, or is she going to play as the anchor?
I think she's probably got to play as the anchor, really, because you want her there at the end. I think she's done it well so far, kind of balancing the two. I think if she can keep playing like that with a cameo or two around her, that's probably the way Essex get this chase done. Obviously it's on McLeod a little bit now to try and strike up this partnership, and they've got to really build together, these two.
As George in again, bowls. Oh, and that strikes McLeod on the pad, on the back pad, the thigh pad. And they come through for a leg bye.
Yeah, just nipped away a fraction, I feel like. Just squared up Lissy McLeod's.
Well, good piece of captaincy, bringing George back into the attack. Gets a wicket with her first over. She did open the bowling. Back bowling the 30th. That is her first wicket of the season as well. Didn't pick one up against Hampshire. Off the mark. Griffith will face up now. George is in again, bowling. Oh, and that's just back of the length, and that beats Griffith on the outside edge, and that has moved away off the surface.
Yeah, jagged away. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's almost turned like a spinner, hasn't it? Possible. Well, that would have been an off-cutter from the left-hander.
I think it probably just hit the scene, and it's actually the new ball, isn't it? They obviously had the ball change when Griffith hit a 6 a couple overs ago now.
Oh, she'll be kicking herself, wishing she hadn't. Here's George again. Just short of a length. Fended into the leg side and they come through for 1. Griffith moves on to 53. And that is the end of the over. 30 overs gone. Essex are 140 for the loss of 4 wickets. McLeod new to the crease after Flo Miller was dismissed in that last over by George, chipping it to a very straight mid-wicket. And now Warwickshire on top, you'd have to say, wouldn't you, Toby?
Yeah, I think so. Not too dissimilar position to where they were, Warwickshire at this stage. I think they'd just about lost their 6th wicket when Chloe Brewer left, but Arlott was still at the crease. Hannah Baker back on strike, and a lovely little strike there to get the over underway from Griffith.
She's just teasing the batter to Harris. Baker just tossing it above the eye line, outside off stump, saying, come on, hit me.
Yeah, pretty prolific so far through the covers is Griffith. And we saw her against Durham too. She does like to throw her hands at anything wide. Bit flatter that time and almost cannons into off stump.
Oh, it's beating everything.
Yeah, I think a top spinner there just shoots on and goes between bat and pad of Lissy McLeod. But tight again. This is good bowling from Hannah Baker.
And look at that run rate. It's just shot up again. 7.6 it is now.
Big drive, but really well down there from Georgia Davis, the skipper.
The Blaze have won. There's a result at Durham. They've won by 5 wickets. 201 for 5 they finished, chasing Durham's total of 200.
That was down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Cordelia Griffith looked to swing that one out to the square leg boundary, but can't connect and gets an extra ball for her troubles. That one straight again and squeezes that one out to the offside boundary.
Lancashire strolling to victory now against Surrey. 11 runs to win from 14 overs with 7 wickets remaining, and that's after Somerset beat Surrey on Wednesday.
Nice shot there, but for no run. And they're going to push for a quick single there. Lovely running. Very smart cricket there from Lissy McLeod. And that brings up the end of the over. 5 from it. Hannah Baker's leg spin. 145 for 4. 31 overs gone here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford.
Yeah, change of name for the ground. Change of
Yeah, I saw that.
sponsorship. Was formerly the Cloud FM County Ground, now the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, and they've got the lovely purple all over the pavilion.
Suits the kit as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Works nicely.
I think it's quite nice shade of purple. Interestingly, they had a pre-season media event on an Ambassador cruise ship at the Tilbury Docks.
Ooh, very nice.
Which I did go along to, and well, it was definitely a unique experience. Not done many media days on a massive cruise liner. As George is in again, bowling down the leg side, or what's possibly just clips the thigh pad of McLeod. Dot ball.
I was going to say, did they do that on then? Because the cruise ships are huge.
Absolutely massive, and actually it was setting sail that day. It was going to see the Northern Lights, and I'll just talk you through his delivery. George bowls on. That's a leading edge by McLeod, straight up in the air. Fielder underneath it, holds on to it. Essex are 5 down. It's another wicket for George. 2 in 2 overs, and I think that might be Brewer again with the catch. It is. And Essex are now in a spot of bother. They're at deep waters now.
Too easy, James. God. No, that's disappointing to see. It was up in the air for a long, long time. Brewer didn't look too comfortable under it. Just watching it well, and then you can see the relief, I think, when she takes it there.
I mean, it hung in the air for an eternity, didn't it? And Brewer's done really well to watch that all the way out of a bright sky as well. White ball, never
Yeah.
easy to pick up. And yeah, McLeod, I think she just turned her wrist on that a bit prematurely, and it's ballooned up in the air. And the run rate continues to creep up. Sophia Schmale, the next batter in, joining Cordelia Griffith, who really is Essex's beacon of hope at the moment. 55 not out from 61 deliveries.
I don't think you can worry too much necessarily, though, about, as Essex. They've still got, a couple frontline batters to come in. Smale, as we mentioned already, opened the batting for Western Storm last year.
She got runs on Wednesday against Durham, made a nice 40.
Yeah. Amara Carr, more than capable as well with the bat. Wicket keeper down at number 8.
George in again, and that's just worked off the pads of Schmale, and she's off the mark straight away with a single.
Yeah, both average about 20 in List A cricket. If either of them can up that, then
yeah,
more than useful.
absolutely. Essex do bat deep. Definitely no time for panic. Yeah, Schmale averages about 23 in women's List A cricket. So experience playing for the Oval Invincibles as well. George bowling to Griffith now, and that's straight. Oh, and that is whisked beautifully up past long on by Cordelia Griffith. Really snappy wrists there. Just dug it out because it was quite full in length from George, and that's another boundary for the Essex number 3.
Yeah, 150 up, I think that is as well for Essex. Lovely shot. Sort of
Reminds you of
KP-esque, I was thinking.
Kevin Pearce in the air with that back leg just coming up in the air, doing the flamingo.
Lovely shot from Griffith, though.
Comes George again, and that's just wide of off stump, and that's steered into the offside by Griffith, who'll come through, and she moves on to 60 now. 60 off 63 deliveries, so she's been going at a good click.
Yeah, I think she's got to just keep going the way she is at the moment, and I think you kind of hope that runs might start to come more fluently as the innings continues. That's what happened with Warwickshire and Arlott.
And she just needs a couple of people at the other end to do what Izzy Wong did for the Bears and play a cameo. So that's dug in short to Schmale, who deals with that, pulls it off her nose to deep square, comes through for another run, so she's 2 from 2, and that concludes the over. Essex are 152 for 5, 18 overs to play in pursuit of 290. So you can really maybe treat this like a T20 now almost. If you're Essex, you've got 18 overs left, you need 138?
It's going to be tricky, but it's definitely doable. These two I think this is going to be the crucial partnership. I think you'd hope that Smale and Cordelia Griffith are around until at least the 40th over, and the longer the better. As we have a change of bowling. Chloe Brewer, who featured prominently with the bat, she made 44, now comes in with the ball.
She's had a busy day, hasn't she? Just taken a couple of good catches as well.
She has indeed. We'll see a little bit of right arm seam here. Keeper standing up though, Abby Freeborn. That's cut away nicely from Smale. They're thinking of 2, and they're going to go for that. It's going to be tight. No, well run there. Really well run from them 2. From the outset, they had their hearts set on 2 and just went for it. And sensible decision. Good cricket from them both.
Possibly a surprise to see Brewer coming into attack so late. I mean, she took 3 for against Hampshire. She bowled really well. I think she bowled all 3 in that 3 for.
Dot ball there. Yeah, it's a tricky one though. You look at the 5 bowlers that came before her, 6 bowlers even that came before her. They've all done pretty well. You'd maybe say Katie George's economy and Cheris Pavley's economy are fraction higher than the rest, but actually they've gotten the key breakthroughs. They've got some crucial wickets.
It shows the strength and depth, doesn't it?
Wide there and cut away for none. Yeah, George got the breakthroughs of Miller and McLeod, and Pavely got Scrivens, which you'd say has been the big wicket, probably the most important one of the day so far. You'd think if Scrivens is still in now, Essex would be flying along and taking this chase pretty easy. That was pulled away nicely. Lovely shot there from Smale. It's going to go all the way. Brilliant shot there. Just whips that one from the top of off, out past the diving mid-wicket, and all the way for 4.
Yeah, really good shot. Just waited for it on the back foot, didn't she? And then just picked her gap and said, see you later. That's 4 runs.
Didn't try too hard to muscle that one out there. Just used natural timing. And a lovely shot there from Smale.
There's a bit of a debate going on. Chloe Brewer just having a word with Georgia Davies. Bit of a tactical discussion.
In she comes again now, Brewer. Straight again. Struck on the pads. Going to be sliding, I think. Yes.
Going way down leg, I think. And you can see where Abby Freeborn ended up. She was sort of on the wide line down leg side, the wicket keeper.
Yeah, pretty muted appeal. I think Chloe Brewer was offered a bit of help from her teammates, but it was half-hearted generally. In she comes again now. Straight again, and back foot push down the ground from Smale, but can't get it away. 158 for 5 at the end of the over. Cordelia Griffith, 60 off 63. Smale, 8 off 8. Pretty major partnership now between these two.
It feels important, doesn't it? It seems like a pivotal point of the match. Can these two kick on and then set a foundation for maybe someone to come in and finish the innings? Someone like Amara Carr. I mean, ideally, these two will be here at the end. But if not, you've got to give your tail a chance. As George is going to continue. She's got 2 wickets in her last 2 overs. She's going to bowl the 34th at Cordelia Griffith, facing the first ball, and she works it off her hip nicely. And Brewer again in the action, can't keep her out of it today. Fields, and they come through for 1. Yeah, just going back to my day out on the
Oh yes,
on
please.
the big cruise liner. So when the media event finished, I got lost on the cruise ship as George is in bowling again, and Schmel drives that up the pitch nicely. It was well fielded at mid-off. No run in the end. They decided against a single, and I was getting more and more worried that this ship was going to take off and I was going to be stuck on there for. Well, I mean, worse places to go. I would have ended up going to see the Northern Lights, which would have been a nice touch. But I was in a panic and I was running around here, there and everywhere. These things are so big. They're very easy to get lost. Here's George again. That's short of a length, and that's whipped into the leg side for a single for Schmel. And that's the 160 up for Essex. And eventually I spoke to a kind member of staff who sort of pointed me in the direction of the exit, and I bumped into Chris Silverwood, who was also just about to leave, one of the last off the boat, and so walked off the ship with having a nice little chat with Chris Silverwood.
Not bad.
So not a bad little day out.
Yeah, good little networking opportunity.
Good little networking opportunity in Tilbury. Griffith facing up to George again, and she comes forward and plays that back to the bowler with a nice straight bat. Yeah, I mean, as good as Griffith has been attacking, her defence has been rock solid. She's set herself a really stable base, and then anything loose she's just capitalised on. She's particularly strong on the back foot, on the cut, and through the covers. And that six she hit earlier over long off was just sumptuous. As here is George again, bowling. That's just on off stump, and that's run down. It's a 3rd man by Griffith and pick up a single. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153
speaking of getting lost, I had a similar experience.
Oh.
I was at the Women's Ashes this winter, and I was walking around.
Oh, you were in Australia?
In Australia,
Oh,
yeah.
amazing.
And I was walking around the SCG after the T20, trying to find my way out, and it's a massive sports complex they have, and I think there's a rugby pitch that's attached to it. So I ended up finding myself stood at the pitch side of the rugby pitch because they have this massive underground network of tunnels.
Crikey. Was there a game on?
No, there wasn't. That would have been quite funny, I reckon.
Could have joined in.
Yeah.
Here's George again. And that was a full toss, and that's a hit straight at cover, and Schmel's missed out there. That was a freebie from George.
Yeah, she's disappointed there, Ismail.
Yeah, no run.
Yeah.
Oh, so how did you get out of that one then?
I just kept wandering around. It was about 2 a.m. at this point as well.
2 a.m?
Yeah, the game didn't finish until about just before midnight.
Oh, the day night.
And,
Yeah,
day night. So it finished just before midnight, and then the press conference it didn't start, or maybe the press conference started about midnight, didn't finish until about 1, maybe even a bit earlier. I then recorded like a little video podcast, writing up and finishing a match report, stuff like that, and eventually
the top
get out there.
professional.
Exactly. Got out there about 2 a.m. and found myself stood up next to the rugby pitch in Sydney, wandering around for about half an hour.
Crikey, where were you staying?
Wide ball. I was staying in the centre of Sydney, in just in a hostel, but very nice one. Warwickshire, would recommend. But it has actually, if anyone wants to Google it, Google the Warwickshire Sydney Harbour rooftop.
Oh,
and it's
nice.
the most unbelievable view of Sydney Harbour, Opera House and the harbour and stuff around.
Oh,
so.
fantastic. Was that your first time out there?
No, I was there when COVID hit, actually, as well. Could be the wicket. No, doesn't quite carry to Arlott there.
Got a few hearts and mouths there for Essex fans.
That could have been it. 128 needed now from 95. This is getting down to the wire. It's going to be on Cordelia Griffith's shoulders, you think. Yeah, I was there when COVID hit. So I only had 2 weeks in Sydney and then had to fly home.
Oh no, was that for work or?
That was just for
pleasure?
travelling. And so I always wanted to go back. Timed it in with a bit of travel for the Women's Ashes.
Lovely. Who are you working for out there?
So there's Guerrilla Cricket.
Okay.
They're sort of a website, YouTube channel, kind of unorthodox cricket commentary
Yeah.
is the way they kind of describe themselves.
Is that how you describe yourself?
Unique. I'd say so, yeah. Brewer in again now. Inside edge. Oh, almost chopped on. Just about evades the stumps there, though.
Yeah, again, how many times have we seen that today? Just batters taking the inside edge. The pitch just maybe not as quick as we might have thought. It's just holding up a little bit.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff.
What was your highlight in Sydney?
The cricket was pretty cool. Lovely shot down the ground. They're going to scamper for single. Could be tight. Oh, and direct, and I think should have been gone there. Would Smale. Brewer did well to grab that and take the bails, but the direct hit would have left Smale short of her ground, I think. Yeah, so the cricket itself was good. Sophia Dunkley, I think, was back in the squad and hit a really, really good 50. But the Aussies were just too strong. And it was only really the game in Canberra that I was at that was pretty tight.
It was a one-sided affair, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So were you travelling all around Australia following did you follow the whole thing?
I was there for the T20s and the test.
Brilliant.
And then I was travelling around a bit on my own and with a friend, sort of either side of it.
What was your favourite place? Sydney?
I love Sydney. Sydney's good. Really like Byron Bay as well. Which is a
amazing.
couple hours south of Brisbane. Very, very nice. Kind of surfer town.
Yeah, is that bit of you?
A little bit. I don't mind the surf. Not very good. Sort of more falling than surfing, I'd say. Stumbling than surfing.
Yeah.
But that was enjoyable. Smell goes down the ground and beats the fielders there. Going to run away to the boundary. Lovely shot there from Smale. Just muscles that one straight. And a much needed boundary there to finish off that over. 8 from it in the end.
I really like that because often at this time of the innings, when you feel under a little bit of scoring pressure as a batter, you start to play across the line and you start to think about hoiking it over cow, etc. And she's just stuck to the basics and just pumped that straight back past the bowler. So go on, chase that. And that's gone all the way to the fence. Glorious timing from Schmal. She moves on to 14 off just 13 balls. So as we say, Essex's tail really can wag. and Griffith is still there, so I'd say it's probably, what do you reckon, 60-40 Warwickshire's favour?
I'd go maybe even 70-30.
Maybe 70-30, yeah.
I think Warwickshire will be really disappointed to lose from this situation. I think Essex would be happy to win from this situation. I think they'll still be hoping and expecting a good performance, but slightly uppish there. But I think they're very reliant on Griffith in particular. Can you get back for a second?
George into her 7th over now, and Griffith just squirts that through the point region. Hurries back for 2. The reason I said 60-40 was just because I think whilst Griffith is still there, she's probably got the potential to accelerate and up it if they need be. And they're within striking distance of the run rate. If she goes, fair. I think that swings it possibly 80-20.
Yeah, I would agree.
Warwickshire. So here's George again bowling, and that's hooked into the leg side, and that's going to go to the fence as well. Cordelia Griffith, she's here to do business. For the Eagles, she just spins on that one. Dug in by George again. Griffith not phased at all by the short ball. I mean, I say short ball, it was neither here nor there really, wasn't it? It just sat up nicely for her to pull that through deep square for 4 runs, and she moves on to 70 now, 70 off 72. That pre-season in Queensland is coming in handy. It didn't see it, didn't bump into her whilst you were out there?
No, unfortunately not. But yeah, obviously the fast wickets out there seemingly helping her with the back foot play.
Here's George again, 6 off her first 2 balls, and that's slightly straighter, but Griffith is still able to work that into the leg side. 1 run. Yeah, she's sort of been unfazed by everything that's gone on around her. Cordelia Griffith, she's just had a very clear game plan. She's going to play the good balls with respect and then just slap anything that's a little bit loose. And
yeah, she was in quite early inside the power play, right at the back end, that sort of 10th over. And then it's just battered sensibly through pretty much, originally with Scrivens, and then it's had a few other partners since, all come and gone. But she's been that ever-present.
Here's George again, on to Schmel. Schmel plays out of a straight bat, up to mid-on. So just looking at the gaps that maybe the Essex batters could target here, straight down the ground, both mid-on and mid-off are up. They're inside the 25-yard circle. There's no one at cow corner. There's a fielder at deep square, sort of deep mid-wicket, but deep mid-wicket is quite square. And then you've got someone on the cover, or extra cover boundary as well. George is in again to Schmel, who plays that off the back foot, punched into the offside, but that's fielded. So really straight down the ground seems to be the way to go here.
Yeah, I think you're right. You saw last over with Smale just hitting firm and straight. Or if you can, beating Brewer, that is a short mid-wicket. Either side of her should be a boundary if you get enough on it.
Oh no, Schmale was just clipped it to short mid-wicket. And that wasn't a great delivery from George. He dug it in halfway, and Schmale has just spooned that up to the fielder. George claims her 3rd wicket in 4 overs, and Sophia Schmale did really well to get herself in, and she's just whipped that from sort of off stump. She could have hit it anywhere, really, couldn't she?
But I think it's what I was saying. She kind of realised that if she could go either side of Brewer, then it's going to be a boundary. Unfortunately, she picked her out inch perfectly. Didn't even have to move a step either side. That's Brewer's 3rd catch as well.
I know she's had an excellent day out. That's Chloe Brewer. As here comes Essex's wicketkeeper Amara Carr to the crease, who averages just over 19 in women's List A cricket, has over 2,000 runs. From Plymouth originally, Amara Carr, 31 years of age. Was previously with the Sunrisers, part of that winning side last year. Joined in 2020.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Griffiths now takes on this chase. So obviously 71 off 73, but and comfortably the sort of the lead batter the senior batter in this situation, but she also can't just go and start throwing everything at it, because if she throws away a wicket, then there's no chance. There's still a long time to go. 15, 14 overs left in the innings.
Well, that's it. I think don't do anything drastic would probably be the advice from the Essex camp. Amara Kara is still a fine batter, and she just needs to support Griffith now.
Because it's interesting. This is kind of the stage where Arlott, when she was batting with Pavley originally at number 8, so the same position as Carr, she was rotating the strike and farming the strike really, really well, and just sort of happy to turn down singles, knowing she could find the boundary, and then giving Pavley 1, 2 balls at the end of the over, sometimes not even a ball, and just leaving it like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, 113 runs now for Essex to get, and Griffith can't get them all on her own. She's going to need help from a partner up the other end. So Warwickshire possibly now, 75-25 in their favour.
I think so. I think it'll be a pretty impressive innings from Griffiths and co if Essex manage to pull this one off now. I wouldn't be surprised if Wasps near at 85 though. It's tricky to gauge though.
Looks like Hampshire are going to beat Surrey. Surrey now need 82 to win from 12 overs with 2 wickets remaining. So that would be back-to-back defeats for Surrey's women. Lancashire have beaten Somerset by 7 wickets, and the Blaze beat Durham earlier in the day by 5 wickets. Comfortable victory.
That was pulled away and it's going to be gone. It is. There's another one. The Markar goes. She picks out mid-wicket. Inch perfectly again. Pavley that is, with a simple catch.
That's a really soft dismissal.
She's going to be disappointed. 2 balls in. She looks to try and put pressure back on the bowler, but can't do anything else except find the fielder.
Again, it wasn't a great delivery. It was
just back of a length.
Yeah, just back of a length. It sort of set up nicely for her to hit, and she puts her hands for it. I think it was just on her, to be fair, a little bit quicker than she'd originally expected, but she gives her teammate the easiest of catches.
Essex's vice-captain Eva Gray at the crease now, joining Griffiths, and I think this is probably the time where Griffiths just has to farm the strike. If she can face 60 of the 80 balls remaining, it's not inconceivable she scores at, just under 2 a ball, which is what's needed.
She has to, but really, I mean, if Essex is going to win, she's going to have to finish this match on 150 not out, at least.
At least, yeah, which would be an unbelievable knock.
Eva Gray, she can bat. I mean, women's list A average is just a shade over 10. Top score of 52 not out, though, so she's no mug with the bat, but Griffith just needs someone to hang on with her.
Oh, mix up. No, Griffiths could be gone. It could be it. No. She recovered well and Brewer couldn't gather.
Stroke of luck there for Essex. That wasn't the best piece of fielding.
That's not how you want it to go.
No, Griffith is just going to dust herself off it after putting in a dive.
And they resume as if nothing happened. Gray to face up again. Oh, she's gone! Between bat and pad. A lovely in-swinging delivery from Chloe Brewer. Brilliant. And Eva Gray can't add to the score sheet.
Yeah, again, we've seen that a few times today, haven't we? Nip back through the gate. And Chloe Brewer's doing it again. She did it against Hampshire. And she's doing it against Essex. Another victim bowled. She just nips it back. Started it on off stump and it just straightened a fraction and proved too good for Eva Gray. But again, there's that gap between bat and pad, but that can often happen early on in the season when you're maybe not used to hitting as many balls. Your defence isn't as tight.
It's a tricky one. 177 for 8 now, 13 overs remaining. And it's looking very much in Warwickshire's favour right now. Cordelia Griffith still at the crease though, 72 from 75. She's batted really, really well, but she's slowly running out of partners. Just needs someone to stay with her. Still got Munro, who's facing in now. Kate Kopak as well. Final 2 batters.
Now do you think Griffith thinks, I've got to go here?
I think she has to. I think it's going to be a pretty tricky challenge for tailenders generally to just bat out, 13 overs and face up the whole time. I think Griffith's sort of big hope is that she puts in a bit of chaos now. She can, make it to 100, by the sort of 40, 42 over and just start going ballistic. It just puts a little bit of doubt in the mind of Warwickshire.
Yeah, and think about your net run rate as well, because that always, people often forget that at the start of the season, but that always plays a big role come the end of the campaign. And yeah, get runs for yourself. Be selfish. Be there. Get 100 and get the team as close as you possibly can, and give you some momentum for the next match. As Griffith hits it straight to the fielder at cover, and she goes, and just as we say that she needs to go big, I've put the mockers on her, and that is another wicket for Warwickshire, and you feel that is game, set and match as Essex lose their 9th, and it is Cordelia Griffith, the set batter, who played so well for her 72. She has to depart now. She gets a big standing ovation from the Essex fans, and the members in the pavilion are going to applaud her as she walks off the field. And I think it would have been a tough ask for her to get Essex over the line in the position they're in, 8 wickets down.
Yeah,
So
really.
she had to go for it, didn't she?
She did a really, really good knock and a good delivery from Davis to dismiss her, and a decent take, second chance there from Pavley, sorry.
And that's 2 wickets for Davis now.
177 for 9. It's looking pretty dire for Essex. As you say, they've got to try and now bat as long as they can.
Yeah, just play for a bit of pride here. Keep Warwickshire out in the field for as long as you can. Get some runs, get your iron. Just use it as an opportunity to, spend some time out in the middle. And that's not me being defeatist. It's not over till it's over. Essex could still get over the line. Although I think we would be seeing that on some social media pages.
Very much so. Lovely little reverse sweep there from Kopak.
Why not?
Yeah, I think the required run rate's well up now. Thinking nearing 10s at this rate.
But just think back to the first sort of half an hour of this match. We were sat here thinking, gosh, Essex are going to wipe the floor with them, as Davis bowls again and beats Munro on the outside edge.
Yeah, that's true. I think they're pretty heavy favourites for a long way through that first innings, Essex.
Oh, again, Munro just having a little feel for it outside or off stump. Abby Freeborn gathers, just looking for that outside edge. Is Davis, she's in again, bowling, and that's played solidly on the front foot this time by Sophie Munro to close out the Davis over. 178 for 9 Essex are after 38 overs. Davis has 2 for 21 now from her 5, a wicket and 1 run from that last over. Essex require 112 runs to win. They've got 72 balls in which to do it. 1 wicket in the shed.
Yeah, very, very tricky here situation for Essex. And as you say, final wicket, 12 overs remaining. It's now just as much about time in the middle for these two. Brewer will continue. Got 2 in her last over. and will look to pick up her third and mop up this tail. Full and straight and a nice looking whip through square leg there for Kopak. Just a single.
I don't think there'll be any prizes for guessing who gets player of the match in this game. Although Chloe Brewer has done exceptionally well and had a good knock with a bat, 40 odd and at least 2 wickets for her hair. That innings from Emily Arlott just completely changed the game, didn't it?
Absolutely. You look back to where Warwickshire were even when Brewer was dismissed, 123 for 6. Still a big ask even to get to 200. And to get to almost 300 is almost exclusively down to her. Big drive there, lovely shot. But no run from it, unfortunately. And she was, ably assisted. More than ably assisted, Charis Pavley and Izzy Wong in particular. Those two were brilliant down the order as well. Just sticking with her. But it was, an unbelievable 130 from 141. Just brilliant. It's a lovely shot there, but well down in the field at backward point.
Again, you take out Essex's, 40-odd extras that they gave away. I'll take away the majority of them, and the game looks completely different. And maybe you don't see a couple of the dismissals that we just have, because that runs to win doesn't look half as scary.
In comes Brewer. Cut away nicely. Going to race away across the square, but going to get 2 for that one. Yeah, again, a nice looking shot there from Munro. Yeah, I think it's one of those where actually the run rate would have been below 6s for a lot of it and would not have gone above 7s until it was, until now kind of thing. Griffiths with at the crease with Scrivens, and they need probably 5 and a bit, maybe 6s. Looks a lot an easier task.
Yep.
Full and straight, but flicked into the leg sides for none.
Yeah, and I think there's still plenty of positives to take away from this from Essex, and especially when you look at the bowlers. Eva Gray picking up a 5-fer in a one-day match. That's an outstanding achievement. So it's definitely a lot of positives still for Essex.
All going to be close, and that's it. That's the end of the match. Chloe Brewer with her third of the game, and Munro gets done LBW, and a huge win for Warwickshire. 123 for 6, 22 for 5 they were, and they win. Masterful knock by Em Arlott, brilliant 130 from her, and Warwickshire fought back valiantly to gain a remarkable victory in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Yeah, I think there's no arguments with that LBW decision. That's back-to-back 3-fers in the competition for Chloe Brewer. What a day out she's had. 3 wickets, a few catches as well. She's been busy in the field. A good knock at the top of the order for Warwickshire. And yeah, I mean, what a game it was though for the neutral. It had a bit of everything, didn't it? And Essex fought valiantly at the end there, especially credit to Cordelia Griffith. But Warwickshire just proved a bit too good in the end. As Essex's last two, Munro and Kopak, leave the field. But the Essex fans have still witnessed history today. Everyone that's come down to Chelmsford can say in years to come that they were here the first time that Essex women played at Chelmsford as a professional side, and it's been a really fantastic atmosphere. And well done to everyone that's come and shown their support. And a really entertaining game. And yeah, and thank you, Toby, for having me alongside you on the commentary. Thoroughly enjoyable afternoon.
Cheers for joining me, James. It was great to have you. Just quickly to run through the game today. We saw big collapse early on. Some brilliant bowling from Eva Gray and Kate Kopak reduced Warwickshire to 22 for 5. But as I said, a fantastic. There's so many ways to describe it. Em Arlott at 130, phenomenal. She carried her side up to 289. Chloe Brewer made 44. Charis Pavley 31. Izzy Wong, an invaluable 29 from 14 at the end as well. And 289 made it look close at the halfway stage. Wasp had it at 50-50. And it was looking close for a large part of this Essex innings too. Opening partnership, made 43 before Joe Gardner fell for 15. Grace Scrivens and Cordelia Griffith continued to bat together. Scrivens then went for 53. Griffiths ended up on 72 and batted for a large part of this Essex innings. But then the middle order, Grucock 4, Miller 8, McLeod 2. Smale made 14 off 16 before Carr and Gray both fell for 2 ball ducks. And then Munro, the last wicket to fall, she made 2. Kate Kopak, 2 not out as well. And 181 all out. Essex found themselves 11 overs short of their 50. Katie George took 3 for 38, but the pick of the bowlers, Chloe Brewer, 3 for 18, adds to her 44 runs she made. Couple wickets for the captain, Davis as well. And also Izzy Wong picked up the first. And Charis Pavley as well took 1. All in all, a brilliant game here at the Ambassador Cruise Line grounds. The first game, as James mentioned, in the professional era. And a lot of positives to take for Essex. Eva Gray's first 5 for 50s for Scrivens and Griffith. And all in all, a very, very entertaining, very, very exciting match here in Chelmsford. They'll be back fairly soon now, Essex, in the Cup. They take on Somerset on the 10th match, on April 30th. Before continuing on in the rest of the competition. But James, thank you for joining me. It's been great to have you and great to commentate on this match with you.
No, thank you very much, and I'm sure I'll see you again at some point in the season. Yeah, I mean, thoughts, overall review on your big day out at Chelmsford?
I loved it. It was a great game. It was looking poised, I thought. Halfway through this Essex innings, 25 overs in, 20 overs in, it was going to be really, really close, I thought. And then just a slight collapse from Essex. Just kind of fell away, unfortunately, but a lot of positives, as I was saying, the whole way through, I think, for this team moving forward, and for Warwickshire as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, a draw and a win for Warwickshire. They've started the season off really well, and I think they've got good strength and depth, haven't they? I mean, as we said, the fact that they can bring Chloe Brewer on to bowl in the 32nd, 33rd over, someone of her class, it just speaks to the depth they have in their squad, and I think they'll do very well in this competition. And we've seen a few results that maybe we couldn't have predicted, and it is a long tournament, so for Essex fans, I wouldn't get too down about this. Some early season nerves perhaps, or some just shaking off some of those pre-season cobwebs, but no doubt they'll bounce back stronger. And I think that they can, from what I've seen today, certainly think that Essex can do well in this competition.
Absolutely. That's all we have for you today. Warwickshire win by 108 runs, and we'll be back shortly in a few weeks' time for the next game.